It is going to be a 2-day event. We have got all sorts happening. If you're watching the VOD, the video on demand, you can fast forward 36 minutes into the stream, and that is when the official coverage is going to start. Of course, I'm just watching it as a fan, but thanks very much for joining us here. We're going to be chilling, analysing the games. We'll do a little bit of casting as well, because I want to practice my own Riftbound casting. Many of you will know that I do Gwent casting, or used to do Gwent casting, and currently still do Disney Arcana casting. Great to see you, Mage. Hope you're well. Great to have you, my friend. So we are doing a bit of a pre-show here, like a 35-minute lead up to the event. And what's great is it's not just me streaming today, because I've got cats galore, mate. I'm surrounded by cats. So there's one. Here's another on my lap. It's already the cat show in the building. So yeah, I'm very excited to be streaming. That's coffee, mate. Don't drink that. Thanks to the channel sponsor Card Market as well. If you guys are in Europe and looking to pick up Riftbound singles, Card Market is the place to do so. And we'll talk more about Card Market and look at some prices. But let's make some predictions. I wanted to do some predictions on what we think is going to win. Tier list maker. I think Teemo. Teemo's my hot take to win. If you actually go back and look at my meta report that I did for Riftbound like 4 or 5 months ago, before the game was out in England and the game had just come out in China, I made a very big hot take, and I even said so much at the time, that I think that Teemo is right up there with Kaiser and Master Yi. And it hasn't quite proven to be the case yet, but I do think that as time goes on, more and more people are starting to believe in Teemo. That's a very noisy cat meowing. Riftbound Legend, that should be what we need. Right, so a little bit of a prediction. I'm using a German keyboard, which, yeah, I don't know what you guys are doing over here in Germany. These keyboards are so cursed. It's unbelievable. But, yeah, so let's start off. Obviously, like, Kaiser's S tier is going to be the most represented deck. Do I think it's going to win the tournament? No. I actually think Kaiser will probably struggle a little bit this weekend. Now, let me be clear on that. Kaiser is going to be in and amongst the top. It's going to do very well. It's the favourite for the tournament, and for good reason. It's a great deck, but it's also going to be the most represented deck. Now, the problem that you have when you're the most represented deck in a tournament format like this is that you've got a massive target on your back. All of the top players that are bringing something that isn't Kaiser are going to be teched for Kaiser. Like, they're going to want to play a deck which can beat Kaiser. Like, if you look at Teemo, you would expect heavy on the Dr. Mundo, for example, right? As that's a really good tech card for it. I think also Annie's got a pretty good Kaiser matchup, although not brilliant in my experience. And I think that Kaiser can struggle against Dazzling Aurora as well. So I think the Kaiser will be very successful. I think it's very likely to make it, even, in fact, all the way to the final. Certainly you would expect to see at least a couple in the top 8. But I don't think Kaiser will win this weekend. I think that it's quite beatable. And because it's going to have such a large percentage of the meta share, I think that, yeah, a lot of people are going to be extremely well prepped for it. Now, the other thing that's worth mentioning, when you've got a deck that's going to be as represented as Kaiser is, I mean, over in China, we saw Kaiser at 40%, which is absolutely absurd. We had something similar recently at a Disney Arcana challenge event in Bologna, which was a 2,000 player event, which I was casting. And the top deck in that, which was a blue-purple deck, was also pushing 40%, which is a record that we've had in Disney Arcana. And actually only one of those decks made it all the way to the top 8, but then incidentally, that one player that made it into the top 8 still won the whole thing. When you've got like this much of a meta share, there's another thing that's important to recognize, which is that these Kaiser decks are going to have to be teched very heavily for the mirror match, right? And as soon as you're having to tech your deck heavily for a mirror match, the deck is not going to be able to be teched as much for the other decks. So Kaiser, it's going to be the most represented. It's the favorite for the tournament, but I don't have it as my pick to win. My pick to win, as I mentioned, is Teemo. Teemo can just do it all. I think it's got, I've always been a big fan of this. It's always been my big favorite. It's definitely an underdog. It's a controversial pick, but that's also part of the fun, right? Let us know your predictions. By the way, guys, if you're watching on YouTube, please give the stream a like. It helps out a bunch. And again, we're going to be live here the whole weekend watching this event and listening. Very excited to hear from the Riftbound developers who are casting. But yeah, Teemo can do it all. What's good about Teemo? Well, blue and purple is just a good color combination, right? Thousand-Tailed Watcher in particular, I think is an MVP. Dr. Mundo is obviously very solid as well, although I don't want to say it's overrated, but I personally, I'm playing Teemo at the moment. I play 2 Dr. Mundos in my main deck, 1 in my sideboard, and I'm actually quite happy to sideboard out some Dr. Mundos in some matchups. It's obviously a great card, but it's particularly there to deal with Kaiser. Ride the Wind has also proven itself to be an extremely good card. I expect to see a Teemo deck which is built very aggressive do well. That's always how I've liked to build Teemo. I've actually always sworn by blue seals in a Teemo deck, where you are able to play maybe cards like Singularity. Not necessarily convinced that's the go-to way. I mean, it's definitely not the go-to way. It's certainly not the only way, but I think there's a very interesting blue seal build for Teemo, which we did see like one player in China actually play something similar. This was like the deck that I built like 3 or 4 months ago and was working on Tabletop Sim. Now, other versions of Teemo, because I actually only have 1 blue seal in my physical collection, so I've not been able to play that deck. You play Scrap Heaps with Zorn Warrens in game 1. Zorn Warrens is very good with Dr. Mundo. And then you've got a pretty flexible sideboard. It can struggle a little bit against the Dazzling Aurora decks, but that's also where Ride the Winds come in, because I wasn't playing Ride the Wind, which I think helps a lot against Dazzling Aurora, because you can score some really nice points on your opponent's turn. That's like an extremely powerful aggro play. I actually think that Dazzling Aurora has become quite a bit worse as a result of the popularity of Ride the Wind recently. Like, Dazzling Aurora is all about stopping your opponent getting to 8 while you try and ramp and get your big cards down, right? Like, if you're playing against Dazzling Aurora, which is going to be certainly your Master Yi is playing Dazzling Aurora a lot. We also see Misfortune as like the other main one playing Dazzling Aurora. I'm going to go ahead and put Misfortune. I quite like as Dazzling Aurora. Master Yi is probably a little bit better. I don't think any of these obvious hitters are going to win it. I don't think it's going to be Kaiser. I don't think it's going to be Dazzling Aurora. Again, I think that Kaiser is going to be too teched against overall. I think that Dazzling Aurora has become worse with the popularity of Ride the Wind in decks like Teemo, and my other top contender is Annie. These are my 2 favorite decks at the moment. These are, if I could only play 2 decks in this format, I would play these 2. Teemo is a little bit slower. You've got the potential of having Dr. Mundo as like a very slow finisher, but you can be very tempo orientated. You've got this high quality of cards. And Annie is definitely going to be probably more represented than Teemo. And again, I think Ride the Wind, such a impactful card for these decks, which gives the Dazzling Aurora matchup way better chance. Like, in my testing, before the game was out in English-speaking countries, I was playing proxy tournaments occasionally. I was playing tabletop sim tournaments, and I played Teemo, where I didn't play Ride the Wind and I didn't play Dr. Mundo. These were the main 2 cards which I overlooked in my build. And I had a bad matchup into Kaiser, and I found myself getting extremely close against Dazzling Aurora, but often just getting stuck 1 point away. Well, that Ride the Wind in a good player's hand, suddenly, if you hold 2 battlefields, which you're often going to do against Dazzling Aurora player, you retreat back to your base, and then your opponent plays something which triggers some sort of opportunity for you to respond with Ride the Wind. Bam, jobs are good, and score another point. So I think that's really, really interesting. Like, these 2 decks are obviously the favorite, Kaiser and Master Yi. Maybe it's just because I'm optimistic, but I've got a really good feeling that this is the weekend that we're going to see that actually this game and meta is a lot more balanced than people realise. I always felt like the Kaiser and Master Yi, while they are probably the best 2 decks in the game, they're so solved, right? Everyone's so experienced playing against them. I just think that there's more out there. So Misfortune is strictly just a Dazzling Aurora deck. Master Yi can be like a mid-range deck as well. I think it's very, very solid. But yeah, for me, these are probably like the favorites for the tournament. But these are my picks. Curly's picks. These 2. So these are the favorites. Maybe Misfortune's like slightly lower than Master Yi, right? Probably another favorite for the tournament is going to be Set. I think that Set's a good deck. Would I pick it to win? No. Personally not. Personally not quite. But I think it's definitely a favorite, right? I think probably like these are the 3 favorites. These are my 2 underdog picks. I don't think Annie's particularly underdog, and Teemo's not the most underdog in the world either. But yeah, and then in terms of like upset potential, certainly I would put Misfortune in there. I think the deck's brilliant. Victor could do something. It's a solid deck. I don't know if Victor you could really put as an upset at this point. Victor was always up here before the game was out in English-speaking countries. Certainly when the game first came out in China, everyone thought that Kaiser, Set, and Victor were the top three, and then Master Yi sort of started pushing through that barrier. I think that Victor is probably in the realms of upset potential now, potentially. Maybe it probably just about deserves to sneak into the favourites, right? So Volibear, I don't see it doing anything. The problem, in fact, I'm honestly going to put Volibear into the D tier. I think that Volibear is just a redundant deck because you can just do what Volibear does better with other legends, right? It's sort of in a similar way to, I actually quite like Jinx. I think that Jinx is a solid deck, but it's just a worse version of Annie, right? And Volibear is quite similar, but it's not only worse than one other deck in its color combination, it's basically worse than everything, right? You've got Misfortune, Dazzling Aurora is going to be better than any kind of Volibear ramp by a margin. Master Yi, Dazzling Aurora is which is a ramp deck, is going to be better than this. Master Yi is probably, in my mind, the slightly better ramp deck when compared with Misfortune. Master Yi, you get to play green, and there's like this 3-cost ramp card, right? Which is, I can't remember the name of the card. Hey, mate. Hey, mate. We'll see if we can fix my camera a bit. 1 second. Let's get the cat cam popping, shall we? I think I know what the people want. But yeah, I think one of the main cards that people are really liking or that I really like in Master Yi is this card that's like pay 3, draw 1, ramp 1. But if your opponent is within 3 points of the winning score, then it only costs 1. Like, it's an additional ramp card, and I think that's a really big deal. I think Jim Davis is running Jinx. Yeah, I saw the same. He's also posting Riftbound content, which I've been watching, and it's really nice. So big up to him. I like Jinx. I think it's a good deck. Do I think it has the potential to win the whole thing? I don't, because I think that anybody that's mega serious trying to win the whole thing would play Annie instead. But one thing that I really love that Riot are doing as an additional prize in this tournament is the best performing deck of each legend will get like an additional prize. It's something that Star Wars Unlimited do, and I really, really love it. Really, really love what Star Wars Unlimited do with that. And Riot are doing the same. I think it's awesome. So I would be very tempted to play Jinx myself. I actually have a Chinese signature Jinx, which I haven't really flexed too much to you guys, but I got it before the game was out in England. I had some Chinese boosters. Someone I know opened it, and yeah, we were able to strike a deal with a friend of mine. Basically, I got given it, I'll be honest. I didn't pay for it. I was going to do some wheeling and dealing, and then big shout out to my friend Brian. He just gave me the Jinx and said, mate, this is a big thank you for all your Lorcana content. What an awesome present that was. So I'm definitely keeping that forever. So I also think that Darius belongs in the upset potential. I've got to say, I think Darius is a very good deck. One problem that Darius has is that it's an underdog deck, which is actually quite expensive. If you look at most of the other underdog decks, like Teemo and Annie are not that expensive in the grand scheme of things. Teemo, really, if you can afford the 3 Watchers, the rest of the deck is extremely cheap, like even Dr. Mundo's not so much. And then Annie on the other side, if you have the Proving Grounds, the deck tends to play Kaiser, the legendary Kaiser. I think it's an extremely cuttable card, as I covered in my video. And we actually are seeing some very good players play less than 3 Kaisers. So Annie's also, you know, basically both of these decks have like 1 expensive card. You've got Thousand Tailed Watcher in Teemo, which is a must of 3 of in serious lists. I see some with 2, which I always play 3. Thousand Tailed Watcher is just, in my mind, the best unit card in the game. I would say the best card in the game is Stack Deck, and I would say the best unit card is Dazzling Aurora. The best unit card is Thousand Tailed Watcher, and then the best is Dazzling Aurora. There we go. Happy days. So I also think that Ari has a similar issue with Darius. Like, these 2 decks I think are very strong, but they are expensive. They're like off meta plus expensive, which is kind of a bad combo in terms of representation, right? Like, if these decks were cheaper, hi mate. If these decks were cheaper, then I think we would see a lot more people using them. I would be playing Darius and Ari if they were cheap, but they're actually on the expensive side. Now, Darius is a deck I have played, and yeah, shout out to Half and Half GG, who says, yeah, if you don't hit baited hook off Darius, it can feel quite bad. Darius definitely is a bit of a high roll deck in my experience. It can, if you draw with Darius, it has the most explosive opening in the game, alongside arguably maybe Annie. Because Annie, you get those extra 2 runes, right? Very, very early on, you can make big use of that. But yeah, Darius also can give you an extra energy, right, with the Legion ability. So often this deck is going to play seals. You play like a seal down on turn 1, and then you could play, even if you're going first, you could play a 3-drop, which is kind of crazy. I don't think any other deck can do that. So I like Darius. I like Ari. But both of these decks are not going to have particularly high representation. I think, are both of them good enough to win the whole thing? Honestly, probably. I think so. I think this game is much more balanced than people realize, and I think there's so much skill ceiling involved in deck building, matchup knowledge, sideboarding. Like, the game has so much skill expression. So I think that if there's like someone out there that believes in this deck enough and is very good at the game, I think that it's absolutely, I wouldn't rule it out, right? But it's an upset potential for a good reason. Misfortune is going to be a Dazzling Aurora deck. It's also quite expensive. I tried building like a budget Misfortune deck, and it just looked terrible. Just looked bad. Lee Sin is... I mean, I think it's got more of a chance than Volibear. It's just... Lee Sin's not terrible. It's got the similar issue that Jinx has, that it's just like, why play it when these exist, right? So... it's a bit of an awkward one. I think that Riot kind of wanted this to be the other way around, right? They wanted Jinx and Lee Sin to be really good and Annie and Master Yi to be down here. So Yasuo, do I think this one could go into upset potential? That's the big question. Well, I do think it's better than Jinx and Lee Sin. And the deck is seeing some more play recently. I got roasted in the comment section for my Yasuo deck, by the way. It was brutal. I went to check the YouTube comments. I was like, oh, I'm excited. I've done my first Riftbound deck guide. I bet everyone's well excited. And it was like, this is the worst deck I've ever seen. Which, I mean, to be fair, they did have some points. I'll give them credit. I will do an update video on the Yasuo because I think it's quite funny, but it was a little bit dramatic. Basically, it's like I would probably change 5 cards based off what the YouTube comments said, which is not really a lot. So yeah, I'm actually going to put this down here. I don't think this deck's good. I've played a lot of it. People say, hey, you played bad version. Okay, cool, fine, maybe. But the deck, I've never believed in this deck. I've really enjoyed it, and it's better than I thought it was. I thought it was like worst deck in the game level, and now I think it's better than that. I'm even considering putting it into this, but it's just not going to win the whole thing. I don't believe it for 1 second. I think it's a stretch to say that Darius and Ari can win the whole thing. But I do believe it. I just don't think this deck is good enough. It's a good deck. Can it win local tournaments? Yes. Is it conceivable that it could win this whole event? It is conceivable. Is it going to do it? Absolutely not. No way. I don't think so. So Leona is the deck I actually have least experience with in the game. Actually, these last 3 decks. Let's just put this here. We all know it's terrible. Nobody's going to play it, right? Why would you when Set exists? It's actually quite good in multiplayer, by the way. In multiplayer, Garen, if you used to use the Proving Ground starter decks, it cooks. So Leona's probably like here, right? It's probably like here. Like, all these decks are reasonable. It's probably just lacking a few cards, I think. Like, it's a little bit low on stun cards, right? There's a card from the new set that's been announced, which is like an insanely good stun card. And I think that's going to make this this legend a lot better, because the legend and a lot of the Leona cards rely on you doing a lot of stuns to be actually any good, right? So yeah, I would actually probably even put it below Jinx. I actually think Jinx is pretty good. I like Jinx. Now finally we've got Lux. Lux is possibly the most interesting one. Major Armor says Lux and upset potential for real, for real. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to do that. But I would love to see some Lux gameplay this weekend. I think it's got to be better. It's probably got to be one of the most underrated decks. It can't really be that bad. It's in a good color combination. The legend is pretty good. I like the chosen champion, to be honest. The 4 power one with 2 might, which basically you can exhaust once a turn to add 2 spell mana, like 2 energy that can be used for spells. I think it's good. Vanilla Lux enjoyer, insane potential. Problem is everyone plays her like Victor. Interesting. So Mage Armor is someone I have a lot of respect for. He's a Riftbound grinder. So he's making me want to put this up here, but I think realistically we've got to put it in here. To be honest, I think what we actually need in this one is an additional row, right? And it would probably be like this. I think maybe I could, I don't know. But something along these lines is where I'm at. I think probably Lux is better than Leona. Maybe I would even do this. I think I would be quite happy with this. I'd be quite happy with this. I've also been quite a big Jinx believer. I think Jinx is really solid. I just think it's overshadowed by Annie. Which maybe is like why Jinx could even go down. Meh, this is probably fair. Let's go with this. I'll ship this. I don't know about Lux, but Mage, if you're saying Lux is good, I have to give it a try. I'm doing very good, thanks. Good to see you, Seneth. So guys, the big event starts in 15 minutes. I'm very excited. We're going to be here watching all weekend long. Are you going in January to Bologna? They do set 2 proxy free tournament. Huh? I didn't see that. That sounds very fun, Seneth. Thanks for letting me know. I didn't see about it. Yasuo is actually very strong. It's better than I thought it was. I will say it's better than I thought it was. But I still don't think it's good enough. I don't think it's good enough. I think it's just going to get bullied by Kaiser too often. It's going to get bullied by Teemo too often. It's just lacking. We even had the game designers say so much. I watched an interview of Dave Guskin, the game director, that he did with Marshall from Riftbound Report. It was on Twitter. Hey, mate. And even Dave said, yeah, it's probably not quite good enough to compete. It's almost there. It's just lacking a little bit of something. I think if this deck had like a really good 2 might guy, a 2 energy guy, I also would love a 4 energy card in that deck with no power cost that is good. That is like one of the biggest weaknesses of this deck in my opinion. But I do like it. It's a very fun deck. And people will say, your deck sucks. That's why you think it's bad. Well, okay, maybe my deck was a bit bad. But listen, you could build the best Yasuo deck in the world and be the best Yasuo player. I still think you will lose games to average Kaiser players. I really do. And I think that's probably my concern with it. Maybe I'm wrong with that. Maybe that's a bad take. I just think that it's just going to struggle against the greedier decks, right? Like, it doesn't have a 1,000-tailed Watcher to close the game out, right? It's got some really cool things going on, but it's just lacking a little bit of something, I think. It's quite power hungry as well, the deck, with like Charms, with Kayn, with Yasuo itself. What else? With maybe Ride the Wind. There's other stuff that costs power in this deck. Defy sometimes. Yeah, Defy, exactly. A little bit power hungry. I do like it though. So this is my prediction. I have my personal 2 picks for the tournament. These are my 2 favourite decks as well, to be fair. But I've always been a big believer in Teemo. I was always quite a big believer in Jinx as well early on, but Annie's just outshining it. I would love to see Nocturne Annie, by the way, guys. If I was playing in this event, I would have practiced a lot more. I would have definitely put a lot of work into Teemo. I'm pretty sure I would have ended up playing Annie with Nocturne. I'm quite impressed by Nocturne in best of 3s with sideboards. I always loved Nocturne. I was jamming Nocturne in Teemo before it got errated, or rather the Teemo card got errated, because I misunderstood the ruling on that card, because it was very weird. Basically, Teemo, the blue one, no one really plays anymore. You look at the top 5 cards of your deck and you deal damage based off how many hidden cards you hit, but the card was written when defending and when played from hidden. So I thought that I could just play it from hidden in my own turn, right? Like it's hidden, they don't attack. Okay, I flip Teemo over, like you would with a consult the past in your next turn, and then I can do the trigger, but you couldn't because you could only trigger it. It was so weird. You know, trigger it if there was a valid target to complete the rest of the ability, which would mean that if you played it from hidden, you wouldn't trigger it, which is why the card got errata to remove when played from hidden entirely. Yeah, stack deck into Nocturne is super strong, and the odds of it are much higher than I think. I did an Annie deck guide, which is my worst performing video that I've probably posted in like 2 years. Never mind, live and learn. It was an L, but you know, we learn from it. But what I will do is I will do some videos in the next weeks about some maths in Riftbound. One episode will be about the maths of Nocturne. I want to also do an episode on the maths of the odds of hitting a 2-drop based off how many you play. And the maths on Nocturne, the average stack deck into a Nocturne gives you just under 23% chance to hit it. I can show you right now while we're talking about it. That is a lot better than people realize. You might say 22% is not very good. Yes, it is. It's extremely good. 22%. So the way you do this is use a hypergeometric calculator, which is just a way of making me sound smarter than I actually am. So the population size in the deck is going to be 38. You'd already know this if you watched my YouTube video, but nobody did. I think about 3 people watched it. It's going to be 38. Bear in mind this is an average. And the reason it's 38 is you have your chosen champion, which is not in your deck, brings you down to 39, and you have your copy of stack deck. So this is not accounting for your mulligan, the cards that you've drawn. Obviously, if you draw a Nocturne or if you recycle a Nocturne and put it to the bottom, the odds of you hitting a Nocturne become worse. But also, for every card that you draw or every card that you recycle that is not Nocturne, your odds become significantly better. So when you play a stack deck, a lot of the time, you're actually going to know that the odds of you hitting a Nocturne is much higher because you've bottom decked a lot of cards, you've drawn a lot of cards, right? So there's like situations where you could probably do the maths and you probably could like realize that a stack deck is like 50% to hit a Nocturne in certain spots. But what we're doing here is we're just doing an average calculation. We're disregarding the mulligan, we're disregarding recycling, we're disregarding drawing Nocturnes. This is just an average. So the population size to find the average is 38 because you have the chosen champion and the stack deck that you play. The sample size is going to be 3 because you see 3 cards off stack deck. The successes in population is 3 because you're going to have 3 Nocturnes in your deck. And the success in sample, we just need to see 1 Nocturne off the 3. 22.4, so it's actually quite a bit less than 23. I said just under, but 22.4, 22.5%. Will Alan ZQ make top? I'd love to. Polska Goran, big up the Poles. I love Poland, mate. Poland's one of my favourite countries. Alan is a former Runeterra world champion. Bro, I would love to see Payabol get into this game, the former Gwent champion, also Polish. He's my boy. I speak to him most days, and I would love to see Paya get into Riftbound. He would cook in this game. The skill expression is so high, man. But yeah, 22.4% for a stack deck to hit Nocturne. That's pretty good. More than 1 in 5. Now, bear in mind, right, if your first stack deck misses, you're bottom decking 3 more cards and you play another stack deck. So if your first stack deck misses, the average of the second one, you're looking at 1 in 4. And then imagine you've done your mulligan, you still haven't seen a Nocturne, right? That's 6 cards that you've already gotten rid of, which weren't a Nocturne, right? Because you've drawn 4. No, in fact, you would have drawn 7 because you draw, start the turn, right? So you draw your 4, you 2 mulligan, draw for turn. That's 7 cards. So we get rid of 7, that's 33, chosen champion, 31. So if you, after your mulligan, have not seen a Nocturne and you mulligan twice, right? 27% chance to hit Nocturne off stack deck. Just got here, why is Yasuo so low? I just don't think the deck's good enough to win a big event like this. It's not even that low. It's a good deck. I could put it into upset potential, but I'm making a stand. The Teemo matchup seems free for Yasuo. That's not true. I actually played this matchup last night at my locals and lost. We went 1-1, but it was a best of 1. I lost game 1, but I misplayed. It's definitely not free. There's no way. Not a chance. I would say whoever goes first is quite favoured in that one, probably. My opponent played exceptionally well, by the way. They cooked me. was very impressed with them. Like, I think Yasuo is good. I think it's a good deck. I like it a lot. There's a few reasons why I've put Yasuo so low. I think it's just lacking a little bit of juice compared with some of the other decks. I think that against very, very good players playing the very best decks, you're going to really, really struggle. And I think that a lot of the very top players will probably come to that conclusion. And therefore, I don't expect many of the best players to be playing Yasuo. Yasuo? I still don't know how to flip and pronounce this guy's name. So it's a few things. Basically, what it stems from is I don't think the deck is quite good enough. I think it's a very solid deck. I like it. I think it's very, very fun. Yasuo. How did I do rate from? Is that good? Yasuo. Not Yasuo. 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 Yasuo? Just Yasuo? Yasuo. Yasuo. Okay, Yasuo. So I think the deck's cool. It's got better. If you asked me 3 weeks ago, I would have probably put him down here. I thought this deck was turbo bad. So it's actually gone up significantly in my estimations. I almost considered putting it here, but I just don't think it's good enough. I really don't. It's just lacking something. I think all the decks above it are better. Like, honestly, Ari and Darius deserve to be here. Like, could Yasuo upset? I think that it's conceivable it wins the whole thing. I would say it's more likely to win the whole thing than Lux, to be fair. Maybe Lux could even go here. Lux probably should go here based off my experience. I don't think I've ever played against Lux. Maybe this is better. Maybe this makes us feel better about Yasuo. But yeah, it's almost good. Top 4 Yas player in the Rift Lab contenders tourney made me believe. Nice. Well, I would love to see it. All right, guys, I'm excited. Thanks all for being here. We're going to be watching the action all weekend long. So if at any point you want to come over and join us, don't worry, we haven't missed anything. This is like a learn space. 33 minutes. Oh, we've got ages, mate. We're in the big Giga pre-show. I guess I follow. Should I knock? Riftbound, let me in. So let's do some more talk. Let me just fiddle with my settings while we're on this.
That means if there's 1 or 2 cards I don't like, I can recycle them to the bottom of my deck and draw.
I'm at my girlfriend's place in unfamiliar
we're ready to play.
setup.
Let's recap a
That sounds like it's really quiet, doesn't it?
Ready. When a card is upright,
Oh, I can
it's
turn it
ready,
up.
and that means you can use it. Like this Eager Apprentice. If it's in my
Alright, cool.
base vertically like this, that means it's ready.
So let's do some more like deck talk and stuff. Let's like look at some deck lists maybe. So this is my final, sorry, but it's not quite good enough. There's my opinions. Let's see. Now, actually, one thing I wanted to do for a video, and I probably still will, but if we go to my... Oh, what's the Everton score? Guys, what's the Everton score? Is it 2-0? Is it still 2-0? If we go way back, 3-4 months ago, ranking every Riftbound deck. This is some hot takes, guys. I hope you're ready for some hot takes. Bear in mind, this was basically just based before like any tournaments came into it. So I liked Jinx a lot, and I basically said, I think Annie's really good, but my gut feeling is Jinx is better. Obviously, I was wrong. But that's why you can see now, if we compare this, I still think Jinx is good, but I just think that Annie's there. Like, I just think this color combination is good. I could have put Jinx up. It's just that, like, Yasuo is, like, the only one in its color combination, whereas, like, Jinx and Lee Sin, which are both, like, reasonable, just have better options, right? So, sure. This was 4 months ago, guys. This was just me doing some play testing and not really... This was before the... Was the game even out in China at this point? Was the game even out? There were some hot takes. Volibear, I think...
Start slow, you ramp, play big power.
I think I probably quite liked it.
in the game. The problem for Volibear is that it has some really bad matchups. It's bad against the aggro decks. Also, some of the control, the fun one, definitely solid.
Too generous. Victor was like seen as like the best deck in the game for a long time. Yasuo, I think it's like auto done because I'm pronouncing it wrong. Can't wait how you pronounce Yone.
In the format, no matter what happens.
Like that,
We've got
Yone.
Yasuo, who is the 4th and final trial deck leader. Yasuo, I have been really disappointed by in testing. In the trial decks, it seemed really good in the game. Hot take alert. I'm not going to pull any punches. I'm just going to give my honest opinions. I think Yasuo is a D tier.
People thought this deck was broken.
For set 1. I think it's not Yasuo himself necessarily. It's
Yasuo, bro. Come
ultimately.
on. I mean, that looks kind of similar, to be fair. I'm not a million miles away so far, am I? I basically underrated Annie and Jinx. I got them the wrong way around. Probably did the same with Master Yi and Lee Sin.
See, maybe I'll put. I think I'm
Didn't
gonna
really
put Lee Sin
play.
above.
I didn't play every deck at
Master
this
Yi
point.
above.
I just like played a fair amount and played against most decks. Garen, I just got told. I've never played against Garen, to be honest. Set seemed giga broken at the start. A tier. Ahri, I quite like the look of. Still do quite like the
And
look
you
of.
can win early fights, but it's also quick enough that it can beat these more greedy decks as well. So I think Ahri's really well positioned, and it's definitely I'm wanting to experiment with
For him to be,
more
sure.
myself. I
Gareth
think this is
probably
one
went
that's going to get.
C.
I don't even know that Garen's that bad, but some stuff has to go at the bottom.
Ooh. I think this was before Baited Hook Darius. Baited Hook kind of saved this deck, right? I don't think I played Baited Hook. If I played Baited Hook, I feel like I would have rated it a bit higher. Leona I put in E tier, which I think is fine. Kaiser I put in A tier. Misfortune I probably put in A tier as well. Yeah, for Dazzling Aurora, which I think is fine. It just proved to be that like probably Master Yi is just a better version of this. And then my boy Teemo pulled no punches. I said it how I thought it was. Oh! No, I put it in S tier. Yeah. So I mean, honestly, for considering how old this is, it's a pretty good effort. I didn't play that much. This is just early gut feelings, right? Obviously, I didn't get everything right. But I mean, if we compare them, Teemo and Jinx are basically the two that I really like. But obviously, it's now Annie, realizing that Annie's better. These are all still up there. Victor's obviously a bit worse now. Master Yi underrated for sure. And there's a few, like Darius probably, and Yasuo could be higher. But yeah, it's not a bad effort, is it? Not a bad little effort, that. Let's just check on the old stream, see what's what.
And every turn after, I'll only channel 2 runes.
That's such a nice thing to have produced. Don't mind me, I'm checking the football score. Come on, you toffees. I do not agree. Come on, you toffees. Yes! Come on, the Blues. 3-0. Don't mind if I do. Against our former manager, nonetheless. Jinx becomes obsolete. I don't know. I don't think Draven's quite as good as people think it is. It's good. I feel like Jinx will get better. I think Jinx is good, you know. I think Jinx is underrated. I would seriously consider, if I was to go to the tournament right now, if I wanted to win the whole thing, I would play Annie and I would have practiced more. But if I was to go right now on the level of practice, okay, I haven't practiced with Jinx. Let's say if I was to go in like 3 days, I don't know. If I was to play a deck to try and win one of the unique metal card thingy-majiggamabobs for being like the best place, I would play Jinx. I'm a Jinx fanboy, guys. What can I say? I got into Runeterra after watching Arcane. So maybe let's like build some decks. Let's actually, we're talking a lot about Yasuo. And my Yasuo deck got roasted. So I was supposed to play a skirmish this morning, guys. And my bus that I got on, Google Maps lied to me and the bus just went in the wrong direction. So I missed it. So I didn't go. Very sad. Google Maps is so bad in Berlin. All the places. What are the predictions for the most broken? I don't know, maybe Ahri? like when you hold this score a point. Some sort of card that score a point. It could be good with Yasuo as well. But it would make sense that it's in blue, right? Because then you have Time Warp as well to add into the mix. But yeah, this is what I was going to play. I really like Blue Seal in Teemo. Bear in mind, Teemo is all I played before the game came out officially, and I hadn't played it since until yesterday. I played like 2 games that are locals and then dropped because I wanted to make a video. But yeah, Zorn Warrens is just worth it because of the plus points you get on Dr. Mundo. I wasn't going to play it, but I mean, it's foolish not to. Arena's great. It's my favorite battlefield in the game. Always has been. I also like building Teemo in quite an aggressive manner. And then this is just something I wanted to test with Windswept Hillock. The obvious one that you could play is Bandle Tree, which is like high 2 cards here. Bandle Tree, if you're ever looking for a battlefield which literally does nothing, it's definitely Yasuo. Yasuo. Okay, Yasuo. Yasuo. But yeah, Yasuo. Okay. But yeah, this one, I just wanted to test it. I think it could be good with Dr. Mundo, but this is like the one I haven't retested. These two, I think, are just auto-include basically in Teemo. Some people actually don't play this and play like the opposite and just go for like a Giga Mundo build where they win late game. But I just like this battlefield. You could also play the when you hold it draw one battlefield, to be fair. The problem I have with that is like I don't really know that card draw is what you need in a Teemo deck. I just like winning quickly, mate. I think tempo is king in this game at the moment. So yeah, obviously 3 stat decks, Teemo's chosen champion, 3 stupefy, only 2 gust. To be honest, there's a good chance I would play just 1 retreat and 3 gust. I think gust is just crackers. Again, I like being quite quick. I would play the scrap heaps if I'm playing Zorn Warren, so this is for game 1. I'm not too thrilled about it. Now bear in mind guys, asterisk alert, this is my vanilla, I'll probably do Teemo deck guide, and this is my vanilla ice cream version of Teemo. There's a couple other ways I'm very interested in building Teemo. One with Nocturne as a sideboard option with the blue Teemo, I think is quite cool. I saw Tim, who's a Disney Arcana game designer, play a version like that, and he is an unbelievably good card game player. So it's definitely something I want to check out. And I think Nocturne is extremely underrated. It's just like if this game was a 40 card deck and that's it, Nocturne would not be great. But the fact that it's a sideboard option, crazy good card. Like again, Nocturne plus Annie is what I would be playing tomorrow if I had to. Unless I was trying to chase the Jinx, I would be tempted to do that. Yeah, Ride the Wind, Student, Fight or Flight, Tide Turner, 3 copies. People that don't play 3 copies of Tide Turner in purple decks, what are you doing? This card is so good. This card is so good. This card is top 10 cards for me. It's my favorite 2-drop, I would say, in the whole game. If I could cut every 2-drop and only keep 1, I would keep Tide Turner. I would keep it over the Student and the Triumphant Merchant. These are both obscenely good cards. I also like high density of 2-drops a lot more than most people do. Like a lot of people roasted my Yasuo deck for having so many 2-drops. But 2-drops are king for me. And this deck has a lot of draw. Why do I like Tide Turner so much? I mean, obviously in a Teemo deck, the hidden part of it becomes stronger. But I also play 3 copies in Annie, without doubt. And it's not really for the hidden part in that deck. It's just for the movement capabilities and the fact that it can score you extra points, which is so important. Like, it's like how in Disney Arcana, my viewers that watch me play Disney Arcana, I've always been associated with cards which quest for a lot. So in Lorcana, you're trying to get to 20 points, right, to win. And a card will have like an attack and a defense, but then it will also have like a lore number, like questing points. I've always been a big fan of cards which just quest for a lot, right? Because in Disney Arcana, the objective of the game is to gain lore. So cards which quest for a lot of lore are interesting to me. And I think that's aged quite well. It's also aged quite well in Disney Arcana that, like, I got quite well associated, in fact, extremely well associated, where I dubbed on the most aggressive line you can take in Disney Arcana. This is a linear game in terms of mana, so you have 1 mana on turn 1, 2 mana on turn 2. And I dubbed a line called the Shin Miri line, named after a friend of mine who streamed Gwent, that was in my chat, where you go turn 1, 1 drop, and then turn 2, double 1 drop, like where you get this wider board. and apply more pressure. Rather than just playing like a 2-cost unit that's also like very good, going wide is very, very good as an aggro deck. So I always play more like 1-drops and 2-drops than like most players. Like, I'm an aggro player at heart. I love aggro decks. And what does Tide Turner do? Well, it's got a lot of flexibility. It gives you consistency as a 2-drop, which I flipping love, by the way. I hate missing a turn 1 in this game. Like, I just don't want to play a deck where I'm missing turn 1 and I lose the game, which I feel like is what Yasuo does, to be honest. Especially most of the builds I look at. Like, most of the builds I look at, like 15% of the time, you're going to pass on turn 1 or play a gear on turn 1. That's just not going to cut it, mate. Yeah, Victor never loses turn 1. And you know what else doesn't? Teemo. One of the big reasons I fell in love with this champion, as my favourite champion in the game, is because if I miss a 2-drop, I can play this. So I actually tested many months ago, versions of Teemo that didn't play any other 2-drops. 0 2-drops and just Teemo, which obviously is a bit wonky. It was actually quite a good strategy. The problem with it is that 2-drops are just brilliant. Like, they're so efficient, you can go wide. Traveling Merchant's obviously very good with Mundo. Wouldn't play this without Mundo, right? Because you can just play the Teemo down. And obviously the Teemo you'd rather hide. But yeah, what does Tide Turner do? It scores you points. How do you win game of Riftbound? By scoring points. The card is absolutely absurd. I can't believe it's so cheap. I've got to say, it might be the most underappreciated card in the entire game. It's so underrated. I think it's just brilliant. People play it, but often they're playing like 2 copies. And I'm like, why? As you can see, it's very vanilla. It's like 3 copies of everything, right? And basically Gust and Retreat are down to 2 because I needed to fit scrap heaps in. Maybe I'll go down to 1 Retreat and play 3 Gust. Consult the Past, Firefly, I'm always playing 3. Ember Monk isn't that popular always. I think you could go down to 2 Ember Monks, but I think this card's great. It's also got nice synergy with my Windswept Hillock. I always call this the Whispering Hillock because it's the same, that's the name of the Gwent card. But yeah, the Windswept Hillock plus Ember Monk I think is cool. 6 might for 4 with no power cost. I think that's absolutely fantastic. Obviously 3. 2 Mundo, 3 is too many, but you put the 3rd on the sideboard. So in terms of the sideboard, I have another Gust and another Retreat. And this is not super tested, by the way, but this is like my vanilla version. Time Warp, I see a lot of people put in the main deck, but it's just too expensive to me. I just wouldn't want to have it in game 1. But I suppose that you could sol it in with the fact you're playing Zorn Warrens. It's a little bit less risky, but I don't know. What game do I come from? Gwent originally, Gwent the Witcher card game. Then I did Marvel Snap content, which was like obviously not competitive. But then the card game that I'm most associated with currently is Disney Lorcana. And then Madden Marauder, I have as a one-off. This card is so underrated. I love this card. This card's so good. It's like a worse Fight or Flight, but it's also like a card which wins you points. It's like a hybrid between Fight or Flight and Tide Turner. It's like usually not going to make the cut, but this is my vanilla version. And I put 3 Sneaky Deckhands in there because I think Sneaky Deckhand is like fine against Dazzling Aurora, but I would want to test this a bit more. I haven't really played against Dazzling Aurora in ages. But bear in mind, this is my vanilla milkshake, vanilla ice cream rather, Teemo deck. So no Sprite Mother asks Ben Elms. Yeah, that's correct. But I would actually want to play 3 copies of Sprite Mother in a Teemo deck. The problem is, the reason that I wasn't going to at the skirmish that I didn't end up going to is I only have 1 copy of this card. I have sworn by this card in Teemo for many a month. Defy hurts. I mean, sure, but how many defies can one man have? Right? You can't have unlimited defies, so I don't think it's that big a deal. The thing is that a blue deck with Teemo where you can pay 1 to draw 2 with Consult the Past, you're probably going to have more cards available in hand than a blue deck on average. A green deck, sorry. Like, so like, okay, you defy my Stupefy or Fight or Flight. It costs you a power, and we traded 1 card in hand each, but I have probably more cards available. So, I mean, sure, is Defy good? I mean, Defy is good. Of course it is, but I don't know if it matters that much. Maybe it does. But yeah, I love Blue Seal in Teemo. Finally, someone else talking about Man in Marauder. I think the card is broken. It's a fight or flight that can't be defied. Yes, it's a very good point. It can't be defied. Yeah, the card's good. I've always liked the card a lot, I've got to say. Wouldn't play more than 2 copies. I think as a one-of in particular, it's brilliant. So bear in mind, in this version we were looking at, I had Scrap Heap in the main deck. So my like go-to sideboard for the Scrap Heaps would be Gust Retreat and 1 Madden Marauder. I'm not really convinced I would even think that the Sneaky Deckhand is good, by the way. Define the Consult. Sure, that's fine. So I spent 1 energy, you spend 1 energy and a power. Fine. And then I play another Consult or whatever. That is true, right? Like, Defy onto Consult the Past is good. That makes sense to me. Fair enough. That's interesting. Like I said, I haven't really played Teemo much recently. It was something I was playing beforehand. But yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, Defy on Consult is definitely extremely good. Is it like game losing? Probably not. It's definitely very good though. So yeah, the version of Teemo that I'd actually want to play is with Blue Seals. For me, this is kind of like a 0 card or 3. Right, you either play none or you play 3 because you just want consistency. Because Seals, what they do, if we look at blue power cost cards, it really changes the way that you can play the game. Suddenly you can start analyzing cards quite differently, right? So for example, Sprite Mother, you would play 3 of. You'd play 3 singularities. You'd probably even play 1 Rex. You play this and this, right? Like basically, what do you get? You get to play singularities and Sprite Mothers. It's pretty good, isn't it? So it's going to be tighter. It's going to be more difficult to fit everything. You're probably not going to be able to play Scrap Heaps, for example, I would wager. But yeah, this is basically the approach that I would... well, it is the approach that I was playing for a very long time. The problem with this is like Gusts and Retreats. These are the kinds of cards and Scrap Heaps that you're probably not going to be able to easily fit. I have a feeling you could cut the Ravenbloom student a bit. Because, yeah, this before like Dr. Mundo was like something on my radar. It was a lot easier to fit everything. But the Dr. Mundo package is actually a lot of cards, right? Because not only are you adding Dr. Mundo, but you're also adding the Titanners, which I don't think you would play otherwise. So yeah, you're probably like looking at something like this, including sideboard, you're at 50 cards. So you're not a million miles away, right? But like this is the main deck plus sideboard. So like a lot of cards that you would be, and okay, it's actually closer to like this. Right, so like as soon as you add the Blue Seals in, you're gonna have to make some cuts. I'm not planning to play Annie. Should I sell her proving grounds this weekend? This weekend? I don't know. I think that she probably does well. I think she'll. I think she's maybe. I would even be more tempted to say Annie wins the whole thing than Teemo. But I'm going to stick with Teemo. Teemo's my boy. Don't like Sneaky in Deckhand? Yeah, Sprite Mother's really good, but I don't think I would recommend Sprite Mother unless you play the Seal of Insight. And if you do play Seal of Insight, then you can bring in Singularities as well, which is an outstanding card. Oh, also, I played like flipping this Victor. Someone mentions Victor. I really like this Victor as well. It's like a one-of with a Blue Seal. It's a cool card. But yeah, I don't know about Blue Seals. It's like it's definitely extremely good, but you do have to make some cuts. So what would you do? Like, card like Madden Marauder's not going to really make it. I don't even know if I rate Time Warp that much. But you could obviously, I mean, actually it makes the Time Warp better because it's more likely you can get to it. So you probably want to keep the Time Warp in there, whether it's on the sideboard or not, right? But basically we would need to get down to what, 48 cards total? So we're at 53. You're not like a million miles away already, right? Cut a Gust, cut a Retreat, cut maybe a Student. I actually think the Students are quite cuttable, believe it or not, even though they're good. So like something like this across the main deck plus sideboard. But then what would you sideboard? Well, 1, 2, probably 3, maybe 4, maybe 5. Quite hard, right? Do I think you need to play Singularity? Yeah, maybe. It's a great card. Again, I have the one that I had... built where I had Sneaky Deckhand on the sideboard, I'm not really convinced that it would be good there. And yeah, I was looking at Singularity on the sideboard for that as well. Do you do Victor deck analysis? Not really. I haven't really played much Victor, so I don't think that I should say too much. One thing that I will say about Victor, that I did build one for my friend. Probably I saved it. This is caffeinated, by the way, at 6 p.m. because it's going to be a long old stream today, guys. It is going to be a long old stream, so I appreciate you being here. So my only hot takes are Victor. I mean, it's not a very big hot take to use Seal of Unity. It's just good in it. I think my hot take is in the one drop department, which is I wouldn't really think that I would want to play the one that's like the Last Century, whatever it's called. The one might guy that has the definite ability to draw a card. I mean, it's fine, you can play it. I just think that the others are better. I think that like these other 2 drops are all outstanding. I actually have a feeling I would cut the Ravenbloom Student in a blue Seal deck, which sounds kind of horrible, to be honest. I'll play Seal for Leona. I've got to say, Baylor, I don't have a clue. I haven't touched Leona. What set 1 champ do you think got the most support? That's a great question. That's actually another thing I wanted to do today and tomorrow, sort of while there's downtime in between rounds, is start really evaluating the Spirit Forge set. Because I want to make some videos on that next week. Doing like set review type stuff. So having some discussion with you guys about that would be good. Because yeah, like now that the game's out fully, I want to get better. I want to make sure that I'm building you guys the best decks. I want to make sure that when I'm posting a deck guide, there aren't 4 comments saying, oh my God, this is the worst deck I've ever seen. That's definitely not what my regular viewers expect from me. They expect high quality decks, and I definitely want to be making sure I bring that. So having these kinds of discussions and hangouts with you is like going to be super valuable for me to get better and help recognize some cards I'm maybe missing and under evaluating, blah, 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 and just get better altogether. So I'm very excited to look at the decks. But yeah, that's my only, this is like the Victor deck I threw together basically. Yellow Seal. I'm not really sure about the Darius, but it's kind of a cute idea. This card's great. This card's so good. Like Grand Stratagem is a pop-off card. I played against my friend who was playing this deck. I don't know if he had the exact version, but I built it for him. And then he queued into me at locals yesterday and he almost cooked me with this. If he had a second, poof. But yeah, that's a rough take on that. I've got a Lee Sin deck as well. Guys, talk to me about Lee Sin, because there's like this one card in Lee Sin, right? And don't worry, we're not missing anything. It's just learn to play stuff. Lee Sin, right? I think it's better than people realise. It's just a little bit, it's not doing much. But you can win pretty quickly. Like, ignore the sideboard. This was just a sideboard for filming a video. Because I filmed the deck guide for this already. But this card, also this card, and this card. Like, green just has good stuff, right? We know that. Bam, bam, bam. But honestly, so does orange. For like basically, if you're building Lee Sin, the logic of this deck build is like, okay, why would you ever play this and not play Master Yi? And the answer is, well, if you want to be a bit quicker, this has a better quick champion, right? Arguably, because the Lee Sin one costs 7 and a power. It's not a huge difference. But also, like, Lee Sin is just like expensive. Like, basically my logic was, all right, well, we probably want to do it on a budget. If you're playing Lee Sin, it's probably because you're wanting to play a cheap deck, right? So let's keep it cheap, which also means don't put big guys in it, right? But also, I think that makes sense that like the expensive Lee Sin decks are all playing like Deadbloom Predator, for example, right? Sorry, all the expensive Master Yi decks. Like the Master Yi decks all play Deadbloom Predator, like the optimized ones that I've seen. Even like the mid-rangey ones, they're usually like got big top end. So it's like, okay, well, if we're playing Lee Sin and we're not playing Master Yi, it's about being quick. And this deck has so much tempo. This card's crazy. This card's extremely good. And it's in the starter deck. I played Lee Sin starter deck at my release weekend here in Berlin. I went 4-0 or 5-0. Don't remember how many rounds it was. The deck felt brilliant. Felt so good. Love First Mate. Love Charm. I would sideboard this card out quite quickly, but it's good with this. Like I'm, as you see, I have a lot of 2-drop still. I don't even know if I liked this card in this deck that much. It's a bit too slow, but it's probably fine. But there's a card I wanted to ask you guys about in Lee Sin, which is this weird gear, which I took out basically in the starter deck tournament. We also got a few entry packs, and we were allowed to add those into it as well. And I literally took this out of my starter deck. There was one copy of it in, and I took it out. It's like, I evaluated it. It's like, yeah, I think it's not very good. But I did want to ask Lee Sin players, after Yasuo players roasted my deck, if I'd done a stream like this and showed Yasuo players my deck, they could have roasted me in Twitch chat, and then I could have like tested what they're saying before I posted my video, right? So before I post my Lee Sin video, Lee Sin players, is Mistfall bad? I think it's bad, but it's kind of interesting, right? When you buff a friendly unit, you may pay a power and exhaust this to ready it. It just seems a little bit like slow. Yeah, it's bad. It can't be good, right? This card could be good if you could cheat this out, which I think there's synergy potentially with next set, right? If you could cheat this out, it could actually be fine. But think about it, right? You pay 3 for this, you pay 1 to buff something with Lee Sin, and then you pay a power to ready something, but you're spending a whole turn playing a gear. So there's anti-synergy there, right? Like, cards coming in ready is like an aggressive move, but you're taking a whole turn off in the early game to play this very mediocre gear. There's no way it's good, right? There's no way it's good. I just wanted to double check. All right, guys, let's get the audio levels popping. That's max. Do you think that's going to be loud enough? Because I can fiddle with some more settings. If not, I'm not on my PC. Well, my PC's still in blooming England. That's loud, right? And I can turn the monitor down. So what I should do, turn up max here. Hello. How are you? Pardon? With the feeder? Do you have any plans? Probably if Riot. I'd be surprised if they didn't. It's probably too loud right now, isn't it? When the show starts though, I will be more quiet, particularly to begin with. The most quiet I'm going to be over these 2 days is going to be right at the start, because I'm extremely interested in just feeling out the vibe of it all. I'm extremely interested. I'm guessing this USB-C is a charger phone. Is this going to break my phone? Get in. Lee Sin deck is built around this in arena bar. Nice one. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, I think that sounds cool. I can definitely see it with more synergies, for example. But I think it makes sense that if you've got that, you've got like a deck with like Udyr and stuff. I think that sounds like a cool deck. I think it's a card worth building a deck around. But I also think the deck's probably better like the way I built it, which is just like tempo aggro. Basically, if you're playing on a budget in Riftbound, you need to win quickly. That is the general rule. I do want to play some more of the Lee Sin deck. I'm going to post a video guide on it. I already recorded it actually. But maybe I have a bit of a rethink about how I'm presenting these, because the Annie one, I'm a bit worried about the audio here. The Annie one was such a stinker. Worst performing video I've posted in years. That is what it is. The Yasuo one did well, even though the comments were roasting me. I'll do a follow-up Yasuo one. I definitely want to revisit it. We'll also like take a look. Oh yeah, we've got the cats eating in shot. 4 cats, guys. It's absolute chaos. But it's also so much fun. Did you see that Everton won 3-0? Up the toffees, mate. Yeah, nice one, Freelo. Maybe take a look at this Lee Sin deck I built as well. Basically, it's like, it's still extremely cheap. It's peanuts, mate. I think it's really solid. There's some cards in this deck I really like. I really like First Mate. I really like Shaman, which is like quite a unique card to this. Challenge and Carnivorous Snapvine are great. And yeah, I just tried to build it very aggressive. Probably more Sabotage could be good too. I really like this card too. All right, here we go. Here we go. Only 350 so far. I imagine the YouTube stream has more. I still like. I'm quite disappointed that Lorcana doesn't stream to YouTube. It seems like such a free. All right, I'm gonna mute myself while we enjoy. Let's go.
It's finally here. Hello, Riftbounders from across the world. Welcome to Houston, Texas for the first ever English regional qualifier for Riftbound. And I'll be your guide this weekend through the tour of competitive Riftbound here in Houston, Texas, where almost 1,300 players will be competing for $25,000 worth of prizing, exclusive promos, and of course, the coveted metallic Best of Legends. So lock in and get ready for the falling stars, well-disciplined units, and the brightest dazzling auroras you've ever seen here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifier.
Over 1,000 players have descended upon Houston, Texas for the first regional qualifier for the English language out here in the West. I'm Casanova, joined by Frank Scarron for the call on the first few rounds of today. And Frank, what are you looking for in this very first qualifier that we've got?
Yeah, hey Cass, super excited to be here. I mean, I'm mostly just looking to see some great games of Riftbound. Kind of want to see how this meta's been developing. You know, there's a lot of cool decks out there, a couple decks maybe stronger than others, but I think people are really starting to adapt, and I'm just excited to see what people bring to the table and what people have cooked up.
Yeah, of course. Like, when we looked at the Chinese events, we saw a lot of Kaiser and Yi domination, but even in the first few kind of smaller events that we've had in the West, we've had some Annie in set resurgence to join that Kaiser and Yi. And I'm wondering, are there any other decks that you're on the lookout that maybe, hey, we haven't seen that big success yet, but might have their breakout performance here in Houston?
Yeah, so, you know, I'm actually a really big fan of Teemo. I think that he's, like, you know, a little sleeper. I know we had, like, Prismaticism over in Vegas, had a really good showing with Teemo, and I think the deck just has a ton of play to it. There are kind of things you can do to adapt against the meta. You know, Mundo is a really great answer to Kaiser. If you kind of just reach a stage in the game where he's big enough, they just can't deal with it. And, yeah, I'm just really excited to see the next evolution of that deck and maybe see it make a deep run again here.
Yeah, I think the big one that, you know, we mentioned how Annie had that good run, but it's been that big surge in the West of Annie being this really, really kind of dominant force. And it feels very interesting that when we walk around the room, there's a lot of Kaiser, as expected. But then you would think, oh, a lot of Yi. But really, what I've been seeing personally when I'm walking around is more Annie than Yi even, which is quite surprising. And also way less Victor than we had seen, you know, with the Chinese tournaments. And I'm wondering, do you think Victor, just that conversion rate in China affected a lot of players' mindsets here? Or do you think maybe just in general it's slowly fallen out of popularity?
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. I think Victor definitely kind of started out a little more hype. You know, people were maybe coming from other games were like, oh, this is like my typical control deck. I'm going to play a lot of removal. I'm going to draw a lot of cards. And people are sort of starting to learn that Riftbound is maybe a little more tempo-driven than other card games they might be used to. And it's really interesting with Annie, because I do feel like Annie first started to rise as like a Kaiser counter. Yeah. And then people are sort of like, wait, this deck's kind of just great. It's not just a Kaiser answer. It's a deck that's going to let me get on the table, score some points, and really put anyone in a pinch.
Yeah, there's been these like new sideboard options, because previously I think one of the big gatekeepers of Annie was Master Yi, but we've seen a lot more of these sideboarded rebukes and even mainboarded rebukes that have kind of helped that matchup quite a bit. And I've talked to a lot of the Annie players out on the floor, and they don't feel like they're unfavored into this Master Yi deck that has been kind of that gatekeeper. We had this meta where it was like Kaiser gatekeeps some decks, but then the decks that maybe could sneak in get gatekept by Yi, and we just don't have that here.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I think the real kind of like heart and soul of the Annie deck is the Vi, Ride the Wind combo. And at some point, you're just going to have so many stats that even Yi with, the defensive stats from the legend, you're just going to go over the top of them. And if they don't have the counter for the ride the wind, you're just going to end the game in a way that they really just can't handle. So I think that's the real strength is Annie has that sort of explosive early game. I'm going to cheese out some points, and then this really robust sort of two-card combination. And, they have so much filtering that they're going to find it against you eventually.
And that's the really funny thing. We start to have this meta develop, and then I wonder if there's anybody on that kind of like level 3 where now, hey, Annie's so popular in the room, maybe I need to find a deck that's order so that I've got, the Hidden Blade to kind of answer this Vi Ride the Wind, and that's where the Victor comes back around, or maybe Darius shows up, or even the set that had found some success maybe has a little bit more room to play.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's one thing that I've really been impressed with by players is like, it's only one set, it's not a ton of cards out right now, but players have really been able to kind of like adapt and just keep taking that meta one step forward and one step forward, and that's really awesome to see. But one thing I do want to make sure we don't forget to mention is like, yes, people are trying to beat Kaiser, but Kaiser is still pretty great.
Yeah,
there's going to be a lot of Kaisers out there.
There will be a lot of Kaisers. I'm looking forward to seeing how the different Kaisers have decided to tech their deck. We saw a lot of players leaning towards this triple Rain strategy, but I've also seen other players go for 0 main deck Rain. They'll still have some on the side, but 0 main deck Rain versus 3 main deck Rain. And both of these players, both of these groups of Kaisers are saying, yeah, I think this is better for the mirror. Someone has to be wrong, right?
Yeah, no, it's really interesting. I've got like a lot of friends in the community, and like a lot of them are on Kaiser, and I walk around, I talk to them, and like the first person will be like, Time Warp's broken, you guys gotta ban it, it's the best card in the game, it crushes the Kaiser mirror, and then I'll go to the next person and I'll be like, Time Warp's unplayable, I don't know what all these other Kaisers are doing, and it's gonna be interesting to see the theologies crash.
Well, we will see who is right as the day progresses, but reminder that these players are playing for a prize pool of $25,000, with first place taking home that lion's share, that $6,000, as well as the champion prize card of this Misfortune Buccaneer with that prestige treatment. It looks beautiful. They're also going to take home that playmat, and top 8 still getting that foil, that top 8 card. It is so prestigious to be able to grab one of these.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing that I'm really excited about is kind of the best of Metal Legends, that the people with each legend who does the best with each is going to get this really special prize tailored just to them. And, I think that's really cool because it incentivizes people to maybe play some of the less popular decks so they can go after that really unique prize.
Yeah, everybody's kind of got their favorites. And also, a great place to play your favorite regardless of the stakes is at your Nexus Nights locally. You should go and check out if you've got a game store running Nexus Nights every single week at locator.riftbound.uvsgames.com/events, where you can jump in the action and start playing some Riftbound with your locals. And if you want to take things a step further, you can see if you have any summoner skirmishes around. That can get you a round 1 buy at a regional qualifier just like this one. Go check out uvsgames.com/riftbound-organize-play in order to find out more about the summoner's skirmish. Frank, this is a great way for players to jump in. They can try and earn these round 1 buys. We saw a lot of players out there already with their round 1 buys happy to be like, you know what? I don't need to win 7 rounds today. I only need to win 6.
Yeah, for sure, Cass. I mean, I think it's just pretty great. Local stores really are the lifeblood of any trading card game, and, that's where you go, you find your community, you start to figure out what type of player you are, and, you can really just, like, take slow steps up until you're ready for the big stage. Maybe you get that buy, and it convinces you to come out and play in a great event like this.
All right, well, we talked about a lot of different decks, but one that we didn't mention was Leona. However, luckily, I got to catch up with Frodan and talk to him a little bit about the deck he decided to bring. I'm here with Frodan at the Houston Regional Qualifier. Dan, can you go ahead and introduce the audience yourself for anybody who maybe doesn't know where they know you from?
Yeah, my name is Frodan. I am a TFT content creator, streamer, and I used to be a commentator. I actually used to cast TFT main broadcast events with Casanova once upon a time, but these days I'm sort of a washed-up dad gamer playing some strategy games.
All right, well, speaking of, what deck have you decided to bring to the regional qualifier, and why did you decide on it?
I decided to bring Leona. I think Leona's been one of my favorite champions in League for a long time, and I also find her play pattern really fun. I also want to go a little bit off meta. I think a lot of people are going to be playing Kaiser and Mastery, Annie, those kinds of decks. So I felt like I want to go a little bit against the grain. I'm a big proponent of trying to beat the meta, not necessarily just conform to it. So I'm going to try to roll the dice this weekend with Leona.
Look, as a Leona enjoyer, I'm excited to see that as well. But Dan, I also, we talked about TFT. We mentioned TFT. I got to ask, are there any transferable skills from TFT coming over into Riftbound?
Yeah, there's many transferable skills from TFT to Riftbound. If you view it both as strategy games where you have to kind of play around variance and manage risk versus reward, there's a ton of overlap. And perhaps the most important skill for TFT and card games is reading. That is something that most TFT players struggle with, but from time to time I like to finish my sentences. So I think that's going to be one of the most important transferable skills from TFT to Riftbound.
All right, Dan. Well, let's go ahead and take a quick look at your Leona list and see what you're bringing to the tournament. All right, I'm here with Frodan, and we're going to kind of talk a little bit about this Leona deck that you've brought to the Houston Regional Qualifier. Why don't you go ahead and just kind of break down a little bit of the overarching strategy for what you're looking to do?
Yeah, absolutely. So the main legend I play around is Radiant Dawn Leona, which is whenever you stun one or more enemy units, you get to buff a friendly unit. And from there, you get to leverage a bunch of buffs to either draw cards or just to attack. But the most important thing is stunning prevents that unit from dealing damage that turn, which allows you a lot of different combat trick potential, which is really fun. And to make matters even more complicated, Leona, this is the alternate version of her card, Leona Determined, whenever she attacks, gets to stun an enemy unit here. And so you basically are able to get those stuns a lot and actually trigger the buffs and then make your army really really powerful. And then to make matters even more complicated is once Leona gets to the battlefield, she also has a shield, so she can even hold the point a little bit better. And then you combine the fact with there's some yellow and green spells. Green spells are really good at small buffs. You're talking about like On Guard, you're talking about Discipline, maybe even a Defy to help protect her. It could be a very, very sticky champion to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look through some of the other kind of key pieces of this deck as to maybe that you're looking to buff or looking to kind of use to push onto these battlefields.
Yeah, so the first card that I love playing a lot is Solari Shieldbearer. When you play me, you stun a unit. And it's a pretty basic effect, but once you get Leona out, you can actually go for the Solari Shieldbearer to preemptively stun. And then if Leona attacks, that allows you to double stun and double buff. And leverage both of those to take down even the very pesky double holds. If you're going up against a Teemo deck that likes to hide cards, maybe go for the double, you actually have different ways you can manipulate that. So this is a really simple card, but a pretty big staple in the deck. And then, of course, one of the cards that I really like to play around as well is Set Kingpin. I think this is one of the departures from the usual Leona deck. I think a lot of people like to play like Fiora, for example, or some of the other 4-costs, but I really like Kingpin because I just think this card it's actually kind of broken, I think. Yeah. He has so much stats for 4, and if you have even a buff on set himself, he gets +1 for each buff friendly unit, that counts himself, so he goes up to a 7 might unit for 4 mana, and you have to recycle a power, but ultimately I think it's worthwhile.
Yeah, one stun gets him to 7. I think that ends up being really, really good. Well, I mean, this seems like a nice like core strategy. Just get a lot of really big stats out there, stun, so your opponent's units can't kind of trade back. What are some of the like ace in the hole cards, some of the spells that you may have to help deal with maybe threats that you can't deal with just stuns?
Yeah, the big one I think is the big reason why you want to play Leona is Zenith Blade. This is her signature spell that stuns an enemy at the battlefield, and then you get to move into that battlefield and challenge it for either a showdown. But the cool thing about Zenith Blade is that you have so many lateral movements as well. So let's say I attack Leona to battlefield 1, and I can use Zenith Blade. It's pretty expensive, but it's worthwhile. I can actually move this Leona to the other battlefield, and that's also a stun as well. So Leona can attack, she triggers her own stun, Zenith Blade stuns, and you have a lot of control. And here's the kicker. Zenith Blade is an action spell. Unlike something playing around Set, for example, Set's Showstopper, you have to play on your turn. Even though it's cheaper, you don't get to play on your opponent's turn. Zenith Blade has some really cool things that you can do because a lot of people traditionally think of trying to get Riftbound in points of 2, right? You got to go from like 6 to 8 points to double conquer and try to go for the win. But on your opponent's turn, if you're at 5 points, you can do some pretty tricky stuff having Leona Zenith Blade in and try to steal a point, and that puts you at the really crucial interval of being at 6 points to try to get the win. Yeah. And so I really like some of this interaction, and it's always really scary because if you leave 3 mana open, is it just for simple combat tricks like Defy and Discipline, or are they trying to Zenith Blade me? Or maybe I just didn't really have anything. So they kind of create a bunch of layers of mind games that just frustrate a lot of opponents.
Really cool bluffs opportunity, right? Yep, and then this sometimes just being 2 points because you get in, you steal their conquer, and then you hold because they don't have enough gas. Exactly, so it definitely makes a lot of sense. Well, let's talk a little bit. I know you have a couple sideboard cards here that you wanted to mention. Let's bring those out. Let's talk about what they're in the side for.
So one of the things about Leona is that if you stun, it stops them from doing damage, but you still have to present the might to actually kill them. So one card that's pretty problematic that I think is on a lot of people's mind is, can you deal with Mastery's big threats, or can you deal with Dr. Mundo and say like Teemo list? And so one of the important cards to play in yellow is that you have a lot of ability to just kill units. And I think Hidden Blade is really strong because there's also a couple of other hidden cards you like to work with Leona. I think hidden cards are pretty underrated with Leona. You have Zanya's, you have things like the Hidden Blade, and so working that into the sideboard to deal with big threats feels pretty good. The second card that I think is also pretty fun to play is the other version of Leona, which is Leona Zealot, which is a really good comeback card. If your opponent's within 3 points of winning, Leona gets to enter ready and immediately get to attack. And then when units are stunned, when enemy units are stunned, they get -8. So basically, they're going to go down to 1, and you get to have an opportunity to deal with the super big, chunky minions. Talking about the Deathboon Predator, the White Flame Protector, things like that. So you tech the Zealot in, and then you're able to kind of win back the battlefield and swing some of those really difficult, hard to kill beefy units.
All right, it looks like a cool list. I've been no stranger to being a Leona fan, so I'm really rooting for you to kind of bring this home with Leona.
Thanks.
But thanks for doing this deck tech with us, and Dan, good luck in the tournament.
Appreciate it.
It was great to hear from Dan about the Leona. I mean, as I said in the video, it is my favorite deck to play personally as well, Frank, and really cool to see his variation playing around the set Kingpin as like this big unit that he gets to really beef up with all these extra buffs from the stuns.
Yeah, no, it's really awesome. Dan seems like he's kind of a man with a plan on this one. You got to respect the, like, I'm not going to do what everyone else is doing. I think I maybe see a weakness in the meta, and he's just going to come catch people off guard.
Yeah, there are a lot of amazing Legends and Origins, but in fact, we've got even more Legends coming your way with Spirit Forge coming out early next year. Pre-orders should be available at your LGS already, or even online. You can find it very different LGSs across the country. You should be able to find some pre-orders for Spirit Forge, so go check it out, see if you can find a pre-order today and try and get Spirit Forge coming in. A lot of really cool Legends coming in. I'm personally really looking forward to Azir and Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited to see Spirit Forge in the hand of players. You know, we're getting gold, we're getting equipment, some really classic League of Legends game pieces, and I just think it's going to be really cool to actually see what it does to the meta.
A lot of fun. I mean, you know, we have a Kaiser dominant meta potentially now, but gear and permanent stats, that could change the math on a lot of these like backline access spells coming through.
For sure.
All right, but without further ado, we should have round 1 ready to go to get our first match of the Houston Regional Qualifier, and we got a treat. It's going to be T on Garen going up against Quincy on Yasuo to kick things off. So some off-the-beaten-path Legends to start our day.
Yeah, no, this is really exciting to see, you know, both players kind of taking a different take from what, you know, most might expect. I'm really interested in this Garen. I want to ask you, Cass, do you think this is like a, you know, a true Garen deck where it's like, I'm going to play recruits, I'm going to try to activate my legend, or you think this is what I would call dirty Garen, where it's like, I'm going to jam at Aurora and try to take home that medal?
I can tell you for a fact it is dirty Garen. I know T from from another card game we play. He's playing on Team PCG Invasion. This is a Flesh and Blood team. There's a lot of these guys that are at the event. Most of them are actually on Annie, but T decided, you know what, I would like to play for a metal card, and he specifically went in the Garen direction, and he put together an Aurora list. So it is going to be an Aurora Garen. No true Demacians here. This is a just 3 Auroras in a trench coat, and that trench coat happens to look like the Might of Demacia.
Yep, and you see that first turn mobilize. I think that confirms your theory, and it is indeed going to be an Aurora strategy.
Yeah, this is really cool, though. On the other side, we've got Yasuo. Stack Deck immediately finds a Nocturne, and I know you're a big fan of this card, Frank.
Yeah, you know, I love Nocturne. I think it's a real cool way to go with the Teemo deck, but it's awesome to see these Yasuo decks start to adapt it, and they're playing like Candlelit Sanctums, and you see the Stack Deck here. And hitting it on turn 1 off the Stack Deck, pretty powerful. You know, you might feel like,
you're right. The rune deck and the deck is on the same side. That is against the rules, guys. But it's not wrong on this side. Interesting. Thank you. So this Garen deck is playing Dazzling Aurora, right? Which is like, they call it Dirty Garen, which is cool. If you get the best result with any legend, like if you are the highest placed Garen, you're going to get like a significantly popping off Metal Garen card, which is like, I think, unique. Like it's not the same as the Metal Garens or the Metal legends you can get on the prize wall. So yeah, and obviously the Yasuo deck, it is playing Nocturne. It's got the green Yasuo as the legend, which is interesting. This is back Ali Bar, which is when a character moves from here, they get +1. And this one is Aspirant's Climb, which is like +1 to win the game. And yeah, also wanted to point out that the caster mentioned Flesh and Blood specifically, which is actually extremely interesting because most card game broadcasts, you wouldn't be encouraged, you'd be discouraged to mention other card games. So whether that was a slip of the tongue or whether that's actually something that Riot don't care if you mention other card games is something I wanted to point out. That's quite interesting.
Immediately move it in and get a conquer and score there. But on the other side, I think that Cull has bought enough time that if T's got this Aurora in hand, we see the Ursine come down. He's going to have the runes next turn to get there, while Quincy is only at 3 points.
For sure, yeah, I think the roles are gonna be pretty defined here. It's really gonna be on Quincy to do the best he can to score those early points, get in there, and just try to rack that score up so high that once the Aurora hits from T, that he's still gonna have a chance to close out the game before the inevitability overwhelms
told me I'm a donut.
Yeah, really cool. I love these kind of Yasuo lists that are playing around the Mask of Foresight. They have a lot of these kind of big units that get to utilize the +1 when attacking or defending alone, mostly within the Kayn or the Yasuo Remorseful, where Kayn, by not taking damage, just being able to beef up that might helps you deal with any of the bigger threats, whereas Yasuo gets that on-attack trigger, completely can blow out a lot of big breakpoints by having that additional point of might.
Yeah, for sure. At the end of the day in Riftbound, you only need to beat the other number by 1. So Yasuo is going to use all these little tricks, maybe some disciplines to try to just come over the edge of T's giant monsters once they start hitting the field.
All right, couple move triggers from the Traveling Merchant. Quincy's going to be able to filter this hand quite a bit to try and find.
They also discarded the Find Your Center ramp card. Interesting to see in the mix.
Move the Traveling Merchant back, and then just pay for Yasuo to move it back in and get those extra points.
Yeah, I think Quincy really just doing kind of exactly what we're saying here. He's getting his units in, he's scoring points.
They're also playing Mystic Poro, which is not a card I particularly like. It's got like a 7.5% average to hit Nocturne. I prefer Clockwork Keeper with the potential draw in the late game, maybe. I don't really like the Poro. I think it's very bad, but also, to be fair, this deck doesn't have many good 2-drops.
Him kind of shuffle the hand, and not only does he have the Aurora, but he has the Divine Judgment to follow it up.
Wow, that is a powerful combination, and yeah, no, it's cool because when they have the Aurora, T's going to get to play kind of the supercharged game other than the fair game of just play one big thing a turn and hope it's enough. But yeah, here we see the Aurora, and that's going to start just putting some big threats on the table.
Yeah, let's see what that first one is as he passes the turn. Here's the first trigger, just an Ursine. So maybe not the thing he was most excited to see, especially because that Divine Judgment's coming up. But realistically, yeah, you're going to deramp yourself, but you're going to have these 2 big bodies, and you're going to put Quincy on the other side on just 2 runes and 2 cards to try and deal with it.
Let's be
yeah,
honest.
no, there's a really interesting dynamic with the Aurora deck, so you kind of got to find that sweet spot of do I only want to play the insane flips, or do I want to play some of the more middle stuff so I have a more reasonable game plan in the games where I don't have Aurora or on the turns getting there. So, not the best hit that he could have put out, but, it's...
Yeah, I don't have a mix amp here, so the adjusting audio is probably a bit scuffed. Sorry, I'll try and get a good mix of it as we go on. Missed a point, should be 4. Interesting.
4 recycle cost, and really, you can't play that so effectively in this list. You need it to come off of the Aurora, so having some threats that you actually can play out is really helpful.
Here we see a accelerated Tasty Fey Folk coming to brawl with the Ursine. That extra stat from the Mask is going to push it over the top to be able to kill it cleanly and score a point.
All right, and there it goes. That's going to be a little annoying for T to actually be able to deal with straight away, because this turn really wants to be that Divine Judgment and then allow the Aurora to start kind of accruing that value. And that Ursine is a little too small. It can't actually deal with the Tasty at 7.
I did a video
the Mask playing both O and D here really just...
My strong belief is that anything like this should be on both players to track. There should just be mandatory triggers in this game. If a point scored, whether it's through Arena's greatest or in any way, it should just be scored retroactively as well if it's missed. But I don't know. I know there's Stream Table Judge. I'm not sure if anything was missed, but according to chat, it might have been.
Blade now, he's Quincy's going to draw 3 cards here. He draws 2 for the Hidden Blade, 1 for the Tasty, channel 2 runes, and now, boom, Divine Judgment is going to take that all away.
Yeah, this lines up really perfectly for T. Super heads-up play. You know, you'll see him, like, tapping the table. That's when you know, like, the gears are turning. He's doing some math, and he's like, can I do this? And he's like, oh, I can. This is going to be great for me. Oh, yeah, he's like, yeah, draw those extra cards.
Go ahead. Doesn't matter. Well, it can matter, right? You get more options to choose when this Divine Judgment is going to hit the table. He's just trying to figure out how legally to cast it as he's going through the big recycle.
Yeah, definitely Judgment.
Obviously, they're playing in this game. The Divine Judgment cooks them. It makes everyone, like, discard cards, get rid of runes, games giga over. Like, this is the thing about Dazzling Aurora when you play against it. If you're not within, like, a point of winning by the time Aurora drops, you probably already lost, right? You need to win, like, the turn after your opponent plays Dazzling Aurora. As soon as you're taking longer than that, you're probably just going to lose. And obviously, this isn't, like, it's not fair to judge Yasuo off one game. But I think you can already sort of start to see why I just don't think it's great. It's just like, I don't know. I just think it's like, it's a fun deck, it's a cool deck, but it's not the kind of deck that I would ever consider bringing to an event of this size.
Yeah, it is a big point lead. He's at the 4-1, but because we're on aspirants, it's not even on that point cadence that we talk about in this game all the time, where it's like, you know, 2, 4, 6, then 8, and try and score 2 points per turn to win the game. Here you've got to get to 9, so it breaks that math quite a bit. As Mountain Drake is going to be just that first thing coming out, and that is just a big 10-mite body.
Yeah, you know, Mountain Drake, it's not flashy, but it is sure huge, and it is going to be way bigger than anything I think Quincy's going to be able to get on the table here.
Yeah, and you know, I talked about Remorseful being a nice way that you can kind of use the spells and start to answer some of this. The problem is you go down to 2 runes with Divine Judgments, you actually need 2 more turns before you can actually even get to the Remorseful. I think a Mask is helpful.
It's definitely fair. I'm being a bit harsh, aren't I? Like, Dazzling Aurora is very, very tough to beat. I didn't catch who actually went first in this game. That can obviously have an impact on things. Although, because of the extra rune channel when going second is also like you're kind of getting Dazzling Aurora at quite a similar time. But Quincy is like, it's not like Quincy was close. Quincy is so far away from being even close to winning in this one, right? It's not like they got it close. And they hit a Nocturne turn 1. So it's quite surprising that the gap's this much. Chat maybe thinks that they missed a point at some point. And obviously this is the battlefield, which is increasing it to 9. They are still 5 points or 4, either way, miles away. Garen was first. Okay, interesting. But yeah, this is like a downside of these masks. Like, obviously, chat, my YouTube comments tell me I'm a troll for not playing them. But there is a like concern of playing these kind of cards and not going wide. Nocturne in hand's not ideal. Yeah, I actually don't think Nocturne's worth it in this Yasuo deck is the conclusion I've come to. With the fact that chat told me to put more like gear in the deck, like the masks and the Zona's Hourglass. I don't really think that you can play Nocturne. I also think the power cost of Nocturne is too high in this one because it delays getting your Cane and stuff like that down too much for my liking.
But yeah, T just, you know, moving his stats around, scoring points, and, you know, just like that, the point score has shifted.
Yeah, as T now having that massive lead, and it feels like, you know, double Mask Nocturne, while that does allow you to, you know, contest the Snap Vine, it's just going to really struggle to kind of keep pushing through. I wonder if the Harness Dragons are in here, because that's another thing that you get access to by being in order, that you get to just kind of rip that off the top and point at their unit and say goodbye, and that is really, really tough for a lot of players to be able to deal with. But we do see the Dead Bloom. We're seeing Dead Bloom, Drake, Snap Vine, Ursine. I'm wondering, you know, when I was talking to him yesterday, I saw some Ledros in there. I'm curious if that means there's no Harness Dragon, which would be, I think, interesting to me that, you know, because that's something that can come off and immediately impact the board, often that's a popular choice.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I would be surprised if he doesn't have it somewhere. Maybe he's got some in the sideboard for some of the bigger unit matchups. I will say one thing that I really respect from Quincy here is, you know, sometimes in spots like this, you'll just be like, oh, I'm demoralized, there's nothing I can do, I'm just going to concede. I think it's really great that Quincy's kind of sticking in here, especially because as you just saw when that Aurora triggered, T had to flip over like 15 cards, and that's really valuable information for Quincy to have for the rest of the match to kind of know what T's deck is going to be capable of.
It's a great call out. It really helps you when you go into the sideboarded rounds. If he's got any tech in the board that is maybe to target a different matchup, because I'm
problem
assuming
on this turn is that he doesn't actually have enough runes available to move the Yasuo in with the Yasuo leader. Yeah, and then this isn't called Vengeance. I need to get better with card names. Kill a unit at a battlefield, right? Yeah, like I say, this one's giga over, but it is of course a best of 3. It was a brutal first streamed game, but I'm enjoying it very much. The overlay's nice. Board's big. The board camera is a little fuzzy, to be honest. I feel like the board camera could be a bit better. It's not the best quality. That would be maybe the only thing I'm not too in love with about the stream so far. But in general, it's like the whole stream's a little bit fuzzy. Like these cameras are also quite fuzzy. But the board especially is quite fuzzy, if I'm honest. Like you can't read the card text here at all if you zoomed in.
On the board. We'll see if you can actually take this series down, though, as we'll get towards game 2. We'll see what the battlefield change-ups are. I'm curious about the Garen, because usually MF Aurora, you know, we get the Obelisk as maybe either a game 2 option where your opponent wants to be on the play, so you kind of get those 4 runes, or often it is Sigil of the Storm to try and slow down your opponent. I wonder if it'll be the same for Garen.
Yeah, no, that'll be interesting. And definitely, like, if you told me that I was going to come in here in the first game that I was going to see is a Garen Dazzling Aurora Masterclass, I probably wouldn't have believed you. But the thing that I'm really excited to see if Quincy has some options to kind of deal with that Aurora. You know, he could have acceptable losses, he could have fading memory.
What's also super awesome is the fact that we're even seeing this Garen deck at all is a symptom or a consequence of Riot's awesome tournament prizing decision to give a best of card to the best placing legend, right? So if you're like a pretty good player that's been playing a bit of Riftbound on the side, but you haven't been like able to fully grind it, or you're like a pretty good player but you haven't really played at any major events before, you have like such a cool prize to work towards. And we wouldn't have like such a variety to see on stream, and also just variety to play. Like variety is just good for everyone. It makes the game more interesting, right?
Look at those top 2 cards, you can put them either top or the bottom from there, and then the Obelisk, of course, from T, so it is kind of similar to that Aurora MF. He is going to go up to those initial big 4 runes, and we'll see if the Catalyst is there.
Yeah, definitely one of the things I really love about Nocturne is just like you conquer that Sanctum, and it's just such a sweat. You just peel 1 card, 2 card, and you're like, is Nocturne there? And sometimes you just get to put a 4 Might into play.
There is that Catalyst for T. Everything coming up T in this initial series. I didn't get a glimpse of the hand fully. I saw a Divine Judgment, but I did not catch if there was an Aurora or not in that hand. But that's the big question when you're on Obelisk, because he's on pace for that turn 3 Aurora, which is so devastating for any deck that's trying to play against this.
Yeah, for sure. Really, T kind of just living the dream right now. Cool. He's going second. The Obelisk is there to start him on 4 runes. Slams the Catalyst up to 6, and you know the Aurora is probably well on its way.
So we got the initial trigger from the Candlelit. Looks at the top 2. That looks like it's not a Nocturne, or we'd probably see that slammed rather quickly. He wants to just top or bottom these cards. It looks like 1 top, 1 bottom.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. We see the Mask of Foresight here for Quincy again, and although it did help him out in the first game, I'm curious.
Okay, everyone, I'm with my girlfriend Vanessa.
Hi.
Hi, chat. Vanessa, what deck do you think is going to win this tournament?
Oh, that's a good question. I think it's either gonna be Annie, because I'm an Annie simp and I love the deck, or probably Kaiser.
I've gone for Teemo or Annie. They're my top 2.
As this time, Aurora's missed, but this is just a Dead Bloom that's going to come out and slow down the game quite a bit for T.
Right, and yeah, that's kind of the interesting dynamic that Quincy's got to keep his eye on, because, you know, if he like overboards and puts in like 6 things to kill gear, all of a sudden maybe he's just going to get run over by dead blooms that he doesn't actually have an answer for and have a handful of gear removal.
Yeah, and we see top 2 from Candlelit, and he's just going to put both at the bottom. It was a Divine Judgment and a Hidden Blade, and I think T, seeing as how he played this dead
I was muted. Sorry, guys. All the Yasuo players that are on my YouTube comments going, "Oh, bro, you play too many 2-drops." Yeah, this is why. You need to go wide with this deck. You can't win if you just play gear and not many 2-drops. Like, how is this deck ever going to compete unless you go wide and gain lots of points quickly? Like, it's just not. So I'm sorry, Yasuo players, but I think the deck is bad. It's fun, though. I like it. What do you think about Yasuo? Do you think it's a good deck?
Me?
Yeah. Well, who else?
Maybe chat, I don't know. No, I don't like it either.
It's fun.
It's a little slow.
Yeah, it's a bit like, it's cool. It's just missing a bit of something, right? It needs like some more aggro tools, or it needs some like top end finisher. Like it has Kayn, which is super cool in like the mid game. But like against these greedier decks like Kaiser and Dazzling Aurora, you can't really compete that much. You're not really quick enough. Oh, Judge Caller, hello.
Need a little 2 extra cards to push things off.
All right, looks like a quick judge question for
Judge
T.
call.
Stepping away there, trying to figure out the rules. I do like when the players are doing this. The game is still, you know, relatively new. A lot of people are pretty comfortable with the rules, but there's still some edge cases that people are.
They probably should also pan away during a judge call. That's like usually common practice. I don't hate that they're not. It's just interesting to see the differences, right? Like I'm muted. I'm so bad at this audio. Sorry guys, I'm not on my usual computer. But yeah, usually at this point when there's a judge call in Digital Arcana on official streams, you would cut away. It's also the same in Star Wars Unlimited events that I've casted. So it's quite interesting that you can actually see the judge call happening. That's not super orthodox. I don't mind it, but it's just interesting to point out these differences compared with other broadcasts that I've been involved in myself.
We know the Divine Judgment's in hand. He's got some spells. It really feels like an option between
keeping
up most of your runes, if not all of them, to just kind of deal with whatever Quincy wants to do. And maybe it's just slamming Garen and actually just saying, you know what, 5 might, you know, he also has Assault 2 and Shield 2. So kind of a pseudo 7 might unit, just a little
What do you guys think it was?
That you can just kind of get on the board. And at a certain point, when you've got a Dead Bloom, you've got a decent position, just getting more might on the field might be enough to actually kind of push you over the edge and actually score enough, as already this early game, even without the Aurora, has been relatively successful in keeping Quincy off of points.
Yeah, you know, I think if you just showed me this matching back, even I knew nothing about Riftbound, I'd be like, wow, this Garen deck is broken. So it's been really cool to see that level of power come. And I think I saw a peek of a Cult of Weak in T's hand, which is interesting because I imagine a lot of the time he wants to play that when he has no units.
It does not.
Because, you know, right?
That was a good one, right? Huh?
All right, so it looks like you have an Ursine in hand, so preferable to playing the Garen from the champ zone. You actually get to ramp a rune as well. And you're going to have that tank keyword, which is quite nice. And it looks like maybe just hiding the Hidden Blade. So says, you know what? This Dead Bloom's not moving. This is going to stay here all game. And unless you've got a way to kind of move it away, that what I will say is this a little soft to something like a Charm. Being able to try and get that Dead Bloom off.
Guys, maybe we do this. How's this? Where like you can still hear the stream, but I can talk over it. Does that
for sure. For
is that better? Do you think, or is it still a bit much?
When you hide it at a battlefield, you can now only use it at things at that battlefield. So if a Charm came out here, I kind of agree. I don't think he'd be like,
also,
okay, I'm
I need a
Dead
haircut.
Bloom to draw 2 cards. You know, that would be a
better
tempo loss for T. But you know, he wanted to get it.
Do you think we should turn the stream down a bit more, or is that about spot on?
This will be good. I think Quincy, it's
hey,
possible
good to see you.
has a defy. I didn't see it in hand, but I think going with this
Yeah.
line, hey, this order
The Garen player is playing Dazzling Aurora
as a 9 might.
Because the best performing player with each legend gets like a unique
we'll see if
prize.
it's actually there as that Hidden Blade gets cast, and there's the defy.
There it is. Great call, Cass. Yeah, I mean, I think.
So they're just playing a Giga Chad Garen, but just putting Dazzling Aurora.
You're probably not, you know, going
Can't
in
go
there
wrong.
just being like, oh,
There was some set Dazzling Aurora decks doing the rounds for a while.
Few things it could be.
That's good. Cool. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you being
Still
here.
A lot of runes available for Quincy as he does get this Conquer, and he will get to take a look at the top. Looks like it is going to be the Vision Poro and a Mask on the top of the deck for Quincy, and we see once again, it looked like he went top 1, bottom 1. I'm surprised he actually kept either of those cards.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So Quincy is at 2 points. Dazzling Aurora isn't down yet, though.
I just want extra peaks at Nocturne.
Yeah.
You think maybe the Vision Poro, you're like,
Harry Kane comes in.
To do that, but when you have that extra chance to hit Nocturne,
What football team does Harry Kane play for?
Makes a lot of sense as we do finally see one of the big.
I told you earlier.
Did you? Is it
Usually,
Everton?
no. Is actually the main carry for this deck, and then Remorseful
yeah.
is just the secondary option.
So this guy's called Kane. The England captain is called Harry Kane. So naturally, I call this guy Kane. And there's a great meme song about Harry Kane where it goes, "You just got caned. You just got caned. You just got caned. Kind." And the best lyric in the whole song is it goes, "Yeah, your girl's called Chelsea, so I caned her too." So whenever I play this deck, you'll find me singing this song.
Be willing to sacrifice a unit in order to deal with that.
Vanessa, there's a question for you. Raven Gate asks, what would you play in this tournament to try and get that special card? So if you try to be like, you're not going to win the whole thing, but rather you just go to be the best player with a certain legend to get the special legend card. I know what your answer is, and it's the same as mine. Let's say it on 3. 1, 2, 3, Jinx.
I knew that's gonna come something, but I didn't know what you were going for.
I mean, trying to get the Annie is going to be extremely difficult. I'm not saying that you haven't got it in you, but I'm saying you have a much better chance of getting the Jinx.
Really?
Yeah, because way more people will play Annie. You have to beat all the other Annie players. There'll probably be an Annie player in the top 8. I don't think Annie is a good... I mean, Annie's a good answer, but it's not a very good strategy.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
I'm not an F1 fan, no.
Does kind of make these Fae folks
not really
threatening accelerate units, as that is going to get sent in. Though T, I think, does have
what's
a
happening tomorrow, though? I'm not up to date with it at
so
all.
it will come down to, does Quincy have yet another defy for that
so
last rune?
Tasty Furfake has Death Note, which means you channel
I was a bit of a masked doubter here.
2 runes, exhausted, and draw 1 card. It might be the other way around.
Matter at every moment. Even though he did eat the Hidden Blade here, he's gonna get a lot of cards and runes in compensation.
Draws up quite a few cards.
You're just too far behind here against
I was mentioning earlier where
I mean, the Roy's still not down, to be fair, but
on the board to just kind of crush that
guess they missed it. They must have missed it.
Reset the game if you're still
They've still got 7 available, so
an option, but this is a great kind of hedge against that by hiding a card from Quincy. He'll get to keep that. You get to keep your hidden cards.
So this deck, hidden cards, there's Fight or Flight and Tide Turner. There's also Ziona's Hourglass, which is that 2 cost gear, which is something that's going to die instead get rid of the Hourglass. Hiding Hourglass is the best use with it. Oh, look, it's there.
Yeah, and let's see, is that Blast of Power, which is just ripped off the top, and it looks like T says, you know what, Divine Judgment not needed. You got 1 guy. Blast of Power seems pretty good at dealing with 1 guy.
Oh, nice, bro. That sounds fun. I might have to watch that, to be honest.
No, it's a Fight or Flight. This could have been deployed in response to the Blast of Power because it was hidden and actually avoided losing that Tasty Fae, folks. I'm not sure.
Yeah, unfortunate for Quincy, not quite seeing the line there.
He didn't realize that he had that opportunity for counterplay.
Blast of Power is specifically at a battlefield, so Fight or Flight could have been used, and the card would have been protected.
And since Blast of Power is battlefield only, he could have gone for a back out there, but you know, definitely could see a world where he just wants the cards and the runes instead.
Yeah, and we'll see what the follow-up ends up being from Quincy.
Oh, you wouldn't get the Death Net ability.
5 points. He's going to move back the Earth Sign, recognizing, you know what? These Fae folk keep causing me a lot of problems with my 6-might units. I'm willing to sacrifice the Dragon for the looks on the Candlelit Sanctum and to score the point, but
Max
I wanna make
Verstappen,
sure
but
I've
the
got
race
a
is
little
different.
bit at the back row, safe, ready to go.
That's a Dave
I really
look.
like what T does here, where he's just keeping his hand face down on the table.
I like it
He's
too.
kind of just being like, yep, I got 2 cards, do what you're going to do. No ambiguity here.
It's a nice T-shirt on the left, is it? A nice purple
You know,
number.
there
I
is
just
the
wanted to
Fade
say,
Book
like,
in
the
hand once
overlay.
again.
Yeah, the
Looks like
overlay's
for
so good.
Quincy, so we may just see kind of a
It's
repeat
not wasting much
of
space,
what
is
we've
it?
seen time and
No,
time
it's
again
like
of
clean.
that
You've got
caster. Oh,
everything
okay,
you
that
need
was
to
a
know.
Yeah.
that was a trigger from
I
stack deck. Okay.
do
that's what
think
that
the
was. He was
camera
looking
for the
to see
board
what he can add to this
Could be
massive
better
hand.
though. I don't know, the whole stream is a bit fuzzy.
You mean like quality-wise?
Yeah, it might be Twitch, to be honest. It might be like their Twitch encoding settings. Are they partnered?
That's 2
No.
green runes going to the bottom. I'm gonna assume that's gonna be remorseful.
You know what? That's probably what it is.
Yeah, and that,
Because they're not
that attack
YouTube
trigger
partnered,
on Yasuo Remorseful
Twitch is
really,
probably
really
killing
kind
the
of helped him
stream.
fight
Look at
back
that, by
in.
the way, the
Let's see
difference
what
on
he came
Twitch
up
and
with.
YouTube.
That's 2 green runes going to the bottom.
We'll probably
I'm
get
gonna
a higher quality
assume that's gonna be
stream
remorseful
here.
hitting the board.
Yeah,
It
and
is
that,
a little
That
bit.
attack trigger on
can't
Yasuo
see it.
Remorseful,
Yeah, it's a bit
really,
better.
really threatening.
concern
He's
is
a little
YouTube
slow to
would
come
probably
out,
get
costs you a lot of
ads.
power, but you get what you paid for.
Is it really better though?
Very
Yeah, it's
potent.
definitely
Masks
better.
helping buff this up. Doesn't matter in this spot, right? 6
Not
would've gotten the job
significantly,
done,
but it is.
Do have that 7, which may come into play later on, especially if we can get a
Got a
second
feeling your
mask
eyes are
down.
tricking you, not
Then
gonna
you
lie.
can actually
No,
go even,
watch this.
you know,
Chat
in the
back me
deck.
up.
I was talking about the Ledros. If that ends up actually being in there, we haven't seen one yet, but having
more
that
and more
big
likely.
buff as
Yeah,
it does
okay.
start knocking off the candlelit.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. At
Yeah,
this
you
point,
can
like
see
he's
it
kind of dug through
Yeah,
so many
Twitch
cards. I was like,
encoding
man, did he
settings
take the
are not as
knockers
good when
out?
you're
Is
not a
that not what this
partner.
game is about? But here we find one later on, and you know the really fun thing about playing.
If I don't have
contenders is,
YouTube
like,
Premium, we
if
might
you
get
haven't
ads. When
seen
you're
one
streaming
yet,
on
every
Twitch, you
time
don't get
look,
Twitch
you're just
ads.
more and more likely.
Let me
You
try
actually
and
start
buy
to
YouTube
bank
Premium
on,
while
I'm
I'm.
gonna hit a knockdown
But
soon and
I think
swing
there's
the
an
tempo
issue
back
with
in
trying
my
to buy
favor.
YouTube Premium while I'm in
And now, you know,
Germany
this
for some
game's gone long
reason.
enough where T
You
kind
can
of
also
had
try
this
one
like
or
early
two.
advantage, but
Ooh.
the Aurora's still just not coming through. And now
better.
we're at the point where it's like, yeah,
3.5K on YouTube, by the way. 300 on Twitch.
Finally, I think Quincy has found his footing in this game.
I mean,
he's got, you know, a Yasuo on board.
it drives me crazy, to be honest, that some games don't do
So he's even
YouTube
insulated
streams
around
for
the
events.
Divine Judgment. He's got a
Such
really
a
great board for
missed
if it were
opportunity.
to happen. And he's got this fistful of cards that he can continue to enable the Yasuo.
Yeah, I don't think I would
We'll
not
watch this
expect
stream on
T to
YouTube.
fire
If
off
we
the
get hit
judgment
with an
here.
ad, we
I
can
don't
flip
think
to
this is kind of
Twitch
the
and we'll
game
work
state
out
you're
a
looking
fix.
for, but
There might not
we'll
be
see what he
ads
has
on
to
it. There
do,
might
'cause,
not
you
be
know,
running
sometimes
ads.
your options are thin, and he is
This is
running
probably
low on cards.
relatively
in
new
hand.
account.
Hasn't triggered that Garen legend yet, unfortunately.
No, see, that would have helped with the cards, right? if he could have gotten that off. But at this point,
Yeah, basically this
he's
is a
just
deck
looking-
without
he's
a
at 6
legend.
points,
This is
so
only
he's at
game
least,
2
you
as
know,
well,
approaching a
so.
win. So now the question is can you actually maybe look for a hold?
Who wins
even?
Battle of
He
the
is just gonna,
Sleeves?
you know, deploy Garen Rugged in the back row here, and then just Catalyst up to, I'm just going to be at max runes next turn. Hopefully,
I
he's
don't really
hoping to find
recognize
something
this,
to do with him.
like this
Oh,
pattern.
baby. Garen Rugged
I don't know
has
what it is.
hit the table.
Anyone know
It's
what
not
the
plan A,
sleeves
I
are here?
think, but-
Maybe
like
not
the
even
pink
plan
ones.
C.
Yeah, same.
Certainly plans D, C through F.
Hey, I mean, he could throw down with a Nocturne. He could take out a Nocturne if he's got it.
Hey, we said, you know, this Mask of Foresight makes these things 7. Well, guess what? Garen Rugged on offense, that's a 7 to try and get through the Yasuo. As a Mind Splitter is going to come down from Quincy, and that is going to allow this kind
Mind
of
Splitter's
look at the
popping
hand, grab one of those cards, and say goodbye, send it to the trash.
Mate,
Yeah,
I
he's,
tell you
know,
what,
really kinda just
this game
like,
ain't over.
Back T in a corner, take out all his
This card doesn't have
resources, and just
ganking,
make
but
sure
he
that
has
really no
enough
way out.
to
I
move
imagine
it
he's
back
probably thinking, how do I
and
lose
move
at
it
this
in,
point? Can I
and it
make
will
sure that he
be
can win
at
even if he manages
7,
to get an Aurora
and it
down
deals
at this
damage
stage of the game?
first, but Mind Splitter then
He
move
gets
in,
pushed
which
in
is
that
also
Mind
enough.
Splitter with
Is this a
the
6?
Yasuo legend ability, and that's going to
Bro,
be 8 going into
we're going to game
this
3, guys.
mask, which is
Dragon
massive.
Shield Art? Okay.
And now
We're
you
going to
need
game
reinforce
3!
with the Nocturne so that,
Can you believe it?
Garen can't
This
just
was
run
more
in
of
and
a,
at least
the
trade
Garen
Yasuo.
missed
So we'll see, it's
Dazzling
just
Aurora.
top deck
If they found
T.
Dazzling Aurora, this game was giga
Yeah,
over.
for sure. We talked about the
But they
Yasuo
didn't.
Legend's ability to kind
I
of
really
like
didn't
rush
think that
points
there
down
was a
early.
comeback
But
for
this is actually
the
where it
Yasuo
really
player.
can shine, is later in the game where you've got
The
a lot
Mind
of
Splitter
extra
here was
energy to
definitely
use,
nice.
and
Yeah.
then just getting to like manipulate that movement so much, and always like everything.
And this
is,
card's like
your
good.
hand is
Like,
immediately
this is what I'm saying. Like, this deck.
really hard to come back from.
Right, so
Ooh.
it is just going to be a dead bloom going
Big.
down. Is there an on guard for Quincy to
But it's an
deny
8.
this? There is.
Wow.
It was already an 8, and that's a scoop. We go to game 3. Let's
That's enough for
go.
T. We're going to take it to a third game here.
We love it.
So this time, you know, look, you get to see
Good
what
scoop
the
time
Gary deck
management
can
here
do
from T.
power level when it sees that Aurora, when it gets to see the Aurora Divine Judgment. There's not a lot of decks that can even manage that once that happens.
Of course, sideboarding's an
when it
option.
misses, this Garen deck really does struggle. It has
13
a
minutes for
lot of
last game.
difficulty trying to piece together these good
Stressful.
enough turns, and we see Quincy's able to punish.
It's enough.
I think,
For
like,
a
one of the
Dazzling
things with the
Aurora
Garen deck
matchup
seems
is
to
kind
really
of
struggle
somewhat
compared to,
linear.
like, the Misfortune Aurora
It's like,
variants, is, like,
score as
you
many
don't have
points
those
as quickly as
cards,
you
like,
can.
stacked deck that are gonna
Dreaming Tree
help
and
make sure you find it every game, and you're kind of just
Sigil of the
putting your hope in the
Storm.
heart of the cards.
What does
and
Sigil
hope
of the
that you
Storm
can
do?
just find it naturally.
And for this third and final game, we are going to Dreaming Tree for Yasuo. So when those on guards and disciplines are able to buff at least the first time per turn onto Quincy's cards, he's going to get to draw one. And then on the other side, it is Sigil of the Storm. So when Quincy's running in there to try and conquer in the early stages of the game, you are going to have to recycle a rune.
Right, recycle a room when you
And,
conquer.
you know,
Yeah, makes sense.
no immediate start from T. Quincy
But
gonna set things up a little
no
bit with a
ramp on
stacked deck,
2
and, see if
for
we'll have a
T.
unit to add to the
It's a
board.
big deal. Surely Quincy has a 2-drop. If Quincy doesn't have a 2-drop,
from T.
oh, the Nocturne!
That is a unit to add to the board.
Humongous.
All right.
Please tell me
And
if
it's
Quincy had a
interesting
2-drop, we
kind of
might be
saw
seeing
this
Quincy
start
do it.
Quincy in
But
the
also
first
here they don't
game,
even need it
and
that much.
then
Cause
really
the
wasn't able to leverage it
Yasuo!
as well
The
because Aurora came
Nocturne
down
saves the
quickly, but it'll be
day!
interesting to see
Spicy.
if,
You
You don't need a
T will
2-drop
be
if you hit the
around for a
Nocturne.
second time.
Yeah,
That's
and this
true.
time around, I didn't see
Oh, they
Aurora
didn't have
in
it either.
Quincy's
This
hand, but the
Nocturne,
same way he dealt with it last time
25%er, call the
is
week.
there. There is just
Having
a
to
week.
do a
Yeah,
power
I'm getting
cost on it
flashbacks,
though.
Kaz.
Oh yeah, question from Quincy there is, when I choose my Nocturne, do I draw for Dreaming Tree? And I believe the answer is no for that one.
The answer is no, yeah. So Call doesn't actually, the spell isn't choosing, it prompts the player to make a choice, and Dreaming Tree specifically says when you choose with a spell.
Adaptatron, anti-dazzling Aurora tech. Oh, unlucky Garen. Yasuo is proving me wrong. The Adaptatron, when it conquers, banishes, or destroys, or kills, I think is actually the correct word, kills a gear. The problem with Adaptatron is T can definitely remove it. The problem for T is they didn't find any flipping ramp made. They still haven't ramped.
You know, Adaptatron on the design team, we lovingly refer to it as French fry Merdinger. So, you know, just a real good guy to have on your side.
I love this card in
That is
Runeterra.
so good. As we do have this
Heimerdinger was my
pickup from
favorite
Quincy
deck.
on the stack deck. It looked like a pair of Mind
3
Splitters.
runes still
Wasn't sure what the
available
last
after the
card
stat
was.
deck.
It
No
looks like
Nocturne
I
in
think he's
sight.
keeping one of those splitters.
Obviously, you could see
I mean, that's
the
also gonna be good. You've got this fort, right? You've got the Adaptatron
Yasuo
down. And if T
Legend
can't deal with it
ability
in the
for
next few
2
turns, you just Mind Splitter
to
and
score
you take
some
the Aurora
points.
anyway, and you can have these different options in stopping the Garen from getting on.
I gotta say, this is
Sure,
a
definitely
big,
not the ideal
big
start
hill
for
to
T here,
climb
not really using his early
for
energy very well,
old
kinda no
T
board
here.
development, and
So
Quincy
you
doing
discard
his best to kind of
first.
capitalize on that and score some of those early points.
The move trigger goes first.
Yeah.
I think T's explaining
Looks like
that.
they're just clarifying that the move trigger needs to happen first, and then the conquer can come from there. So we'll see. There's just gonna be an on guard that gets
Then the
dumped,
conquer, so you recycle
a
and you
draw
score
card,
your point.
Then the recycle.
Please
Yep.
add the point. Thank you.
Yeah, I imagine
I guess it's
Quincy's
table
gotta be
judge. And
feeling
Adaptatron
pretty
comes
good about
through,
this one.
goes to 3.
Okay.
One available
With
that's
the,
not being
the
used,
Adaptatron
but
moving in,
also
though,
means
that does
on guard
open
could be
up
used as like a
maybe
combat
the
trick or something.
potential, for T to actually deal with this Adaptatron and then potentially from there be able to play out in Aurora. So
1,
we'll
2,
see if
3,
there is
4, 5,
removal
6,
in T's
7.
hand. I think there were blasts.
Still a turn away from
Honestly,
Aurora.
that's kind of worth it. Just say,
They're
you know
probably
what,
a
get rid of
fine
this
here.
Adaptatron.
They can't really afford to spend any power this turn
Yeah,
though,
there's a kind
which
of
they
interesting
just
dynamic
have
in Riftbound where a lot of
for the Garen.
removal
This means they
is,
can't Aurora next turn.
battlefield restricted. So you kinda
Garen,
have those spots where you have to choose, do I wanna
I
send my
don't
unit to the
actually know what it
battlefield,
does.
get that point, but then put it at risk of dying to some of these removal spells that it might be safe from if I'm in the base.
They go to
And
5.
Quincy making the call to really value the points here, which I think is pretty smart.
Production is a bit slow, to be honest.
Looking at this hand from T, I'm
On
still
what,
not seeing
the-
On the
Aurora. A
cards.
couple divine judgments.
Right, we're actually in the
a lot
way
of
of that. We should
early
maybe go to the
spells,
other
the ways
side.
that you can kind of deal with some of the other decks, but not a great way to deal with this. Is it is just going to be a mind
Where do we
splitter.
go?
Just take a look
Maybe
at the
here?
hand.
Over the
Not going to
original
see an Aurora,
qualifying.
but going to see a lot of
But
other
then we're a bit
options to
small.
deal with, and it might even just be something like the
Yeah.
Dead Bloom, just getting
can
rid of
cut
any units,
the
any
power on
way
the right
for
side,
T to
yeah.
actually meaningfully impact the board.
Yeah, whether Garen Rugged is plan B or C, I certainly don't think it's the first unit you want to add to the table. So T is
Garen
got
is
a bit of
Assault
a
2 and
clunky
Shield
draw
2. Thanks,
here,
Raven
but we're gonna
Gaze.
see if he's going to do anything about it.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
this
get
for
rid of the
Quincy,
Dead
just take
Bloom.
the
That's a
Dead Bloom and say,
huge
you know
hit.
what, your only unit right
Looks
now
like
is Garen.
Quincy's
That's
got it.
fine. These spells are
Yeah.
not that
It
threatening
looks like
to what I'm
Quincy's got
currently
it,
doing
to be honest.
It's interesting. I saw
The
a,
ramp
a
miss
building
from
in
T
T's hand there,
in game 3
and I'm
was a
thinking
real
about
deal
what
breaker.
that interacts with in Quincy's deck. I guess it's mainly looking for some protection against Yasuo.
Yeah.
Yasuo. Okay, Yasuo. Yasuo.
Probably what T was
Not
thinking. Maybe
Yasuo,
he doesn't have any other
Yasuo.
cards that
Not
feel
Yasu,
especially
Yasuo.
useful, and feels like, hey, maybe I can actually get like a pretty big.
It's so
surprise
difficult.
into Quincy, where he tries to send in this Yasuo, expecting it to just be free like it has been in the previous games, and I get to kind of just deny that away. With
Yeah, the moral of the story here is Nocturne is a good card, right?
Up from one energy, so they were like, it's probably not going to be on their radar. Because, you know, you're thinking like, oh, I'm chaos, I'm calm, I don't have damage. They're
25% Nocturne hit.
That can really catch you by surprise.
Definitely think that Garen was the favourite in this one, though. But fair play to Yasuo, Gamer, they got it done.
And you know, a pretty reasonable turnaround.
Well, it's not over yet. Look at that, Call of the Week. Oh my goodness, Joe Curley, stop talking and watch the power of Garen.
Right to the trash.
You don't draw a card for that either.
Unfortunately, with those recycled for T, he is now at 6 runes.
But this is where like Yasuo, like legend ability is actually good at this stage in the game when you have an abundance of runes. To be fair, there's enough runes to work with.
Yeah, now Quincy, he's like
tasty Faith Oak into the mix.
Knows there's no
it's not gonna be,
but he's got to feel that pressure of like, I just got to keep doing what I can, keep scoring points before the.
It's not a great play. This I would prefer to have seen like a cheap card played. I don't really like this play by Quincy. I would like to have seen this turn. Go for something cheap, move it in with the Yasuo ability, score a point, get to 6, threaten to win next turn. This tasty Faith Oak was like so good here for T. It just gives them a little bit longer to stay in the game. Because Quincy's only at 6 points now after this. And it gets killed.
And one great thing about Blast of Power, you can't defy that.
This is where you want to go wide.
Energy,
right? This is where you want to go wide.
So that gets right through a defy,
and Quincy instead just played like a guy. Admittedly, it's a guy that when it dies, it has death knell ability that's very strong. But I feel like we could have seen some more pressure applied in that previous turn. Maybe Quincy big brained it though, but I think it was too passive from Quincy the previous turn.
I thought I saw in Quincy's hand that
they scored the 6-point turn later. Maybe in the grand scheme of things, it's actually good. You just made the read they have to remove it, and then you're kind of fine with it. Because now you're at 6, again, the Nocturne is answer or lose, right? If you don't answer Nocturne, it's over.
You really never want to play your Nocturnes.
Pretty much guaranteed.
Getting to move him in immediately and then threaten that gank
now,
is actually like...
T needs the Aurora into Deadbloom this turn. That would be the Giga line, right? And there it is. There's the Aurora. Now, can they find the high roll into Deadbloom? They need to do something which can answer. They don't! It's GG! It's over! Game over.
Yep, Quincy readying up.
Because you're going to score 1 point for the Nocturne. Nocturne has the beautiful ganking ability. No runes available for T. It's GG. No re.
Looks like Quincy does have that rebuke. It is next to that defy.
Please.
Definitely going to have a great way to enter the future. Ends up playing the Kane. Does have the Yasuo to be able to just send that in.
Oh. It's asking. Didn't yeah, okay.
And there we go.
So because they didn't ready their Yasuo, can they not use it anymore?
Pick that up. So while Garen came out to a roaring start in game 1, could not find the Auroras in game 2 or
yeah, okay.
3, and
that's fine.
Jones
I'll leave it tapped. I moved my Nocturne in.
The first win of the Houston regional qualifiers.
Yeah, we really saw the full.
Well played to both players. Fun game. Big respect to the Garen gamer.
Beatable. The second game, it kind of played a mid-range plan and had a chance, and then the third game, it just imploded. But I guess that's the risk you sign up for when you bring Dazzling Garen.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I like having game
you're
design
going for
on
the metal card
so
is what
cool.
a lot of players are saying when they're bringing the Garen.
I casted with Steve Warner and Tim.
Hey, when I've got the great draw, I almost can't lose, right? I've got the Aurora, I've got the Divine Judgment. There's the other side of it, though, and not enough card draw to kind of rip through and find it. And that's the issue that we've seen out of Order and Body as the Aurora colors, and why Misfortune has been that successful. And you called out the stack deck earlier on.
Yeah, and really just Quincy kind of knew exactly what he had to do, put the pressure on, didn't give any T any time to dawdle and find those Auroras, and just, really boxed him out at the end there.
No, it's so cool they showcased the Garen. And also they would only be able to showcase the Garen if they had
a very special legend again. We've got a Volibear that we're going to have.
Ooh, Volibear. Yeah, Volibear is a cool deck to like this variety you're getting.
We'll talk a little bit more then. It may be Volibear. I know it's Volibear versus Kaiser, and we're getting into the second game of that match.
And we've got face
as it is going to be Florian Christian Logan. He's recently top-8'd the Flesh and Blood World Championship this year.
Another mention of Flesh and Blood specifically is interesting.
Vienna, Austria, to play some Volibear. He
Austria.
also wanted to go for that metal card.
From Vienna.
And he's going up against Rishi on the other side.
Malex, I
Yeah,
guess.
no, this will be an interesting.
See if I recognize it, because I've played Riftbound in
those,
Austria.
like, little less mainline legends.
I don't recognize him.
Bringing really big
I mean,
units
it
to the
doesn't have
table,
to
and
be
a lot
Vienna,
of
right?
Kaiser's
No, it said
removal
Vienna.
is damage based quite often, and it'll be
listen.
interesting to see if these, giant
But I mean, maybe
units
like
will be able to
that's
weather
just a
the storm.
generalization.
Yep, and we're
So,
starting out in
you're rooting for the
game
Austrian?
for the second match of the stream.
Yeah.
And it looks
Yeah,
like
makes sense.
Malik or Florin on the other side has picked up game 1 as Volibear against the Kaiser, so getting that first win.
Let's go, Volibear boy.
Well, interesting to
Volibear's a
see
really
how
fun deck.
this matchup will play in these post-board games here.
Yeah, the Ballista! I love the Ballista! Ballista comes in tapped, and it does 2 damage a
Yeah,
turn.
you can go to the other battlefield, but you can't go home.
Volibear's
And on the
such a cool
other
deck,
side,
mate.
which
And
we
look,
saw in that
Superman
last game,
Sleeves,
right? You
also,
can just
it's interesting.
targeting your own units with spells
I guess
to be
because
able
it's
to
like
draw
Riot's
power as well
own
the first
game,
time
their
per
own
turn.
IP, they kind of don't
kick things
care
off.
if people are
Our
using
Volibear
like
has got a
sleeves from
Ballista
other
to hit the
IPs, they
board
kind
to
of
help
don't
deal
care if
with some
people
of the
mention
early
other
threats.
card
Yeah, and
games.
that's when you know
Which is
you kinda
interesting,
made a nice,
because when you're
nice
working with
choice
like an
your deck when you
IP
play the Ballista
that's
and your
not
opponent's
yours,
like, "Can I read
right?
that?
Like
What is
Star
that?"
Wars,
And you're like, nice.
Wakana,
Catching
Prisoner of
them off
Wakana.
guard, all according to plan.
There would be like
It's
stricter
a
rules in
nice answer.
place
The thing
about
with
that sort of
Ballista
thing.
is a little slow, right? Because your opponent is going to score when they go in, but the Ballista helps you clean it up afterwards so they don't get those hold points. So it helps buy you a little bit of space for these Aurora decks where you need ways to deal with the early
And again,
game without
we're only
those
seeing decks like
being
Volibear,
units that
in
you
my
get to
opinion,
play.
or a
And
big
so,
reason we're seeing
Volibear
like
really likes
decks
to
like
have
Volibear and
these
Garen is
ballistas
because
come
of
in. So
Riot's
yes,
like
you have to let the
amazing
Straven
pricing
score,
concept,
but
which is to
since
give
Rishi has gone out
the
of
best
runes,
of
Ballista on
best
this next
performing
turn,
decks like
when,
really unique
Florin,
prizes.
untaps, it's
Like
just
for
gonna be,
example,
okay,
I played in
I'll
Milwaukee
awaken my
DLC
Ballista, and
recently.
I will exhaust
I
my
was almost
Ballista and
definitely
kill
the
someone.
highest
Yeah, interesting decision from Rishi
finishing
there.
Emerald
'cause,
Steel
he's gotta
player.
kind of, like,
Imagine if
weigh
I got
that,
like some.
do I want the point now?
Yeah.
Do I want
That'd
to
be
save
so
my
cool.
student, especially
Yeah,
on a card like
pretty
Student,
cool.
which
It'd
can
be
grow
so
its
cool.
might in
It's a cool
response to something
pricing
like
concept.
Ballista.
Yeah,
But
because
he's
Star
gonna
Wars
value
does
the
it, and
point
I
here,
really
which,
like it.
does make
Like
sense.
Star Wars
The Volibear
Unlimited,
deck is
you could
definitely
get
gonna be
like
more threatening in a
basically
longer game, and he's just
an
gonna see if he can
enchanted
put
or
the pressure on
like
and close it out
showcase
quick.
equivalent.
Yeah, very
If you're the
notable card
highest
for Rishi that we're
performing
seeing
player
in the
with
hand, the
your
Thermo Beam. So
leader,
we
Yeah.
know this
and the
is
Luke
an
Skywalker
Aurora
and the
deck,
Darth Vader ones were
for
particularly
Volibear on
sought
the other
after
side,
because you couldn't
but
get their
with also the
showcases in any
ballistas,
other
if
way
he does kinda
until
catch
Worlds.
an Aurora
So there was
and these
loads
two
of people
ballistas
playing
in
Luke
the Thermo
Skywalker
Beam,
and
'cause
Darth
that
Vader,
gets
even though they were both kind of
everything.
pants.
That's going to be massive for Rishi in this game, especially because
So we're seeing some
double
ramp.
ballista starts to threaten
It certainly
even
looks
Kaiser Survivor from
unsurprisingly
trying to
like a
run in and
dazzling
get those
Aurora
combos.
deck.
Yeah, Thermo Beam, it's expensive, but man, it is powerful. Cleans up every gear that is in play. And, the second Ballista, if I was on the Kaiser side, if I didn't have that Thermo Beam, I would probably be pretty worried because, there comes a point where, like, you just don't have units in that deck big enough to survive, or, many, big enough to survive multiple Ballistas.
And yeah, these dazzling Aurora decks is like the deck to play to like
just going to conquer
get this like best of is really cool because they're probably gonna be giga valuable, right?
But yeah, and also
Like honestly,
Mobilizer
the
from
unique,
Alex, so he's gonna
the
have
pricing
a little
for this
extra
event, right? The pricing for this event is like cash prizes, which is cool. There's like 25k cash prizes. There's like some other cool things. But honestly, probably mathematically, the most valuable prizes from this event are probably going to be these best of legends, particularly because this is like the first big event, right, in Western countries. Like imagine being the best performing Jinx player or best performing Ari player and having like this metal card, which only you have in the world. It's, to begin with, I'm sure more people will get them, but even then they're going to be pretty limited. I would imagine some of these cards are worth like, these metal cards, what would you say price? Give me a number, you go first. And I'll give you mine.
It's definitely
It's obviously going to depend
4
on the
digits.
legend. Definitely, yeah, I mean, it's going to be 5 digits. I think.
5 even.
Yeah, I would say so.
Crazy. I would have
I would
gone,
say
like, midfield.
I would say 10 bags.
Ooh.
10k.
Okay.
Probably minimum.
Crazy. I mean, I have no idea.
I mean, golden Mickey and Disney Arcana is like 8-9k at this point, and there's going to be 500 of those. But it's serialized. This, to begin with, I would say like the minimum I would expect to see any be worth is 10k. And probably something like an Ari or a Jinx, you're looking at like quite a lot. Diego, how is it that we've seen 50-minute games of round 1 and now we're seeing another 35 minutes? That is the power of editing technology. At physical card game tournaments, there's a lot of downtime, and in Riftbound, the overtime ruling or overtime plan takes a long time. So basically, rather than us having a be right back screen, we're getting as much gameplay as possible. So basically, one of them will be true live, and then the backup feature match will be recorded, and we're just jumping in with a recording of this, but the casters are seeing it for the first time. That's how I've done things for Star Wars Unlimited, and that's how I've also done stuff with some Disney kind of streams too. You have one game that's true live, and then another, like the backup match is recorded, and you can like jump in halfway through.
Letting those kind of iron ballistas run wild and do their thing, and now he's got a Dead Bloom to deal with.
And it looks like another piece of tech from the side of Rishi, the Mega Mech, has been drawn.
Mega Mech
just getting these bigger
is just
units
vanilla,
can
but
help
it's
you
pretty
deal
good.
with the Aurora decks of actually finding a way to
up on
fight
the football
through.
scores.
Helps your Stupefies actually be online, some of these other cards that you may be forced to actually keep in. And now you actually have a big option, but generally that can kind of help you close out the game and look for a big hold, whereas when you've only been able to score a few points early on, it can get a lot less value.
7 runes from Alex, which means
him sitting
Dazzling
on
Aurora could
that
come
thermal
through
beam.
next turn.
So
Kaiser is bad against Aurora
whatever it
because the only
does,
gear
it's
removal
immediately
available in the
got
colours is the thermal beam, which is this 5 cost gear,
it's not a lot of texture,
and 2 power, which is kill all gear. But obviously when there's 2 ballistas on the other side, it would be a lot better.
dangerous access to try to fight.
But you can't really play the thermal beam obviously until the Aurora actually comes through. So there's also an interesting thing that Malice could do is say, okay, if Big Rishi has the thermal beam right now, and I play my Dazzling Aurora, I know exactly what his next play is. So then what he could also do, even if he has Aurora, which I don't believe he does, you could actually just decide not to play the Dazzling Aurora at this moment in time and just like go for something else. Like I don't think you can afford the Volibear right now. But if you like make the read that your opponent's going to sideboard in Thermal Beam and your ballistas are actually quite valuable at this stage, because I don't know if ballistas have to be at a battlefield, I'm not sure. I feel like it doesn't.
But like with the Kaiser deck, you played a game removal in the deck?
It plays inside deck. This is game 2. We jumped in halfway through this one.
And he's thinking right now, I'm sure
yeah, usually it's just going to play it in the sideboard. I think there's actually a pretty strong argument to just play it in the main deck and then sideboard it out. To be honest, that'll probably be my approach. I've never really played much Kaiser. But I actually like the concept a lot of the time in games with sideboards. Like Star Wars is the main one that I have played, where you actually, I like tech my main deck with tech cards, and on the sideboard I just put like generic good cards a lot of the time that I bring in. Like I think that with a sideboard it's like sort of easy to think that you put your tech cards on the sideboard and your good cards in the main deck, but there is definitely an argument to for some specific cards, like I mean, Thermal Beam is so bad.
Yeah, so that Magworm going to be a real big threat for
Kimberly Ann says, hi Vanessa.
Normally you're used to the Volibear deck being like powerful but slow, but now it's going to be powerful but fast.
And it really,
Kimberly called me the other day asking for some Riftbound rules advice.
As well, you often see with these Volibear
and I told her the wrong rules.
It almost never gets deployed. By the time it gets deployed, the game is kind of over because the Aurora has brought out enough stuff and they've won, or they're just too far behind and they can't actually get it out. But with Magworm on board, suddenly this is a
no, you said that they could.
The on-attack
I got it wrong. Trust.
Damage can also just actually matter quite a bit, where Volibear is going to
actually
get the board, come in ready, and send in for an attack.
Basically, I said reactions and actions are the exact same, except reactions you can do in your opponent's turn, but that's not true. Because I found out if you play a reaction, I can only... I don't know. I need to honestly look more. I'm so confused. I need to do some more research. But basically, I played against Moyen, and Moyen did some stuff and told me some stuff that I didn't think was true. And he's like, no, it is true.
But also, you don't want to overcommit this Mega Man. You don't want to lose this thing for free at any point.
But I think in that...
I like Tango Mango.
Yeah, in that specific case, though, it was possible.
I like Tango Mango. That's my Moyen impression. Kim will know that's a very good one. But Spessy, I like Tango Mango.
Actually doesn't quite get there because it's a 9-might unit and the 5 damage comes
it's
through.
Uncanny.
So
it's like he's in the room with us.
Still allows it to trade with the Mega Mech.
Yeah, for sure. And a lot of decks in Riftbound, like, they will allow you to kind of keep chipping in as the game
goes on. But I like Malik's play here. Like, even if they had Dazzling Aurora, like, I don't actually think they're supposed to play it. Like, this is the thing against Thermal Beam, right? Big Rishi, just be stuck in hand. And basically, you want to play the Dazzling Aurora. Sky Split is so good. So Sky Splitter costs less based off the biggest character that you have. So it costs 0, deal 5 for 0, and 1 power.
Yeah,
Sky Splitter is so cool. I really like Volibear, I gotta say. But then I
if you're
played
the hopeful
Misfortune,
break
Dancing
point
Aurora, and I
found
was like,
for Rishi,
okay, why would I
time
ever
warp
play
found. So if you can get
Volibear?
up to 6 with some units on board,
Well,
you can kind of get there.
if there's a
but,
unique card on the
feels
line,
like we're at that point where the
and with a deck like Volibear,
For sure.
you've
And
got
yeah, I
like
think
a chance of
Rishi,
shielding
you
like
know,
reasonably
really gonna
well.
have to sort of find a
Because
way
it's like
to
fine.
engineer
There's
a
just probably better
gameplay
versions
around
of
Time Warp,
a
or
Dancing
maybe
Aurora
even
deck.
catch Malix
Same with
off
Garen.
guard and, you know, get into
But
Conquerors, go up to 6,
there's not going to
surprise,
be
play that
many
Time
other
Warp and
people you
hold
have to
win.
beat.
But,
Right,
you know, with
to
these
get it.
ballistas and all these big units on the table, that might be
Time
tough.
Warp.
Yeah, and just going to
Let's score an
rip
extra
one
point.
now for another
Ready the Mega
look
Mech
into
also
the
at
deck.
the
Another
start of his next
point,
turn.
just needing to buy time and potentially even just to get
Imagine
this Mega Mech out of there.
Titan
So
the
it gets to
next turn.
score, gets to run home.
Okay,
and
the
you
next
get
turn
to
starts.
find
It's
a
another
new
point.
draw.
Titan.
For sure, you know, as
And
you
then,
said,
okay, you
kind
can't
of
play
at this
Titan in
point,
this color.
all of Rishi's hopes and dreams are riding
Yeah, I
on
would
this
have definitely done the
Mega
metal
Mech,
card
so using
Psychos.
this
I
Time
think
Warp
it's
as a way
got to
to
be the
just
best
go, hey,
EV,
I'm
right?
just gonna take
I
one
think
more
it's the
point
best
right
expected
now,
value.
and maybe I'm going to protect this Mega Mech to use again
I think it's
later.
actually like
pretty
for this
cool.
event,
Yeah,
with
he
it
does
being the
end up
first in
finding,
particular,
a
it's
very
probably the
important
main
card
line.
for this situation, which is going to be that
If you're
1,000 tailed
just
Watcher.
if you're
It's
more
one of the
interested
ways that
in
you can
like
actually try and
value,
crack through a
right,
big
rather
Volibear board,
than
and especially if you have the might
winning.
to follow up
winning,
with something like a Mega
the
Mech.
best
And so the question
value,
becomes,
the
do you
best
wanna start
value
looking
play.
for that as
There's
he
the
is just gonna
Thermo Beam.
finally
But look,
deploy
Thermo
that
Beam just
to
taking
deal
out
with
flipping
the dual
ballistas,
ballista.
and now imagine
And
Malix
I
next
do
turn is like,
wonder, I mean,
okay,
really
I played Dazzling Aurora.
The dark comedy of this is the Aurora coming off the top on this turn from.
And the thing is like even if a Dazzling Aurora gets Thermo beamed,
Sure, but no, it's time
the
to get
Thermo
rid of those
beam puts no
ballistas
stats on the
and, you know,
board, right?
maybe
It
you'll
costs
get punished
5,
with the
and the
Aurora, but it
Dazzling
hasn't been
Aurora
here yet,
still
and, you know,
played a
sometimes you just gotta
unit.
be like, hey, they don't have it. I'm going to cross my fingers and hope they don't draw it and just do the best
Love
I
the
can.
Legion effect.
Now a full development.
But now,
for
imagine
Rishi.
Malix
You've got
is just
1,000
sitting on the
tailed Watcher
Aurora the whole
in the
time.
bank. Now you just need to get
Like,
some might
okay,
on the
I
board
play
and
it
be
now.
ready to look for that score. But being at 5 instead of 6
mean,
again,
I don't think
it
has
very
it, but
impactful being off
I think
cadence.
like
You don't
I
just
was
have to
talking
build
about
a
it
Conquer win
before.
yet. You do have to get on there.
Like
and
I
then you
don't
have to
think
look
that
for
they
each
had it,
hold
but I
up
was
to
Draw
saying,
it?
yeah, I
For
might
sure,
have
and I
done.
can't tell.
It
I'm
looks
not
so
sure
blue.
if Rishi has enough runes to
Not
threaten
sure.
But I
another
do
Time
think
Warp.
that was
My
a
guess
good
would be
line
that he doesn't
anyway.
just
Like
yet.
just not even
So
play
he's
it.
going to have to try
I
to get
don't
this done
think
the
they
fair
had
way.
it anyway. I would have been very interesting if they did.
But you know, as you said, Thousand Tailed Watcher is the one card that says, "Hey, you're trying to pile a bunch of
5
stats
to
to a
2.
battlefield to keep me out." Watcher doesn't
This is
care how many
game
there
number
are.
2.
They're all getting
Big
-3,
Rishi.
and that could really cut down
It's a great
the numbers on
name.
the table.
I do see some cards being flicked, and
Big
I do believe
Rishi.
there was an Aurora ripped off the top here.
Does
The question
Malix
is,
sound
can
particularly
it be
Austrian?
deployed, or is there something
No.
else that needs to be done? In
There it is!
So-
I think he just drew it.
Facial expression of Big
Hey, I'm
Rishi.
sorry. I shouldn't have said anything.
It's the caster
Not
curse, you know,
impressed.
it's just, it persists through all games.
Big Rishi,
no.
more like
All right, might be. That's on me.
unimpressed
That's on me, guys.
Rishi.
I'll take the blame on that one.
Yeah, and you know, now from Rishi's side of the table, you're just sitting here and you're like,
Even laugh
man,
at
did
my
I get
joke.
finessed?
Yeah.
Is he just holding this
Get
Aurora
funny.
waiting for the Thermo Beam? Where
Wow.
no reality, it just came right off
I
the
thought it was a
top.
great one.
There is going to be just a
Get
push in
funny,
from
guys. Wow.
Dead Bloom Predator.
That's
Go ahead
just
and get
rude.
some points going. And now just going to hold the Magmorum back.
Get
realizing,
funny.
hey, having stuff coming ready.
Here we go,
is
Dazzling
still very
Aurora. It's a
valuable.
Nivea.
I think especially when it comes to having the Volibear in the champ zone, I think that's what
Those tags.
Malix is looking
This
at.
one.
So
Oh,
it's
the
going to
flex.
be an Anivia, and just the decision is, does this go and attempt to hold Vile Maws, or do I keep this at home, try and be able to deal with whatever
Yeah,
gets sent
I
in?
think that's nice.
Yeah, no, it is crazy how different the texture of the game is when your opponent's on 5 versus 6.
Long as-
you know, they're on 6, you got to do everything
Yeah, it's
you
fine.
can to
I had
stop
some
them.
issue with,
They're
like,
on 5,
Volcano
you kinda have
using
to do
some
almost
things
nothing,
similar
and
to
you can
this,
really store up your resources
one I think's
to knock
fine.
them out in a following turn.
Yeah, the big thing is next turn I have to deal with this. Next turn I have to make sure that everything gets
Yeah, I think that
protected.
I have
And
no
I think
issue.
one of the big things that
There was
Rishi
some
actually
like
has the
concern I
luxury
had
here
with like
is
Volcano though, where
because,
like
on the other side Malix didn't go
they were
in
using
the Dream
stuff like
Tree,
this, and I
you can just
wouldn't
send a
have
sentry in
liked
there
it because
and
it's like
develop
outside
further. And then once that
interference
1,000 tailed
almost.
Watcher, big
I think
push
it's
to try and end the game.
fine in
Yeah,
this
it's definitely kind of like
context.
that standoff where like, okay, who's going to do it? Who's going to put their cards in the middle and say, this is the time where I'm going to buy
But like
it
in
out?
Disney Arcana,
Right
for
now,
example,
both
if I
players
shift
kinda just
Pegasus
committing
and everything becomes
minimal
evasive,
necessary to
you
score
don't
their
actually have to like tell your opponent that everything's evasive. You just have to shift Pegasus.
Instead, wanting to get the Death Bloom off the board,
you don't have
get
to
up to
announce the
7,
trigger
look
because
for
it's
the
mandatory.
hold. But, you know, the
So then if like a judge was to come through and put
evasive
evasive on all my other cards, I would be actually extremely unhappy about it if I'm playing at a giga competitive level.
Situations.
For sure, and definitely can't, you know, underestimate the trigger from that Anivia either. Malix is going to have a lot to work with on his next turn. Let's see how Risha wants to do
Watcher
yeah, going to be
looks
just ascended
awesome.
2 Vile Maws. It looks like a pretty big commitment
The
being
foiling
lined up.
where it's catching
A lot
the
of might.
camera.
Neither of these going to need to worry about trading, but if there is maybe something like a Sky Splitter or any other kind of answer to deal some damage, there could be a trade
the
opened
Kaiser
up, but it
game.
looks
I'm
like
going to
nothing
6.
there. The other thing, though, is Talented Watcher
The
does
Aurora
do that
is down,
-3,
and when Aurora is
everywhere.
down, you're basically
So
playing
if
2
there's a follow-up
chonkers a
spell
turn.
from Rishi, you might be able to actually
For the rest of the
deal
game.
with one of these backline
So
units,
Big Rishi
and
needs
that
to
can
wrap it
open
up
up the hold to be a lot
pretty
better.
quick.
With 2 runes
I
available,
think Malix
I think
is
there was
still
a
winning
Falling
from
Star
here,
in
to
hand
be
that
honest.
may be deployed at the end of this turn.
In fact, I'm
Yeah,
almost
if the
certain
Falling
of
Star
it.
comes down from Rishi here, we might see this board swing pretty drastically. Because while the Aurora is a powerful play, we're at a stage in the game where it's probably not going to get too many opportunities to do its thing. And if the Magma Worm is taken off the table, all of a sudden the units aren't coming in ready anymore. And they might
Falling
not be able
Star
to threaten
enters
these
the
battlefields
mixer.
at all.
Yeah, and it looks like that is maybe the target. Yeah, it is going to be the Magma Worm. Just double tap there. So Anivia is the only one that's going to be able to run in straight away.
Why did it?
And the -3 on everything there, I still don't
Guys,
know
why
that
did it kill
might
it?
is enough to push over. In fact, I don't think it is.
Oh,
So there's gonna
-2
have to be
from
an
Watcher.
additional
Yeah, the
thing to
Watcher
happen with
negative.
this
-3
Anivia
from Watcher.
in order for
Yeah,
Malix
sure.
to
I
be
was
able
like,
to
oh,
push
they
in and
can't kill
actually
it.
find
But
a
of course
win.
they can.
Yeah, but the one upside for Malix
My
here,
bad.
Rishi's runes are fully exhausted. No real alternative.
So you know I said that I think they're chilling? Yeah, they're not chilling.
Puzzle game at this point. Can you figure
Malix,
out what's on the
slow,
board and
20
find
minutes still on the
needed?
clock.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things is even if you can actually push through the big stack on
The
Bile
Watchful
Moss,
Sentry,
there
mate,
still
might
is the
just hold it
Sentry
down.
on Dreaming Tree that
But he's
is,
still got the Dazzling Aurora.
his
Basically,
point
what
is
Malix needs to
worth
do is
just
they
as
need to say,
much as
okay,
the
what's
one
my
at Bile
out?
Moss.
What's
That will
like the
also be
best
the weak
hit
point,
off of
if he is able to hold
the
on. So
Dazzling Aurora?
being able to
That
deal with
like, is
both
there anything I could hit off
locations now
Dazzling
that that
Aurora
Magma
which
Worm
would
is gone, I think
keep
is
me
gonna
in the
be a really
game?
tough task.
Probably the
Watchful
answer, if
Sentry,
anything, would be a
holds down
Dead Bloom
the fort,
Predator,
sees
right?
far and wide, and
Dead Bloom
might just be
Predator
enough to
is
get
like
that
the
last
best
point.
usual card you can hit off that.
Calculating.
The finger taps have been deployed.
He's also checking, like,
Does
do I have
feel
any
like
left?
Rishi may have been able to turn the corner and find that spot. The Ballista being taken out by the Thermo Beam. Very impactful still, because a Ballista being able to deal with the Sentry and then just having to worry about the other side.
Yeah, the Thermo
makes a
Beam play from
massive
Big
difference.
Rishi was a
Yeah, no, I
big
think really smart of
brain
Rishi to make that call.
decision.
And like, hey, there might be an Aurora coming, but the game is so late stage that I'd rather just take out these Ballistas, kind of get under the tempo, and I think I can beat an Aurora if it comes at this point.
So let's see how this starts. That's a Cadrigan.
Ooh, so this
is saying I need Sky Splitter to win the game.
Right, this is saying I don't really have it right now. I'm going to see if I can find it. And one thing to keep in mind, there is
When you
always
play
a
me,
Dead
draw
Bloom
one for
off the
each of
top
your
from
mighty
the Aurora
units.
that could kind of swing the math here.
Which is 2.
So 2 draws. Let's see if they change anything.
So let's see, right now, Anivia is, what, an 8, and her trigger does 3 on the attack?
Yeah.
So, yeah, even if she wanted to go into
can you do
Vilemo's
with
lair,
that
she's
much
not big
energy
enough
left?
on her own. with
Sky
the trigger to
Splitter,
get
which
the
is
job
one
done,
that
I
you
don't
reduce the
think.
cost.
No. She can clear everything
You
with the
could
Sky Splitter.
maybe play like Falling Star in this deck as
I think
well.
she's 1 off, right? Because you deal 3 to
Incinerate!
everything, 4 to finish,
What?
1,000 tail,
Annie
5 to finish,
pops off
the
2 damage
Mega
to
Mech,
something
and
at
there's 1
battlefield.
damage left needed on the hopeful.
I
Yep, so you
don't
do need-
think they can do it even with Dead
Do need
Bloom,
something
right?
like a Sky Splitter.
I honestly
on
can't
top
remember
of
what
this, but he's
Anivia
sending
does.
it in.
Feel like
And so there's two
maybe
things.
deals
He either
some
has the Sky Splitter,
damage.
and he can help deal with this, or he can just clear just enough that a Dead Bloom does
-3
end up actually
everything when it attacks.
making the big
I
difference
still
here.
pull up the
Because
Anivia
he
to the
can
right.
clear
Oh,
off the
look at
Mega
that.
Mech and
When I
the
attack, deal
Hopeful
3 damage to
with this
enemy
swing,
units. Right.
and just leave the Watcher, which if he finds the Dead Bloom
So,
on the top,
4-1.
he's not out of the game.
No,
sure.
Dead Bloom still
If he
keeps you in
finds
there,
Dead Bloom out of
right?
the-
Dead
on
Bloom
the
isn't
top,
out
it might
off the
all of a sudden
Aurora.
become really hard for Rishi to get it
It's not
back.
quite
It's been
enough
really cool
to
to see how
miss it.
much this match
Yeah,
has
you can't
swung
finish
back and
it,
forth for
but
both
the
players.
Aurora is still going to trigger before
Doing some
Rishi
calculations here.
readies. So basically, yeah, Dead Bloom Predator to the
And it
right
looks
is
like
like
that
the
is
out, right?
no
Off of the
Sky Splitter
Aurora.
going to damage here. So he's going to deal with those 2. And this is going to come down to the Dead Bloom. And I'm looking at the hand. I'm like trying to see the odds. Like no Dead Bloom in hand, it looks like. He's
Here we
got
go.
one so far,
Dead Bloom
so
Predator.
The question is
Oh, it's there!
big
That's
Dead Bloom
crazy.
coming down, and that
The
will
high
just
Big
roll.
clean up
Rishi
1,000
is
Watcher, as you said,
more
Frank.
like
No runes available for Rishi.
sad
Yeah,
Rishi.
now it's just
The
tried
-3 is
and
not
true
there anymore, though,
professional
right?
here. No
But it's not.
reaction.
Yeah, it's not there.
Damn.
Dead Bloom your
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
That's.
Like,
I mean,
obviously,
that's
it was
what
there,
you call
never doubted
playing
it for
to
a
your
second, set
outs.
this all up,
You
like
play to
grandmaster
win,
plan,
not play
and,
to
you know,
lose. You say, I can
spoken
only
about
win
those
this game
swings.
if I hit this
Rishi
card off
tried
of
to risk
Aurora, well.
was
And
so
Malik
close
sets
to
it
getting
up
it, but Deadbloom just comes
meticulously.
in to say, not today.
Yeah, and
Wow.
for another way to claw back, it looked like there was another Thermo Beam in Rishi's hand to deal with the Aurora, but
At some point with
plus a
Aurora
Deadbloom
decks
is
as
just
well,
so
it is
much might,
possible
but it's
that you
been
like
added to the
know
board
what's
where
left
Rishi did so
because you
much
like
work
recycle so
to
much of
get
your deck.
ahead. He was
Like
able
you have a
to
lot of
find
knowledge
the
on what's
spot
at the
that was,
bottom. That's not going to be the
nearly
case at this
perfect for the win,
time.
able to deal with the
When there's some
backboard,
downtime,
able
could
to
you
deal
quickly
with
explain
everything. The
overtime
enemy
rules?
attack doesn't win,
5 turns.
but there is that one out of the
When
Deadbloom
time is
Predator,
called,
and
that player
to
is
be fair,
turn
there's
0.
not a ton of units in
Then
these
you go
Aurora
turn
decks,
1,
so
turn 2, turn 3, turn
Deadblooms
4,
left in
turn
the deck,
5.
probably 1 or 2 Cadrigans,
So when the
maybe
when the
another
5th turn
Anivia. There's a
finishes,
few other
the game is
options, but the
over,
odds
and the
are
player
not
that is
horrible
ahead
that you're gonna
in
find.
score
Rishi's gonna have to
wins
figure this out real
that game.
quick, because if he
If
doesn't,
it's a tie,
the stats
that
are
game
just
is a
gonna
tie.
be overwhelming. And you know, it's
If
Thermo
someone
Beam, while,
plays
you know, a
Time
nice
Warp,
option for some
when
of
it's
these
their
gear, it
fourth,
does
it's the
usually
4th turn
take
in
most of your
turns.
turn,
The
and
5th
I just don't
turn
know if he can
will still
sacrifice
be
development
that
right
player's.
now.
Yeah,
So Time
instead
Warp
it's
is
just gonna be a
giga
watch or deal with a
broken
Deadbloom
in
straight
overtime.
away, but this is
Thousand
just
Tail
gonna end up getting
Watcher.
eaten by a Cadrigan
Rip.
on the other side.
But
There's a
that's
big
not an 8
dragon
point, that's just
ready
a card
for
draw.
meal,
That's
and
the
that's
big
Tasty
problem here,
Fox
right?
sitting in Biomal's lair.
For sure. And although Rishi can't, you know, win the game off this conquer, he will get to pick up an extra card instead. Might give him the tools he needs to fight back and hold on and get
Did they
this last
recycle a
point.
room for
Yeah,
the
the
conquer?
question is there another time warp that you can maybe set up for
Yeah, I think so.
moving in a small guy and then time warping to win the game? Are there Acathian reigns where you can pivot into a strategy
Oh,
where
for
you
the
actually
conquer
just
of the...
deal with
Yeah, I
every
think it's
unit
that
from
one.
the
Oh,
Aurora
maybe
deck
it's the
and
lair,
actually
which is
kind of run
cards
them out
can't
of
move
ways to win the
back from
game where
here.
you can
Might be the
finally
lair,
end.
I think.
There's a few
It is, yeah,
options, and
yeah, okay,
Sabotage
it's
is
the
going
lair.
to start from Malik
Sabotage
to try
is
and deal
nice.
with potentially the time warp or the
Look at opponent's hand and you can discard a
Acathian reign
non
options.
For sure. And, you know,
unit
all to play
from
for here.
it.
This is really anyone's game. Malik's going to take his time
So
here to figure out
the
what he
question
wants
for
to
them
get
is,
out of Rishi's hand.
is it smoke screen or is
Double
it
Darius is
thermobane?
another way you
They
can
only
win
have
on
one
12 runes.
rune
Double
open,
Darius smoke
so
screen.
the
I wonder
smoke
if
screen is
Malik's
not a
gonna
threat
immediately
this
recognize that
turn.
and say, you know what?
But
Keep
of course,
rid
the
of my Aurora.
thermobeam
This
can
smoke
get
screen
rid
cannot stick
of
around.
the
For sure, yeah. So
Aurora,
he's like,
but
you
they
know what, this
actually
Aurora,
get rid of
it saved
smoke
me from
screen,
losing the
which is
game.
very,
It's done
very
its job. If
interesting.
you want to spend 5 energy and some power to take it off the table, you can do that. I'm going to take the smoke screen and try to fight you in the battlefield.
It's still
Yeah,
expensive.
now being well aware
Yeah,
of
exactly.
double
Thermobeam's
Darius
very
out
slow.
that, Rishi
Yeah,
has
5
to
is a
be able to
lot.
get
And
those
he doesn't
two
have a lot of
7
runes.
ready units out of
Which I think is
nowhere.
why it's important we've
He
got this
does have
double
the
show
ability
match,
to
right? Even though
start
we watched
thinking
basically
about
like
how
a
he can
50-minute
play around
game
it.
in round 1 already, and now we're
It
watching
looks like
like
it might be time
30 minutes of
for the
this.
Fury
The
Volibear
overtime
to
is
hit
going to
the
be a
table here,
lot.
thinking about where we're going to put it.
Volibear.
Yeah, there's that really interesting dynamic of like, I can reinforce the Cadrigan battlefield.
Volibear,
here
when I
as
attack, deal
Alex,
5 damage
but
to it
then
along
he
any
would be
number of enemy
sacrificing
units,
the
yeah.
ability to contest the other battlefield on the following turn. So, you know,
Like
if
what
wanna
you
play
actually
not to
want,
lose
interestingly, in
and be
these
like, I
decks,
really wanna make
Dazzling
sure you
Aurora is a
can't
chosen
take Biomal's
champion.
lair right now, but then you
If
might
there was a
actually be
Volibear
risking
champion
losing
that
a goal
cost
down the
like
line.
2 or
Especially
4,
that double
you would
Darius
actually
running
be
in, right?
playing
That's
that.
going to be able to take out Cadrigan and leave
Because
a
it would
Darius
give you
there.
something
So
to
if
play
you've got nothing
early
at
in the
home,
game.
that
You don't
you're just not
actually
gonna be able
want
to
like
deal
a
with it,
big
though.
chunky
Hopefully
champion.
for,
But both
Malik's side
Volibears,
is
one
now
costs
you've got all
10,
these
one
draws
costs
from the Cadrigans. Maybe
12.
you've actually found those sky splitters that you've been looking for.
Wow, that was 3 catalysts in a
Yeah.
row there off the Aurora. That's pretty funny. And another Anivia is going to hit the table.
Yeah, now you can re-question that same debacle. Do I put this
You
into
have to
the
be really
Biomal's,
careful
or,
here that there's like
do I put it
nothing
at
that your
home? 'Cause he's
opponent
got
could
the
do to
Cadrigan
conquer
at home
both.
now, so at least there's
But obviously
consideration
Malik's
to, oh, we
has
can
a
actually
lot
slow
of
the whole-
information here
Yeah, and, you
because
know,
they know
Malik,
the
he's
hand
really
of Big
thinking here
Rishi.
'cause he's saying, I know your hand. I know what you're capable of right now. Sure, you're going to have, you know, a draw
Let's go
step
back on
or
the bottom
two if you
in
get an
random
extra
order.
conquer, but I
Remember,
think
like
that
Dazzling
lead
Aurora,
you've
if you're
got,
putting like,
I'm
let's say
gonna
4
put these in the
cards
base
onto
and
the
make sure
bottom
I
on
can use the
average,
next turn as I need
and
to.
you're playing 1, right? 5 cards out of your 39 card deck is like 1/8 of it. So after like 4 Aurora triggers, you've seen half of your deck, and that's not even considering the cards that you've drawn naturally. It's the concession. Big Rishi says, Malik, you got me. And Malik's with the Devlin Predator. Was it a high roll? Yes. Did they play for their out?
Taking that first win here
Yes,
at
they
the
did.
Houston Regional
That's
Qualifier.
not that much of a high roll.
Amazing
It's probably
to
like a
see
1
some
in
of these niche
4 or
decks find the
so.
wins, especially into the
Garen
meta
lost.
into Kaiser. I know Volibear historically has been
Raven.
used as a
Garen
hey,
lost.
this
They missed
kind of has a good matchup into Kaiser.
Aurora
It might
game
be a
2.
counter, but
And in
slowly
game
people kind of
3,
eroded that thought. They thought, you know
they
what,
missed
at the end of
ramp.
the day, it doesn't feel
That was basically
favored,
it.
but you know, Florian here showing us, hey, the Volibear could still get it done.
Yeah, for sure. And
And
just really
Adaptatron got
impressive play from both
sideboarded in as
players.
well
You
for
know,
game
Rishi
2 and
kind
game
of
3
being
for
like,
the
I'm gonna
Yasuo
make you
player.
have it, I'm gonna go for this
Yasuo.
gold. But you know, that
Yasuo.
Predator sometimes it just comes off the top when you need it.
No,
And
not
that's the
Yasuo.
lottery
Yasuo.
Yasuo.
Sometimes it's just your day.
Yasuo.
Yeah, it's so big to be able to find that. You know, he had a game buffer to
Yasuo.
be able to go there, but I think he's very happy to finish that in 2.
This is a great round 1. The production's great.
That.
I love that
know,
we've got
maybe the Volibear gets
developers
to make a deep
on the
run, but I
mix. I
think
love that we've
that's,
got 2
something we're
games.
gonna
I love that
watch
there's
for that,
awesome decks to see that we don't usually see.
For sure.
Because of the best of, although it would be nice to see a non-Aurora game next
We'll
time.
have plenty more matches coming up. Round 2.
Good casting, guys.
So don't go
Production
anywhere.
dismissing
We'll be
me.
back
Well, not
with
only you,
Riftbound
my
action
friend.
right after this.
Let's go.
Excuse me, sir? Excuse me. Any hot takes for this weekend?
Hot take, Kaiser might do well.
Might?
It might get squeezed one in there in top 8, perhaps. But also, I think that Kaiser is not going to be the most represented in top 8.
Love that take. Thank you so much. Excuse me, both of you. Any
Teemo
hot
hat.
takes for the tournament this weekend?
Victor's a good deck. I'm a Victor player.
Love it. I think Annie will win. Annie winning the whole thing. Love the thing. Thank you so much.
Love the content.
Excuse me, Trick.
Yeah.
Big fan, by the way. Do you have any hot takes for the regional qualifier this weekend?
No.
So what's your cold take?
My cold take is that it's going to be a fantastic event. I'm super excited. Fans are excited. And my hot take actually is that I think Ari's going to take it down.
I love Ari so much. Thank you so much, Trick. Excuse me, sir.
That's a hot
Do you have
take.
any hot takes for the tournament this weekend?
Awesome. It's awesome.
Gonna be awesome?
Yeah.
What do you think's gonna win?
Kaiser or Master Yi?
Master Yi? What kind of Master Yi deck?
Mid-range.
Mid-range. Love it. Thank you so much. Oh, the judges. Let's have the judges. Oh, yeah. Come here. Let's go. Excuse me, fellow judge staff. Hello. I would like to know if you have any hot takes for the regional this weekend.
I'm kind of nervous tomorrow because we have a lot of questions about conquering the battlefields in the same turn. So I hope tomorrow doesn't happen a lot, but it will happen. I know it will happen.
Hey, I think the rules and learning all that stuff for Riftbound is a hard thing to do, and that's why we have professionals like yourself doing it this weekend. Thanks so much.
Pick up the judge.
Excuse me, you two. I know you're in the middle and competing in a rigorous game of Riftbound, but I have a question for you. Any hot takes for the regional this weekend?
I would just say just a lot of Kaiser players, if anything. I mean, I won't be surprised if Annie takes it, though, because, I mean, Annie's a really hot deck right now going.
Hot take from you, sir.
Is we're going to see a pretty diverse top 64. It's not going to be like 50, 60% Kaiser, hopefully. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think the sets and all the Annies are going to come out of the woodwork, like you guys said. Thanks so much, guys.
Annies, we've got a lot of Annie fans. Let's go.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have any hot takes for the regional qualifier this weekend?
Victor best deck.
Victor best deck. You heard it right here. Do you have any hot takes for the regional
No one I
qualifier this
recognize
weekend?
yet. But obviously in America.
It's going to be packed.
That more
Tibbers
than
is
the
so
initial
bad,
number, because
Raven.
Yeah, we had a very big wait list. I think it's over 2,000 players.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's going to be a packed regional.
Still love it.
So
I
then here's
respect
my
it.
hot take question I want to ask you.
Fresh Lobster popped off
Do
of
you think
Tibbers
the
in a
next
4-player
one
game.
could potentially
And then
be
she
twice the size?
moved him for the win.
That's the $1 million question.
Yeah.
You'll find out over the coming
Peter
weeks.
set up,
Absolutely.
Fresh
Thanks so
Lobster
much,
set up like
Excuse
the Annie
me, Joe,
champion,
I know
2
you
Annie
just started
champions at
another
base.
riveting
So the
game of
Tibbers did like
2v2 here,
5
but I want to ask you a
damage
couple of questions.
to
Do
all
you have
my
any hot
Garen
takes for
guys.
the regional qualifier this weekend?
Kaiser's still going to be the best.
That's not a hot take. Come on. What do you think? Give me one legend.
Teemo.
Teemo?
Maybe?
Yeah. Hot take?
I think we'll see one Lux in top 32.
Is it you?
One Lux.
All right. Thanks so much, y'all.
Lux, I'm excited for
Do you
too.
have any hot
Major
takes
Armor
for
was
the
saying he
regional
thinks Lux is
qualifier
good.
this weekend? A hot take. Like, what do you think? You know, out of the woodwork.
Lux is good.
Wow,
Nice.
another Lux one.
Major Armor thinks Lux is good
Excuse
too.
me, sir. Sir, they might. I would like to know, do you have any hot takes for the regional qualifier this weekend?
I literally can't believe you're doing this right now.
I think he's a Riftbound.
That's a great hot take. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the Houston Regional Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Frank Scarin, and we just had an amazing first round of action, being able to see a Yasuo take down a Garen, the might of Demacia, and then also getting that Volibear game coming through.
I'm surprised
the
they're still casting. That's quite a shift.
Aurora, from the top rope, being able to take that
They've
win
been
over
going
Kaiser.
for
Yeah, no, that was
hour and a
awesome.
half
I mean, if
already.
that's what round 1 has to bring, I can't wait to see what else we've
Are they
got
really
down
going to
the
do round 2 as well?
Let's jump straight into that round
Bro, that's
2
a
as we do
slogger
have
shift.
Frodan. We got to see his
Let's
Leona
go!
early on that little
Frodan!
deck tech at the start of the day. Now we're gonna get to see it in
Bro!
action.
How many
Going up
casters?
against Dizzy on Annie Dark Child. Dizzy actually able to top 8 in,
Yeah, I thought it was
Georgia
Queensland.
recently
He's on
at the
broadcasting,
10K
right?
there with this Annie list and going up against Dan playing that Leona.
so
And
ready.
Frodan! This is so cool, mate.
Yeah, no, I think this is going to be really
Riftbound's a
cool. You know, we saw
banger.
from that deck tech,
You just
Frodan
can
really
call
kind of
in
knows
big
the
names
ins
like
and
this
outs
and
of
have them on
Leona's
stream.
strategy, and it's just going to see.
I think
it's going to be
there's
cool to
6
see him, you know, kind
casters.
of put it to work and see what he can do with it.
Yeah, and it's a great test to kick things
Oh,
off, right?
thanks.
To see if
I
the
turned it
Leona
down.
is going to do well enough into some of these
I
top
turned it
tier
up and
Annie
forgot to turn it
players,
down.
with Dizzy having that success as early as just a few weeks ago.
Thank you
For
all.
sure. And you know, Leona has some really strong options.
I'm so
here.
bad at audio
Annie's bread
settings.
and butter, the
But I'm also not on my
actually
computer.
has some stuns
No
that can
excuse.
shut that down in the way
Alright,
some other decks
here we
do.
go. Frodan. Leona versus Annie. So Leona is all about stunning. We're not really used to watching it as much.
You can defy the Ride the Wind. So being in both of the two colors that
The
actually
runes
can
are so
deal
pretty.
with Vi Ride the Wind give that big advantage for Leona.
We see the Pouty Pro Chinese deck, bro.
Monastery of Harana
And shiny.
Chinese deck, bro.
Chinese shiny deck.
This Annie legend looks kind of
Trade the buffs that you're generating with the stuns for more cards,
3D.
more gas in your hand.
Look,
On the other
shoot.
side,
Is it metal?
this a little bit,
Did they have the? I guess they had the metal cards in China. It might be, you know.
one Annie with the
So
scraps in the deck.
Leona gets the Porydan turn 1, which is nice. They got the Monastery of Harana, which is whenever you draw here, spend a buff. Whenever you conquer here, spend a buff to draw.
One of the most powerful in the entire game of Riftbound.
What are you looking to do if you're Annie against Leona? You've never played against Leona before.
I didn't.
So what would be your thoughts? What are you looking to do? Right now,
What's her ability even?
she does stunning stuff.
Stunning.
Yep, but Dizzy has 3 runes available. What would you do against this Poro? It's 2 might. The answer is nothing. Gust, Incinerate, Hextech Ray. Don't really see Incinerate or Hextech Ray often. Or Stack Deck, Nocturne. Wouldn't be that good in this spot, but Dizzy not doing anything with his 3 runes yet on his opponent's turn is a bit unfortunate. Leona is costing 1 power.
Nothing more powerful for this Leona legend to do than to play Leona Determined on turn 2, and it's real nice that you get to have her in that champ zone.
I'm really excited to see the Leona deck in action. Party Poro moves to Zormorans. Of course, there's nothing up for Frodan, so that's going to be a conquer. And you have to discard a card, draw. Scrap Heap, hello, double draw.
So what I know about Dan is he plays the Leona a little bit differently.
Scrap Heap exceptionally strong. We see Void Seeker in the main deck here,
He's a lot more proactive, a lot more of these low to the ground.
which is going to be very good against Leona. Leona's on 4 might.
The core game plan of your Determined actually remains
Stack
the
deck
same,
comes through
no
into the
matter which
mix.
version of Leona that you want to play, because you like to have her sit in the back.
Flight's in there. Flight, I think, is what is added to hand.
If you do,
Which is like you can move 2 of your cards to your base.
because your unit's gonna be stunned. You're not trading back. No matter what buffs you have, if I can buff over, I'm not gonna trade. I'm just gonna take your unit down.
For sure. Sometimes the threat of the Leona is greater than the Leona itself.
Yeah, especially into these aggro decks that often
4 runes still to go.
It's just saying, hey, I have to give up material for this point, and does it get to a critical mass where I've given up too much material, and now the Leona completely...
Vi this early is not ideal with the power cost,
What's you up to?
but
That's the nice thing about Vi on this Zon Warren's game is some of these early Vi's, especially if you get an extra copy, you can hold on to 1 for Vi Ride the Wind, but early stages, you'll still have some fodder to make some really awkward...
Frodan's at 2.
to deal with.
Leona could attack the Poro here. But you're going to see the Void Seeker probably come through from Dizzy. That's his plan. 4 open in his opponent's turn. Frodan might obviously have to read the big threat to his Leona is going to be Void Seeker, which is that 3 damage. 4 damage and draw. It costs 3. So Dizzy, like, definitely an important play for him to leave this many open.
Pretty annoying for Leona Determined. Having that deflect means you'd have to pay it in order to get the stun. One thing in the rules change,
So Frodan passes
decline to pay the
initiative.
cost and not stun the Poro, which is a potential thing that Frodan can consider that he might want to do here.
Yeah, a little insight from the design side. We didn't want deflect to be like a trigger that could be missed, so we kind of baked it in as an additional cost. And at first we said like, hey, you just have to pay that, you don't get the choice. But we kind of found a nice middle ground where it's still not a trigger, but you can still decline. If you
So actually, Frodan pays to stun the Poro,
So it looks like Dan is going to pay that deflect cost.
which, when we know that there's a Void Seeker in Dizzy's hand,
to come through.
Yeah, an interesting play for
is
Dan.
interesting.
Thinking, hey, if there's a Void Seeker, if there's
Froden doesn't know that, right?
No, but he's playing around it, and he probably just has like a Discipline or an On Guard in hand or a Defy or something like this anyway. So even if Dizzy is to spend like a bunch on a Void Seeker, Frodan almost certainly has some sort of green counterplay to it. You ordered some fires, let's go. Frodan loves it.
Yeah, and my guess here is that Frodan probably has maybe a little bit extra to back this up as well, but the buff on the Leona does just put her out of range.
Sure where the buff comes from?
Card that Dizzy could have.
I'm not familiar with Leona. I need to brush up my knowledge. Some of these decks. So Firefly's actually going to go on to Leona. Maybe Defy would be the counterplay here, but it doesn't look like it's available. Nope. But look, moves the Zenith's Blade to his hand. This can then moves it to the top of his hand. He could move into this battlefield still this turn with Leona. From the legend, when you stun something, you get a buff. Thanks. Is that the whole legend effect? When you stun something, give something a buff?
And that is one of those knowledge checks too, where I think some amount of players are probably not going to know that they can kind of not pay this deflect cost. And I know that Frodan's relatively new to the game, but he was really excited about it and dove in. So I'm not surprised if he does know or if he doesn't. It's just one of those kind of niche interactions.
Call to Glory is a really cool card in this deck as well. Then if you've got a lot of buffs, because you can pay 0 for it to consume a buff. You consume a buff and pay 0 and it gives +3 might. Buff any friendly unit, nice one, thanks. This is another stunner. It might be at a battlefield specifically though. I guess it's not. Stun Vi, so that means you can buff the Poro as well. That's really good value. What's up, Kim? Well, clearly not, but it's also in America, so... Most of the broadcast team is on the dev team, actually, which is, I think, extremely cool.
Yeah, and for sure, definitely some of the push and pull when playing against Annie is like, Vi's probably going to get you at some point.
Yeah, if it doesn't have a buff.
Mitigate how bad she gets
Nice.
you. So I could totally see Frodan being like, hey, I'm just going to let this Poro go to Vi, so I have the opportunity to kill her before she gets too out of hand.
I'm so not used to saying the word kill in a card game. Void Seeker. 2 open though for Frodan would be safe with a On Guard, which I think he had in hand.
Hi.
For sure. And not to mention, at that point, the damage is
Hi,
going to stick
Kim.
around, so it might even be easier to finish that 4
Discipline,
off,
+2 and draw.
So an attempt to kind of fight over this.
Draw.
The Poro is now going to be up to 5. It'll take the 4 damage. Oh, Dan reached for the wrong deck. So I think the judges are just going to shuffle the rune deck to make sure that there's no information gained there.
Only thing with recycle, there's a slight problem with that though, because there was a yellow rune recycled, and then it was shuffled. So that's not ideal.
This is also notably his first physical TCG. I talked to him, when I had that interview with him, I was asking him a little bit about it because, he has that big Hearthstone background.
Why exactly did they make him shuffle?
Huh?
Why exactly did
I think they
make
saw
him
the
shuffle?
top card.
Oh.
Also mentioned Hearthstone just now on stream. Raven, what's like Hearthstone policy casting that they're mentioning other card games? Is Hearthstone policy not to mention other card games by name on stream? Because we've now heard Flesh and Blood and Hearthstone name dropped on the stream. Yeah, it makes sense. So it's interesting that Riot are. They're like, yep. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because like Riot are so hands-on with their own IP in the sense that they're so closely. It's their IP, and they're like the ones making the decisions, right? Which, I mean, obviously at Hearthstone that's kind of the same, but kind of not. Riot is probably closer connected to decisions. Kaiser said it, but he's worked with them so much on TFT, right? Maybe it's the same rules on TFT, for example. I don't watch TFT, so.
So there's some good merit to having 2 on the table.
Yeah, if I'm Frodan, I'm pretty happy with how this turn played out, though. My Poro gets to live. I get to score up to 3, and I have an extra unit at home, so I can kind of keep my Leona back.
I have to say, best name of the stream so far, Big Rishi. Second best, Dizzy. We've got some high quality names going on here.
Yeah, for sure. And, some legends, you got to exhaust to do their thing. One big advantage that Radiant Dawn has is as many times as you can stun.
Yeah, let's go, Raven.
Frodan's really been taking full advantage of that so far to really just buff up his whole team.
Yeah, you see him shaking his head. He keeps reaching for the wrong deck for the draw, just kind of getting through that dexterity, early game.
But it's also possible he's used to playing with them like the other way around, for example, right?
End up dropping, that is a Sunlit Guardian.
Mage, what do you...
This is another card
Oh, look.
that I personally in my
Okay, but look, now the legend and the rune deck and the decks are on opposite sides now. Before they weren't. And you showed me a picture, the playmats, maybe... I don't know. I need to look at the picture again. But earlier, yeah, let me look at the picture again.
Yeah, the playmats had on one side deck and rune deck, and on one side deck and trash.
as your big kind of like linchpin unit in the deck.
Yeah.
Sure, and Sunlit Guardian, if you can get it into a battlefield,
Deck and rune deck is on the same side of the playmat to the right, but I guess they just changed it. Because it is against the rules. Apparently. If they're on opposite sides.
Lecturing Yordle was like a slept-on card for a while, but you're like, oh, I draw a card and also this 2-might has tank, so I can actually protect some of my more important units in combat, and I think Sunlit Guardian has that same kind of effect with that tank keyword.
Alright, Pouty Poro moving into Zon Warren's going to contest. He's going to take a trade.
Makes sense, as now the Kaiser's going to come down accelerated. Dizzy going to go for the draw plus the rummage from the Zon Warrens. As this is kind of the big thing that Annie loves to do. She loves to be able to cycle through the deck, find the exact pieces that she needs to put together. This is an aggressive deck that
that chair, Raven, honestly, that's so done already. I don't know if you can even see that.
Annie has a lot of small combos that
No, you can't. But like here, it's like fully open because the cats are scratching it all the time.
Then when you go to the other turn, you get to ready to and still play the game on your
This chair is so done.
And Dizzy clearly going to use that here to just keep the pressure on, make sure he's scoring some points, but also having interaction to fight back on the other side.
All right, and I think Dizzy just asking if he's allowed to shortcut the buy instead of having to one by one put the cards at the bottom of the deck. So he's selecting, it looks like 4 here to push one of these buys up to 7.
And I imagine after doing that, it's going to be
that's
Vi's time
minus.
to go in.
Oh, they can just turn it. Crazy. Crazy dice. Is it dice?
4 already on defense into 7, and we know there's a Call to Glory in hand, but also this Facebreaker. You can just say, you know what, this combat just doesn't happen really.
I have
I'm
one.
going to get a buff to go to my set, and we'll see if he remembers this trigger here from Radiant Dawn as that stun comes through to get that buff onto set, because you definitely don't want to miss that. That is such an important buff, as it's a +2 for set, as Kingpin has the text that when friendly units at his location have a buff, he also gets a +1.
Absolutely, and Frodan, the way we saw his deck earlier, the way he's built it, he's really kind of maximizing on a lot of these stun options, and Facebreaker, maybe not a card every list would play, but, working really great for him here.
And now this is going to kind of come back to bite Frodan a little bit with the Facebreaker, because now this buy comes in, and the Oro is still stunned from the Facebreaker, so it won't actually be able to even look for a trade if he decides to try and buff it up with something like the Call to Glory.
Yeah, and this is kind of what that threat of having the 2 Vi's is. It's like, went in with the first one, didn't work, it got stunned, but now here comes the second one.
Yeah, and I see this Vi, is this Vi at 7, so this Poro would just get buffed to 7 here? From the Call to Glory.
It's a great question. Are they just bouncing off?
Just want to make sure there's some clarity here. Visually, it looks like to me that...
Oh my god, yeah, those runes, so shiny, I love them.
Maybe, I think maybe Dan might have missed this as far as the how big that Vi actually was going to be. Plays the Call to Glory out, and it looks like he is just going to end up losing this Poro and loses that Call to Glory.
Raven.
Quick gameplay.
Raven, did I tell you that I went undefeated at my skirmish today? I didn't lose a single game at my skirmish. today. Nor did you actually. We both went undefeated at our skirmish today.
That's correct.
Unfortunately, that's because she's a bit sick, and I got on the bus that went the other direction and was late. Google Maps is so bad in Berlin. It's a joke. I'm waiting by the bus. I check Google Maps. I wait by the bus. I check Google Maps. Yeah, I'm the right side of the road. Then I get on the bus. Nobody else is on the bus. Right? And it goes, the next stop, this bus will terminate. Brilliant. I hope you shouted 9. Exactly. You think you saw me and was wondering why I was on that side. No!
Rip. Jay could have saved you.
Because Google Maps told me. Google Maps told me. In every city in the world, Google Maps always has the right side of the road for buses. Except this one. Don't worry, I understand. We're card gamers. We don't want to be speaking to people when we're not sure. That's even funnier though. You almost made me wait on your side.
You almost baited him.
How is my German coming along? Ich hätte gerne ein Eichhörnchen, bitte. Mate, it's this city. It happened to me when I visited like 2 years ago as well. It's not the first time it's happened to me. I just said, Raven, that I would like a squirrel, please. Very useful. So, what's going on? There's a Kaiser on the board, there's 2 Vi's, Leona and Set. It's looking pretty good for Frodan, I would say. Oh, is it 6? Yeah, it's definitely looking good. I like your pronunciation was a bit off. How was my pronunciation?
It was okay.
Wow.
It was a bit off, but it was okay. Say it again.
No, I'm not a performing monkey. I think I'm going to have to leave.
You know, this is definitely the stage of the game where Annie would be like, okay, this is exactly where I want to be. I've got my V's.
You know, the best thing I did today was I went to the shop because I knew this stream was going to happen. I bought 6 litres of Diet Coke.
Is it 1 litre in one bottle?
1.25.
Oh, that's more, right?
Yeah, 7.5 litres. And I'm going to drink all 7.5 litres. Why don't you have Spezi? True. Well, I don't think they do sugar-free Spezi, and I just started my diet, so maybe they do sugar-free Spezi. The best thing I did this year was I was at Gamescom Land with Card Market. Thank you, Card Market, for sponsoring the stream. My stream, not the official stream. But I was at Gamescom Land with Card Market, and there was like a creator lounge there, and there was a fridge filled with Spezi. It was so good. So I kind of like went down there and then snuck some out to my friends. Spezi from your friend Spezi. So Zion is Hourglass in Leona. Makes sense. The set Kingpin's cool. So Frodan did like a little deck tech before the start of the stream, on the stream, before the start of the first round. A pre-recorded segment. It was super cool. So the fact that, you know, they're doing that sort of thing, I'm really just liking the flow of the stream. I have to say, I'm surprised they've got the same casters back-to-back rounds, because you're doing 2 games in 1 round. That is a slog. That is a long shift. 4 games of Riftbound in a row is an absolute slogger.
Didn't they even say 6 casters?
Yeah, it's 5 or 6. I think it's 5. Although one of them might just be doing the interview stuff, I guess, maybe. Not sure. I'm sure they will rotate, but I guess they're not rotating every round. Rune Prison. Maybe it's also just for the start of the stream. They just wanted to like make sure the stream has a good start with like professionals. Set the pace, I guess. Not sure. It's definitely interesting. So what happened there? I missed it.
But that is only 7 on defense, and that is just
7.
one pump spell that can help put you over the top.
Yeah, Dizzy gonna have to try to use his tricks a little more defensively here, which, as you mentioned, is
7
really
to
not
5.
how Annie wants to use them. But sometimes you have to, and
What like way could you? You can't ready set with like much that comes to mind. Oh, the move card is the Leona signature. Could do some movement. Obviously, just stun effects in general as well could be good here. One of the game designers is also a procaster. Is that the one that's on already? I love that there's game designers casting. It's so cool. Man rounds of Swiss, best of 3 in day 1 day. Lorcana does the same actually currently, with 60-minute rounds. But I will say it's like a late finish. I mean, in Bologna, the most recent challenge that I cast, I left the building at what 11 PM or something.
A little later even, I think.
Yeah. It was a slogger. But we also had some delays with Ravensburger Play Hub. I wonder what they're running the event on, because for Lorcana we have a very similar software to Riftbound's. It's made by the same people. It looks very similar. They're probably designed at a similar time. And PlayHub has had all sorts of issues with this many players. I wonder what software they're running the tournament on. If it is the Cardio one. Because if it is, does it have the same issues PlayHub has, or is it? Does it not? Yeah, and the overtime in this game is probably going to last an absolute age, right? That's actually important. Like overtime in Lorcana is going to take less time than the overtime in Riftbound. I would wager. Right, guys, you want a bit of a cat cam? We need to do some camera magic. One sec. Should work, although my camera's a bit broken. Oh, other way. Will it go far enough?
Oh, great content.
Look
at him!
Some of his units off the table, and you know that set is still in Zon Warrens, and if he's there next Frodan's turn, that's game over.
Much better.
Definitely.
Dizzy, you know, he's gonna see what he can do though. Annie's got a ton of tricks. You know, it's the kind of deck where like it's
hey
kind of
boy,
out of the game, even when you think like, oh, there's nothing Annie can
Can't
do
be
here.
bothered.
They sometimes always just find a way.
Yeah, I think I saw a Trifarian picked up, and I think he's also got a cleave. So, you know, Darius' cleave is quite good, right? That's 10, but you don't want to put 10 all in one unit when you're going up against Leona.
Okay, Squadron Law 6 to 7. Set is looking to hold it down. Shit into cat. I'll have you know, I can do an extremely good meow. It's uncanny. Do you agree? You've heard it.
It's good, yeah.
Yeah.
But only if you imitate it instantly. Like after cat meow.
I could do it right now.
Okay, do it. Okay.
Metal Legends given to each person who places. Yeah, I don't know if it's Metal Legends specifically, or if it's like. See,
yeah.
See, you undersold my meow.
I was just baiting it out of you.
I don't. Oh, sorry.
Alright, Dizzy still has a problem to solve.
Yeah, and these ones are like. I think these ones are like even more glamorous than the. That's probably why he's playing Leona. Yeah, I'll pull that up on stream after this game. Oh, sorry. That's actually probably another reason to play Leona, right? Like, so far we've seen Garen, Volibear, and Leona. We were saying, right, like, so there's Metal Legends that you can get on the prize wall, which is sick, but those are like same style, whereas these are like foily, right? So those ones are actually specifically unique for the highest placing player. So we were saying like probably the best EV for this event, unless you think you can win the whole thing, because obviously whoever wins is also going to get one of those. The best EV is like play some sort of like extremely off meta deck that also has some legs. Let me pull those up.
Stay calm, grind through, do what he does best, and secure that win.
Yeah, and you saw him shaking it off, right? There's some camera jitters.
Shake it off.
As he like reaches for the wrong deck on the ground. Like
Mm.
clearly, it's just like not meaning to do any of this. And then now it's gonna get shifted back around.
Set's seen better days, isn't he?
Coming in, and actually an
Do you think so?
Yes, like
Oh, yeah.
speckled.
I mean, they're all kind of are.
Might just be the way that it's filmed, right? Where the light's hitting it.
Necessarily, but against
sure.
a very fast deck, having kind of this accelerate unit, pseudo accelerate, where
I want
Zealot
Jinx.
enters ready when your
I
opponent's
would chase the
to the
Jinx.
victory score. You've kind of got a way to answer if Annie really gets ahead on board.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting too because
I would definitely go for the Jinx. And is Annie really your final answer? Like you have to pick a good EV one that not many other people are going for. That's part. Like I think Leona's a great shout.
That's a heads up change. You know, that's one thing that I was really excited to see like, oh, our players.
I was
maybe Lux.
Okay, I was sure you were going to go for Jinx.
Yeah, Jinx. Jinx is also
As we do have,
fun.
as you said, Arena's greatest for Dizzy, so the extra point there, and then on the other side, Windswept Hillock, so this is going to be that ganking that comes through for Frodan. This is a battlefield that I've gone back and forth in. You get your determined onto a battlefield.
Hey, mate.
And then sometimes Leona has a little issue with pivoting. But the ganking there lets you kind of run to the other side. The problem that can arise, that I've found, are purple matchups. Where Annie sometimes just says sneaky deckhand in your Hillock, and then conquers, and you're just very...
All right. I like the Hillock battlefield. I'm a believer in this one. I think it's quite underrated. Yeah, Leona does seem fun. Leona, I think, is definitely a deck to keep an eye on for next set because there's a new stun card. I think it's, I assume it's a green. Like the new stun card in green is like just a strict upgrade. And one of the downsides, arguably, of a Leona deck is there's a little bit of a shortage of stuns in the deck. It's a repeat stun as well, which is really interesting. So they've let Frodan basically move where he has everything, I guess.
Where, you know, you've got some games where like, yeah, this
So it's more comfortable for him.
This is the best battlefield. And sometimes it is a pain. As we do just have
Every merchant comes through.
the traveling merchant into the Hillock and
Horror
say, you know
discarded
what? If
draw.
I'm able to stick around in this, I am going to conquer again on the next turn, going over to the arena's greatest.
Yeah, very, very interesting because if Frodan did miss that trigger, it's kind of on Dizzy to say whether he gets it or not. And Dizzy might have just said like, hey, I don't want you to lose the point like that. I want to play this game the way it should, and gave him that point.
Yeah, so there we go. And once again, Dizzy...
Which it shouldn't be like that. I mean, I talked about it in my video I posted yesterday. I don't agree with that logic.
On this rune count, you kind of want it to just be Simon Kaiser and then kind of go from there. And so the vibes just kind of indicate to me that Dizzy has found some clunky hands in the first two games.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's good to have it on the same side of the board somehow, right?
It's not plan A.
Yeah, because like the Vi, when I talk to other Annie players,
But I think it's supposed to be like that with the way the playmat's laid out.
Two-drop count because Vi, even though you kind of don't consider her to
You like this now? Yeah. Maybe I also like this now, but I don't like this when there's like this. I think this is what's making me not like it, right? The fact there's like space for it and it's not there. No, you're right. I don't do it that way. I play with it on opposite side. But this is putting me off. When this is here.
Yeah, as you said, there's just like better plays.
Yeah, a tough exchange of resources here for Dizzy. He tried to void seeker the
Sides on the champions. That's one of my least favorite things about Star Wars Unlimited. There's no designated side for space and ground. The first player just gets to decide which goes where, and I like why not just have it set? Like, it's just confusing. I would always put my space units in like the wrong place. And then there's the funny joke, haha. Every Star Wars Unlimited player's made it at least once where they go, haha, you played your unit into space, it's suffocated, GG. Haha.
that you're getting, and being able to save it is just so massive. As immediately this is just going to be 2 cards, 1 or 2. It looks like 2.
Move a bit more
Gonna
further.
go for the Vine. No, just 1 to start. Wanting to keep the Void Seeker in the trash, potentially for Annie Stubborn, I think.
It's not the trash, guys. It's the bin.
Knowing how valuable his stuns are and making sure to always prioritize
Guys,
having runes and
it's not the trash. Jay, who won the skirmish today? And what deck?
Offering a trade of Vi into Guardian, but no, there is the cleave to back this up and push 3 over. And is there just going to be that rune prison, the pesky rune prison that has been there time and time again?
Bam!
Is going to be
Yeah, this stun costs a power. The stun that's being printed next set, I believe, costs 2 and no power, and you can repeat it. It's not just a little bit better, it's like more than twice as good.
Not enough damage to push over the top unless there's something like
That's quite a lot of percentage increase.
But it doesn't feel like something that Dan is reaching to go do.
At least I think that's the case.
Bounce back, but we'll see what Dizzy's got to add on.
Repeat means that you, like, if a card has repeat, you can basically play it once, like normal, and not use the repeat ability, but then if you use the repeat ability, you pay the costs again, and you cast it again. So let's say Stupefy had repeat, you could just use it normally, or you could pay the cost again and use it again. So you could choose a different target, you could choose the same target. Basically, like, if Stupefy had repeat, you'd have 2 Stupefies for 2, or just 1 Stupefy for 1. So most of the repeat cards are kind of balanced with that in mind, where like most of the repeat cards are kind of meh, if in like, because you're basically getting some flexibility as part of the card, which makes the card like a little bit worse in terms of sheer power. But I think that the I think the stun one is, I'm pretty sure it costs 2. Maybe it costs 3. But I'm pretty sure it just costs 2 and has repeat with no power. But maybe it has a power cost. But part of the plan is, if there's downtime in the stream, to look at some Spirit Forge cards now they're all out. Because I'll definitely start doing some Spirit Forge set breakdown videos next week since everything's out.
Looks like that Gambit is paying off for Dizzy as Frodan sends the Guardian over to the Windswept Hillock. And it looks like the hold on the Arena's Greatest is going to work.
Yeah, that'll put Dizzy up to 5. He's been able to refill his trash quite a bit, so he will be able to kind of reload
Frodan.
and send it back over to the Hillock.
The Hillock with ganking. I like Frodan going with that, going second in particular, because a lot of the time you're going to play against players that... Why I really like this battlefield when you go second is like against like the Willow, the God Willow, which is when you hold they draw 1. A lot of the time you can't move into that battlefield straight away, so you need to go into the other battlefield to like get some points. But then it's very difficult to then ever take the hold battlefield. Whereas with the ganking one, probably your opponent's going to move into their battlefield. You get this and you can move over. I was going to play this in Teemo today and try it out. I think it's probably quite good in Teemo. Rather than the vanilla Bandle Tree. Bandle Tree kind of does nothing. Which, honestly, Bandle Tree is not a bad battlefield for, like, a non-Teemo deck. Which sounds kind of dumb. But, like, there's some merit, in my opinion, to just having a battlefield which would have no text. Like, you could definitely pick a lot of battlefields which are actually bad for you, overall. Like, a battlefield which literally says nothing, I actually think is quite playable when the card pool is this small. And Bandle Tree kind of is that battlefield. It's probably the most vanilla battlefield in the game. The other one is when you hold here with 8 units, you win the game. That one's also kind of vanilla, but maybe you could get punished.
I actually think it is the best card in Leona's deck. I often start my deck with a 3 determined, 3 Call to Glory when building a Leona deck, and I think
Yeah, Call to Glory seems crackers.
added to the list.
Where do you get the counters they are using? No idea.
Probably be considering Call to Glory.
They're so cool. He just twisted like...
That's nice.
Plus.
I want it. I also want those Jinx sleeves. You know what would be really nice? A Showcase Jinx. But you know what would be even better than a Showcase Jinx? A signature Showcase Jinx in Chinese. I want to play my 12. Yeah, so if I was playing this event, I would jam Jinx. I would need to test it a bit more, but I would definitely test my 12 Red Runes Twisted Fates Jinx deck. Twisted Fate in red? Crackers card, mate. And you can play like Flight, Fight or Flight, and just... Twisted Fate, Twisted Fate. So Twisted Fate, if you hit a red rune off the top, Zhonya's Hourglass.
No, recall and heal, right, nowadays? Yeah. So.
Yeah, interesting there because Zhonya is one of the few hidden cards that actually can impact things other than the battlefield where it's hidden because it's a gear, and when you flip it up, it gets kicked back to your base. But even if Dizzy did go for that Leona, the Zhonyas would have been able to save it.
Yeah, so there we go. Gonna get the Conquer over to the Hillock with the ganking. Dizzy does get to that all-important 6 that we do see from the Annie, but...
Zhonya is insanely good when you hide it. When I was evaluating this card, I kind of overlooked the hidden part, which is really dumb of me. But I was really overlooking this. I still really haven't played Riftbound that much in the grand scheme of things. I played like a fair... I definitely had played more than pretty much everybody else before the game was out in English-speaking countries. But since it's actually come out, I wasn't playing very much. I've been playing more the last like, week or so, 2 weeks. I'll definitely start playing a lot soon. One gripe I have with all the physical TCG that pop-up cards on screen is they're always too small. Yeah. Just on the whole card library. I'll get there. I'll get there eventually. I know what every card in Lorcana does, especially...
Oh, I discovered that to be a lie already.
Yeah. Like what? What card don't I know in Lorcana?
Oh, you definitely didn't know one of them.
Okay. Which one?
I cannot recall, but I can remember.
Oh.
No, but a Gust to get the vibe back home.
Yeah, really great use of Gust there. You know, a lot of times you just think I'm using Gust to return my
You see this play? Self-Gust.
Yeah.
It looks good for Throwdown, I've got to say. I suppose the question is how much can he deal with cards at the base? Because Vi plus Ride the Wind from hand is the big threat here. 4 runes is all you would need for that, right? You go Vi at base, ride, recycle everything, bing bam boom.
Definitely. Hidden Blade is what Throwdown wants here because, you know...
Hidden Blade for Vi, sure.
But it's not as nice when you've lost the
That's
game.
an out to it.
Hidden Blade will actually help you not...
Hell yeah, let's play Raven. I'll be keen. I might have Christmas in Germany, sadly. I might be stuck here with visa situation. So if I am, especially over Christmas, I'll be playing a lot. If I go home, I won't. Facebreaker. So Facebreaker is a hidden card as well that can stun. Yeah, so the fact that Throwdown has stuns available is extremely important in this moment because DC's also like probably a little bit more prepared for this tournament than I would be if I was playing right now. I would love to have competed in this event though, I've got to say. I had so much fun going to America recently for the Disney O'Connor event. Where did I finish again?
80. Top 80.
80th.
To actually kind of pull off, as it looks like Dizzy is just going to be kind of going for a setup turn on this one, trying to make sure that he can go for that double conquer on the subsequent turn.
Yep, definitely just taking his time. He knows he doesn't have to rush this.
Can't wait for someone to try and put a card face down.
See if he can draw that Ride the Wind.
You have to reveal it at the end of the game.
Help him on his next turn.
Nah, just shake hands and scoop. They'll never notice, bro.
Just goes to show the potency of the Leona deck. This is a deck that I think has been gated for a lot of players because of its Kaiser matchup, having a lot of trouble going up against Kaiser, but I love that we get to showcase how in some of the other decks, some of the other strong decks in the format, I think Annie is one of them. Another one that I think Leona is really good against is Yi. So some of these other good decks, Leona
Charm would be
really
nice here.
It's kind of
Into
this level
Vi.
3 deck where, yes, you don't target the best deck in the room maybe, which is the Kaiser, but you do get to kind of deal with some of these other side fringe decks.
Yeah, and you know we also get sets out there as well.
3 available still. This Vi could get big, but a stunner. There's also that hidden card, don't forget. Is Throwdown about to 2-0 pop off with Leona?
Or even a Facebreaker. I think we're at a certain point where that hold is going to be a little bit much for an Annie to get over. One of the weaknesses of the deck is it can't get over the large numbers outside of just the Vi. Yes, it has the Darius, which can kind of do a decent job, but the Vi is really where you get over the big holds where you're able to crack that through, as it is just going to be a move and a flash. He is just digging.
Yeah, that's a bit of a desperation play here from Dizzy. Oh, but he does.
Oh, he discarded the flash.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
No,
I thought the same as you. I was like, oh
man.
man, we're flashing for movement triggers. This is not looking good, but no.
Okay.
Just a loot away, and Dizzy finds a cleave to take out this Sunlit Guardian and put himself up to 7 as well.
All right, but Frodan does still have these 4 runes up. He's got, I'm not sure how many cards in hand. I don't think it's a ton, but he's got a few cards left in hand, as well as just a massive hold and the hidden card. So really, I mean, the tough thing is because it's 3 different units holding, it's not even like fight or flight kind of gets you
Green
there.
Leona's in the deck too. It's cool.
Annie
Annie looking weak.
Unfortunately, with Volibear base, you don't need Ride the Wind, so Rebuke
Annie's a very good deck. But I think it would make sense that it's going to struggle against a stun deck. Like Leona, I think, has got legs. I think it's like as Cass, I mean, the caster plays a lot of Leona. Like, it has a bad Kaiser matchup, but it's probably quite good elsewhere. Jinx better? Nah, sadly not. I wish it was the case.
No stun. And you just hope that it's not there.
7 minutes left on the game 2, yeah, damn.
Oh,
Hidden Blade!
And that probably is just going to do it. The 2 draws are going to come through, so you'll see what you can get, but that is just going to be Vi going to the trash. Dizzy, only 3 runes, and a Poro and a Dream.
That was a big Vi.
Best of 1, that's how they do it in Asia, to be fair.
When it comes to unit combat with the shields.
What's actually interesting, because that Traveling Merchant does still have the Assault from the Cleave.
Oh.
Can he do something here? And I think he maybe has a Gust.
He sees it.
Ride the Wind.
And Ride the Wind plus Gust?
Okay, first he's gonna do a little move trigger, get rid of an unnecessarily
Draw.
Merchant.
Another cleave?
Does Frodan have cards, or are they all on the table?
He has some amount of cards in hand.
Imagine a cleave here. So it's 5-7. It's 7 versus 7 right now. It's 7 versus 7.
He's currently behind.
But if there is a Gust here, I'm not sure that there is. There's 1 rune ready. If a Gust can take out that Poro,
He's not behind. 7-7 though. What am I missing?
Dan doesn't have to flinch.
Hidden Blade! Hello!
Hidden Blade anyways. 2 Hidden Blades back to back.
Dizzy shakes his head. He's just like, yeah, that's tough.
Draw 2, nothing left.
Another cleave!
He had the second cleave, so he would have been able to push over initially. But that is just going to be...
Well done, Frodan. Popping off on main stage. That's cool to see. We want Frodan to do well. Like, it's great to have names like this in the game. It's really good.
Dizzy really tried his best. He fought for that, but it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, stick to rapping.
The rise of Annie, but he's just got the stuns to deal with.
Dizzy Rascal is a rapper in the UK. But no, good job to Dizzy. Great name.
I get to be happy that Leona gets to win on camera. I love the deck so much. It's cool.
Mate, which one's the professional caster? Is it this guy? Because he seems extremely good. Like, as in the Riftbound dev. And what did they professionally cast before? That's very interesting.
And we'll see, one loss is not the end of the road for Dizzy. He can still make
Yeah, right. Cass is professional caster. Yeah, so Cash is professional caster. But you said, like, Riftbound game designer is also...
Yeah, and of course for him he's like, shoot, the rogue deck that's good.
But I thought you said that there was a Riftbound dev that's also a professional caster. He's not a dev, right? Huh? Is he? No, right?
We do have a deck tech with Prismaticism, so let's go ahead and talk to Priz about what
But yeah. I know he does TFT. Deck tech.
I'm here with Prismaticism, fresh off the top 8 at the 10K in Vegas. And Priz, you've had a lot of success at a ton of different
I'll turn
games
this up a bit.
over a long period of time, but I wanted to ask you how it's been competing in person in your first kind of physical TCG.
Oh, it's been a great experience. The community has been great. The people have been really friendly, and I've even getting the feeling kind of back in HOTS early days, the first time I went to a LAN, where you see a lot of faces that you recognize from online or from other games, and then it's just like, I'm feeling flustered seeing them, but then like they're the ones flustered seeing me too in a way. So it's really cool.
No, that's really sweet. And you had this big success with Teemo in Vegas, and you're running back to Teemo, so I wanted to give a chance for you to kind of
Let's go, Teemo deck tech.
for our audience so people can understand what the Swift Scout is trying to do.
Okay, yeah. So Teemo, he's built around hiding cards for 1 mana instead of paying power.
Yeah, he's playing Ember Monk. My guy.
Deck, where you get to hide cards very efficiently.
I love the monk.
The star of the deck, though, is Dr. Mundo. With purple and blue, you have a lot of cards that you can play cheaply and that replace themselves. So you can fill up your discard pile very quickly, so he reaches just enormous numbers of might that other decks can't deal with. The other card that is very important is Ember Monk. Some decks can deal with Mundo, yellow decks primarily, but the decks that deal with Mundo can't deal with Ember Monk. And even the other matchups, Ember Monk gives me the tempo that I need to get to the Mundo in the late game. And then a couple other cards that are very important. I've got Consult the Past and Stack Deck. These let me see a lot of cards from my deck every game, which makes the deck very consistent, and then also gives me a lot of choices to make during the game, which makes the deck very skill intensive to play.
All right, that's awesome, Priz. Thanks so much for giving us a little bit of breakdown. Best of luck. I know you're trying to go for that Teemo medal card, so I hope we'll see you do really well in this event.
Thank you, Casanova.
All right, Frank, we got a treat for you. We got Teemo. I know you wanted to see Teemo today, and we get to see it in the hands of Prismaticism, who has been doing a really great job in the early stages of Riftbound, and we saw him even top 8 in Vegas on this Teemo deck before.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited. This is exactly what
Let's
I
go,
wanted.
Teemo!
You know, great Legends of
Teemo!
as well, so I'm just really excited to see what he can do with this Teemo deck. Seems like he really knows the ins and the outs.
Bye.
Not going for a Nocturne build,
Thanks for
but
coming
looking
in.
to really optimize Mundo, and I just have to agree with him where if you can get Mundo big enough, especially in this meta, a lot of the decks just literally cannot beat it.
Yeah, I absolutely love it, and you know, he even brings up the Ember Monk. We actually saw some builds of the
It's
all-in
Teemo!
Mundo actually foregoing Ember Monk and really just kind of going all in on that Mundo, but I like that he's kind of got this like mid-range game plan as well in the games that
I love Teemo, guys. I'm very excited to see a high-level Teemo player
no,
pilot
his logic
Teemo.
makes perfect sense. There's not a lot of order removal out there to punish your Mundos, but when there is, you have that Ember Monk to kind of get in under them.
All right, well, let's jump in with match 2 of round 2. It is Prismaticism versus
Kaiser.
or Alan Wu, who is a MTG Pro Tour champion. So this is a hell of a match to get out early on to have Priz versus Alcas in Teemo versus Kaiser, two titans of the TCG industry going up against each other on two titans of the format. And in Vegas, we saw Priz dismantle some Kaisers over and over again with his Teemo. But even from talking to Priz, he thinks he's a bit unfavored into the Kaisers if they really know the matchup.
Right, and you know, definitely
so
excited
Zorn
to see
Warrens
card game
for the
really
first
go at it
game.
Here. You know, we see Nalpax leading off with that Legion rearguard, a more aggressive build of Kai'Sa, and yeah, but we'll see how Teemo can respond.
Yeah, and kick things off. It is going to be Zon Warrens for Teemo and Reavers Row for Kai'Sa. So Teemo trying to continue to fill up that graveyard and make the Mundo as big and unstoppable as possible. Whereas on the other side, you know, as you're saying, the more aggressive versions of Kai'Sa really like this Reavers Row. They'll try and get their Kai'Sa out very quickly onto the point, get that conquer, get the draw, and then move it back.
Yeah, and it looks like both players really breaking out very quickly into full tempo gameplay as Priz says, hey, I know that Legion rearguard could come down with Accelerate later, but I'm just going to gust it now to stop you from scoring a point.
Yeah, I love Gust and Teemo. I think he wants 3. Feels bad not to play 3, like the tempo. Nice and early is so important. To have the stream open twice?
Kind of the best case scenario is you get enough might on the board and you can kind of come in with the Thousand-Tailed Watcher and get over the top.
Nope.
It really, for this matchup for Teemo, it really just is
It's probably the microphone.
and stop my opponent from scoring enough points that by the time I play Mundo, I've got a big
Because I am...
in there and close out the game.
No, I don't have headphones. I'm playing it out the TV. Not a big deal. Thanks. Thanks, There's not a very professional setup.
And there's that Ember Monk.
Yep, Ember Monk hide Teemo. This is the exact...
Yeah, this is the line. Like, Ember Monk is just so good. I was talking to a friend, Kof Kof Moyen, and he was like, I don't know if I think Ember Monk's good. I'm like, extremely convinced it is. 4 energy, no power is such a good stat line in this game.
Yeah, one of the big things I do note here...
And 6 might on this, brother.
But Alan's Kai'Sa, I'm not seeing in the champ zone here. I'm wondering if it was accidentally shuffled into the deck and if that's something that is either they just told them to play or what goes from there.
Oh, that is a good call out. It is possible that it is off screen, but I'm sure we'll see eventually.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if that comes into
No Kai'Sa on board.
Yeah, not sure.
In the
I
champ
actually
zone.
don't know the rules on what happens there, so we'll have to see if the judges have to step in for that, if it even comes up, or hopefully
That's so funny.
we are going to have now
That's jokes. Hopeful comes in, which feels like a hopeful play. Narc looks nervous, quite shaky, which I mean makes sense to be on stream this early on in a new game.
He knows that, okay, Priz flips Teemo, I can still get rid of this Ember Monk.
Right, so it's known hidden card because it was the champion Teemo that was removed, that was there.
This Ember Monk to be able to stick on the board. He knows it's 6, send 7 in, go for the trade.
Right. Definitely one of the good ways to fight back against Teemo is kind of not let them get too entrenched in a single battlefield and say, hey, I know we might trade some resources here when we fight, but I just want to get some of your hidden cards
What happens? It's possible that that is just what it is. Maybe you can choose not to have a champion.
So the math on this is going to be 8 currently on the side of Prismat, but now there's also Array, so plenty able to kind of start to push through. And I did get a note from production. The Kaiser is off screen, so we're not.
The Kaiser's off screen.
There, just does have his Kaiser out there.
And breathe. What a shame. No, that's good. I'm just memeing when I say what a shame. It just would have been funny.
Yeah, but that's massive.
It's actually the best.
That is the downside of Teemo having it be face up. 12 power is really difficult to deal with, but a smoke screen, a cleave, that's very efficient.
Smoke screen plus cleave clearing the board. Teemo losing this much tempo early in the game against Kaiser is a disaster. Particularly because this sentry is still in play. Kaiser's winning from here. This is an insane turn from Nock. I can tell you this is probably the matchup I know the most in the whole game. In fact, it definitely is. I played so much Teemo into Kaiser. And like,
this is the tough thing with Teemo, right?
I think that this is an extremely good position for Nock. What's so key is that they have 2 bodies down. Yeah, I was about to say, literally, Singularity is a card that would be quite good here, but usually it's not a card that you have in main deck.
These are really challenging hand states.
Yeah, and you know, this is why...
And even Singularity is like,
because not only does it have these
without seals, it's, yeah.
spells, it can just have a really aggressive tempo.
Stupefied probably just to draw something better.
Even when you put a lot of resources into trying to hold.
Yeah, it feels like crazy that Priz was able to put 12 might on the board, and now Cast not only was able to remove it, but also keep his hold.
Yeah. Okay, but we'll see Priz start to rebuild a little bit.
The monk is something.
You know, now Cast might just have some more removal that can reach the base.
But yeah, like another weakness of the Teemo deck is between the monk and the watcher and the mundo. There's nothing sort of in between that, right? There's no 5 or 6 cost cards that these decks are usually playing. Hey, mate. Yeah, another cat. Hey, everybody.
Because even if Nalcast scores a lot early, Priz can reestablish a board, get a Mundo out, and then it becomes almost impossible for him to win, and he can claw back the game.
Hey.
Right, but he definitely has to do it before it is too late, because although Mundo can do a lot of work, you know, if the score is like 7-1, 7-2, it might just be too much for Mundo to overcome.
There's just going to be the Kaiser coming in, actually just going to be played to hold into the Ember Monk.
Oh, you can stay there.
You know that you can always just retreat,
get her away,
but you
mate.
also have the option, if it feels like you can stay in, you can do so.
Yeah, that's the really awesome thing about Reaver's Rope.
So Ember Monk at the base. So this obviously could be a watcher turn, for example.
Conquer and just draw a card on the follow-up.
Yeah, this really threatens, hey, I showed you a smoke screen earlier. Do you want to risk it? Do you want to come in? Do you think I'll retreat, or do you think I will be able to smoke screen and kind of...
You really need like a big turn here for Teemo. And you'd rather not... I mean, Watcher does the job, doesn't it? 1, 2, 5. Yeah, stack deck might just be digging for Watcher, to be honest. Which suggests that maybe they don't have it yet. Because if you do have it yet, I'm not sure it makes sense to use the stack deck already when you're probably always watchering this turn. I don't think there's ever a world you don't watcher this turn. And if you're going to watcher this turn, is there any need to play the stack deck and not like have the threat of something like Stupefy mid-combat? Maybe the Stupefy is having no impact on it, but I would suggest they missed it. So they actually have Singularity in main deck, which is a card I love. I really like playing the blue seals in this deck. Because of Singularity, like if you play blue seal, you can load up on 3 Singularities, you can play 3 Sprite Mothers. It does make space quite tight, but it is a nice option. Not on the keyboard, bro. Bro, you paused it, cat. You paused it.
No, just a Stupefy. Oh, this
You
is really
silly
scary,
boy.
because now he's tempting
You
Priz and
paused
saying,
it.
look, when you come in for your Conquer, I may just have a Ray
Hey, buddy.
that can answer you immediately, and also, instead of holding
Hey,
on, he was
mate.
looking for a retreat of his own to potentially save the Kaiser. And I wonder if he found it or had it.
Hey, boy.
Looks like he just stupefied again, just to try and draw. So, still threatening that Ray, but instead of,
He's a little
hiding
cutie
it
pie.
and obfuscating it, he might not even have it. He just has to make Priz think about
He's
it.
a little
and he could have
cutie
found a
pie.
retreat.
Yeah,
Hey,
definitely
mate.
look like digging for a retreat to me, because while Kaiser's not great at protecting them in terms of keeping them
Hey,
in
boy.
play, retreat is a good way to at least return them to your hand so you can use them again.
Yeah, and Priz is just going to run
But
in,
we
but the
chilling,
Ray
aren't
is
we,
there.
mate?
And there's no
We got
way
company
Priz to
for
kinda
this
get
watch
around that.
party.
I think at this point in the game, I think Prismat is recognizing I just have to make you have it.
I'm very
because he's
interested to
very
see what the other
overwhelming. You can see
battlefield
on
selections
board,
are for
and realistically, you
the
can't
Teemo
just
player
let
as
the
well.
Kaiser keep running you over, as I believe there still is that rear guard in hand that was gusted earlier on in the game. And so if Nalkpass wants to push to 6 points here, he's just going to be able to.
Yeah, Nalkpass definitely has done a really
Rearguard
great
is not
job
something
of
you always see in
keeping Priz
Kaiser.
under the gun,
Something
being
that
like,
Moyen
hey,
was
I know
playing
you're
for a
trying to
while.
play a slow game and set up for your big Mundo down the line, and I'm just not going to let you do that if I can.
But yeah, the singularity is really good in this spot if you have some units on the board. But when you have no unit, even if you just have like a 1 might guy, especially like 2 1 might guys. So this is I sideboarded in a blue Victor in this matchup when I played blue Seal, which can spawn tokens. And spawning tokens and then playing a singularity against Kaiser is like an insane line. But when you're playing singularity and you have nothing yourself, it's really bad. That's why this play from Nalkpass, when he like won that combat, was so insanely good for him. He won the combat while also having the sentry and the hopeful still on the board. This matchup is like really tempo orientated, and it's really just about who can gain the board state to score some cheap points. Again, this is like the one matchup in the game I actually know exceptionally well. I wouldn't say there's any other matchup I know very well. I guess I know how to play Yasuo against Annie.
But I think he's kind of more determined, I don't need to rush. I can just draw a bunch of cards, and then I will absolutely be able to overwhelm whatever Prismaticism can offer to finish out the game.
Yeah, it's also possible that I just missed him discard it to Warrens, and he doesn't actually have it in hand. But if he did, there is still, as you said, like, reason to hold back, because you just have control of the
The
game.
sentry has
You need to keep holding
been on the board for a while, I think, yeah.
You know, heuristics are good. Saying
I kind of got distracted by cat.
10 is good, but that doesn't mean it's always right.
Let me see if I can get some cat cam
And
action.
Priz is going to start off with a stack deck here to see if he could find anything to help start digging himself out.
Yeah, at this point I'm like, maybe your first Mundo, but even that feels a little slow when your opponent's at 5. I feel like the early answer to the 12 might stack has been a really tough thing to start to overcome. It is just going to be a Mundo in hand. It's a huge Mundo for Priz, and the question is it just too little too late?
Yeah, no, that is a gigantic
boyo.
Mundo. Priz has definitely achieved his mini game of create a gigantic trash. I don't
You
even
silly
know how
Billy.
big that Mundo is.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
going to try and count it. Whenever they tell us, we'll find out that. As surely whenever it becomes relevant, we will know. Nalkpass does have a retreat now. It looks like an Acathian Rain, and it maybe was a Stupefy. I think there's a 4th card I missed. But also that Consult the Past that exists is
Stupefy.
going to just add a couple more cards to this hand. And while there's nothing in the deck that exactly deals with Mundo, still being able to start building a huge board
The
since
early
Priz is so
game
behind on points can be plenty.
Yeah,
tempo
no, as
moment
Nalkpass
was
is
so
handing
winning
the
for
hand, I'm
Kaiser.
not sure that I did see that rear guard, so it might have actually been.
But it's interesting also that Prismatic isn't scooping yet,
So up to 6,
where they still think it's doable. It's interesting. Because he's an experienced player, he's going to know the matchup very well. And he's going to know that time pressure is also like a real thing. So it's definitely like, there's an argument that he could be scooping here. But he's wanting to give his Mundo a bit of a spin to see if he can claw his way back into it. Because Teemo has a lot of bombs, right? You get a Mundo down, it's obviously great against Kaiser. And then you just start slamming Watcher, 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 Singularity, Watcher. Hey, boyo.
We're going to see if Mundo truly can reverse a 7-to-1 point differential.
Yeah, this is Mundo versus the world, right?
Hard, but it's
Acathian
definitely
Rain.
not impossible.
As that is an Acathian Rain
Discarded.
being cast.
Right?
Does this work?
Is this enough?
A Falling Star and an Acathian Rain, so that's 6.
Whoa.
That's 18? Is this Mundo? I mean, I can see that only being 12 cards in the trash. That's Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
could do it.
normally you
Cooked.
think of a Kathy and Rain's ability
Why
to
not
kind of
scoop,
mow down
though?
a bunch of different units, but it also can just deal 12 to a single unit. And Mundo was big, but it turns out he was not big enough for Priz to keep him
Sprite.
around.
Yeah, I mean,
I think, to be fair, Kaiser has nothing on
Falling
board.
Star, it takes a lot to get through, but
I like
it is
Sprite Core as
enough,
well.
As
It's a good
now
card.
it is just going to be a little Sprite trying to run in, deals with the sentry.
Good against the Dazzling Aurora decks in a sort of similar way to Sneaky Deckhand. It's not as good against Aurora as Sneaky Deckhand is, but it's better like across the board. So I like the Sprite Core a lot, actually. I think it's a really solid card. I really like Sprite Mother, but it's very power hungry if you're not playing Blue Seals.
Has to find some kind of answer.
No, I love that Sprite call.
This card is Guerrilla Warfare, where it's 2 cost and 1 power, and you return 2 hidden cards from your discard back to hand. Really nice synergy there with the Sprite Core. You can play another, clear the board. So the game's not over, but these sprites will be banished at the start of Prismatic's next turn before scoring. So you score with these for the Conquer, but you don't get any holding points, and they disappear before that would happen. And without a Stupefy here, the Sprite will die. It'll be a trade. Hextech Ray, though, that's probably all she wrote.
To have a 4 might hold potentially, but that is a Ray.
I am a little bit interested in the time management here.
Yeah, it looks like Priz might have just been doing a trash check there. Be like, let me see your trash so I know what I have to deal with after we get into the next game.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like sideboarding is going to come through.
That's such a cool play to make. Like, it's a sign of a very experienced card game player, is when you know you're losing, be like, can I see your discard, please? And, like, just flick through and have some memory of, like, some of the cards that you saw. Like, maybe there's something unorthodox you might have forgotten about. You can't reveal a hidden card before it's destroyed at the beginning of your turn, right? A hidden card wouldn't be destroyed at the start of your turn. If you can't hide, yeah, you can't reveal a hidden card before it's destroyed at the beginning of your turn. Hidden card is not destroyed at the beginning of your turn. It stays there, and you can just, at the beginning of your turn, if you have a hidden card, you can just reveal it whenever you want, because you must have played it in your previous turn, right? If it's hidden at the start of your turn. Look at this cat. Like, if you hide Teemo and reveal him to gain a point.
Yeah, you want to get the Teemo Scout out there. That is the most might you can actually represent, and does end up hurting in the long run for that spot.
Right, you can't have a hidden card at a battlefield that isn't a unit. If you have a hidden card that is at a battlefield where you don't have a unit, like, you can't play one there to begin with.
Did you see any cards that were like notably missing from the
Right, I see what you mean. So if you have the Sprite and a hidden, that's a very good question.
Nothing immediate. I mean, I didn't see a time warp at any point because I know a card.
I'm not actually sure on that one.
As the meta has developed, so I could see a world where
I would think you can, because hidden cards are reaction speed, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Good question.
Yeah, and I really like that call out, right? Because often in some of these main decks,
Yeah, with the Sprite temp on the chain, you can flip Teemo. Yeah, that makes sense. Nice one, Mage. Thank you.
There's 2 Consult the Pass instead of the warps, or maybe it's like 1 less rain and get the Consult the Pass, so maybe cutting some of that top end and then getting this draw that you're spending power for to maybe find the falling stars more consistently, where those are...
Turns out staying at a desk is good for cat bonding.
It's really hard for your opponent to deal with.
I never sit at this desk.
Teemo actually has a unique way to play around Falling Star and Decathian Rain that some other decks don't, because if you can hide units, those can actually be threatened by the Falling Star, and you could flip them up to kind of keep your board presence and not get totally wiped.
All right, well, let's jump into the next game and see...
Mage, what game did they professionally cast before? The game designer that's professional caster. Come on, Teemo. So we're seeing Bandletree. I think this battlefield... They're using Bandletree going first. I have to say, guys, respectfully, I'm sure this guy's a very good player. Don't understand that. Patrick casted Magic. Cool, thanks. Magic, I assume so.
Yeah, this is that really, I would say Teemo is kind of...
You're falling, mate.
You know, maybe you can
You're falling.
crack my hold stack of 1 Teemo, but if there's 2 Teemos hiding...
You're so hairy.
I don't know if Nalpax is going to be able to get Prismaticism out of there.
And now we do have a fight.
You're falling, boy.
Move trigger. I imagine there's some other hidden cards. I think one of the
Bandletree as a battlefield when going first is
and I think it's a really nice early one because you have
interesting. So they go for a double hide in Bandletree.
But you so you don't want to run in, but it could just be the Teemo with a Consult the Past hanging out.
I'm saying I don't like it, but like let me watch it and evaluate it. But yeah, Seal of Rage is a Giga Chad card. Darius, bro, this not pass guy is a serious gamer. Bro's playing Seal. That's a Giga Chad play.
Because you don't expect seals in this deck. Darius usually can't come out on 5 runes, but this one, Chris gets blown out by the seal because it enables Darius Trefarian to come down as a second card. This is massive.
Yeah, okay. This Kaiser player cooked.
No answer on 5 runes that perfectly deals with it, but exactly Fury Seal does so.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is some really heads-up deck building right there. Obviously, like, intuitively you might be like, oh, I'm already getting all the power I need from Daughter of the Void. I might not need to use these seals, but there are a lot of spaces to spend that red power, like on Darius or Kaiser Survivor, and it does allow this really
What a
powerful,
Chad.
really unexpected play that you're talking about with the seal.
And also those
Royal.
You know, we were talking about, hey, yeah, you can't use Daughter of the Void for that, but now tap a seal.
That's so cool with Darius specifically, right? With Seal Darius.
We saw some seals out
So
of
early.
Bang in the top 8 of Vegas earlier on.
I feel like this game is
either taking some inspiration there or just having the same idea.
kind of over.
Actually quite good to play in Kaiser.
Ish. It's not over, but like the swing in this matchup in Kaiser's favor is so huge. You okay, mate? Please don't fall off. Please don't fall off. So this guy is so hairy. I'm covered in hair. You're so hairy.
As many options as possible in the first game. I don't think you can.
You're so hairy. Whoops, and he's gone. He's gone, but he's left a lot of fur on me. Oh my goodness. Bye, buddy. Thanks for coming.
So it causes, this amazing spot for Knockpass to now have full control of the game.
Yeah, really important to note that the full event here in Houston is closed deckless, so that was just not on Cruz's radar at all, and it really paid off Alpex for going a little.
That is one hairy cat. Oh my goodness.
As you said, right, it goes to show because it's closed deckless.
You're so hairy.
These little secrets, any little hidden nugget of tech or one-ofs that maybe people won't expect, you might get even extra value than you would normally get out of the card.
So a long think on that stack deck from Crizzy. We'll have to see what he
Right.
can do.
So the stack deck comes through. We do see Sprite Mother.
Just having more ways to continue to
Prismatic's deck looks like it wants some flipping blue seals, mate. He's playing Sprite Mother and Singularity. This is basically the build of Teemo that I'm a believer in, but he's not seemingly playing the blue seals, which, like, the blue seals are so good. I'm looking for blue seals so I could play my blue seal Teemo deck that I built like 3 months ago at this point. Like Sprite Mother, Singularity, giga good cards. But the power costs get so heavy. You want to be able to like slam Sprite Mothers and Singularities and then go like still go Watcher and Mundo on curve.
Lost 3 units immediately to the cleave in the smoke.
At least somewhat, right? Like if you play a Singularity at 6 or even 7, right? Next turn, you're still going to be at either 6 or 7 unless you have a seal.
Here, Kaiser is going to come in. It is just a consult, getting some more value out of this Sprite. As this seal already, giving +1 rune here because of.
But yeah, now just cooked
needing the cost, a Fury rune.
with this
Oftentimes
play.
players kind of shy away from accelerating Kaiser as much as possible because they want to make sure they have enough runes built up. But when you have
Super
the seal,
impressive
it
stuff.
unlocks your ability to kind of look for those spots.
So it was a consult that passed alongside the Sprite. I really like the Sprites in this deck. 5/7 runes available, so you can do a non-accelerated Watcher. Again, you just don't have much in a Teemo deck between costs 5 to 7. You have Watcher, which you really want to be paying 8 for, and you have Mundo on 8. So 7 is kind of an awkward number. Like this power cost from the Sprite Mother is extremely expensive. Of course, worth mentioning, a blue seal wouldn't have a blue seal wouldn't have actually made a difference because the first time you play a seal, you still pay a power cost, right?
Singularity, definitely a great card to kind of catch you back
Another
up.
Sprite Mother.
It's really at its best.
Bro, where are the blue seals?
Using it to kind of keep yourself safe. So if Priz had it here, it could help, but I don't think this is the ideal setup for it. So even if he had it, he's going to go with the Sprite Mother instead.
Yeah, double sprites here, Sprite Mother into Sprite Call, send those two in.
And still having this like sentry on the board as just a one mic guy that can just go in and get a point. That's the big difference in this game, because Nalka's got so much of the early tempo that he's just gaining points extremely cheaply, whereas Priz is having to invest extremely heavily to just score 1 point. Nalk is gaining points for free, right? Like, Nalk is spending a power cost to get a sprite through. Nalk is just moving in for 0 energy, 0 power to score points.
Because maybe, you know, obviously the red seal can't help you there, so maybe he has just cut time warp, but he's looking to do a different strategy.
Yeah, and
could also be a sideboard thing, right?
Kaiser players I've talked to, I think time warp has more and more fallen out of favor. There are still a few staunch supporters who are like, you know, you need this card. It is a mirror breaker. It's going to let you win a lot of these games. But I've heard a lot of different players.
Hate that not all Fury runes are shiny. Hello, Vanessa.
More of that top end, especially with the resources.
Hello.
Yeah, definitely one of the more divisive cards among Kaiser players. Some swear by
She left the stream, but she's still watching. Let's go.
Now back over to Priz. Now Nalkast not able to go to 6, so I think for Priz that's a little bit of a sigh of relief. You'll have at least some more time.
Yeah, the red foil runes are kind of orange, to be honest. They're not Giga Red, are they?
Your power, even though you'll kind of decimate your rune base, can get you in a position to potentially turn things around. But if he doesn't have the
Liverpool 3 leads 3. That's crazy. Please tell me Calvert-Lewin scored. Oh, he didn't, but they scored in the 96th. Hey Jay, what's up? Teemo's sadly getting cooked at the moment. This Kaiser player absolutely popped off. Kaiser's a pretty tough matchup for Teemo, to be honest. But this Kaiser player played it so good. They knew the matchup, bro. This is a serious player to our right-hand side. Priz is like a very solid Teemo player with good results. I don't like the Bandle tree still. Going first, I'm quite surprised by that.
Just filling up the back row.
I don't think this made much of a difference. To be honest, it was quite good for them here, but it's interesting. I am surprised by it. But the battlefield didn't make a difference here. Like, Nalk just absolutely popped off both games on like turn 2 to 3. They played it so well. They knew exactly what they needed to do, and they really did it. And to be fair to Priz as well, he knew that he had to defend that player, but like Nalk just had too much juice. It was like Smokescreen plus Cleave in game 1 to win the early fight, and then this time it was the flipping Seal plus Darius wombo combo. It was crazy. Needs to clear both.
He's got one more little Hail Mary play that he can try and make, but with both battlefields in control.
Ride the Wind. Something plus Ride the Wind is the only out here, right?
I like the shout from Priz. You kind of have to just go for it. You have to say, you know what, if you have it, you have it. And I think there are quite a few spots when playing against Kaiser that this can come up, where you do just have to make him have it. And this time, Nalkast pretty much had it every time.
Yeah, I mean, because, you know, if you play the game as though they always have rain and you play around it, you're going to, like, lose to it when they don't have it by not playing to beat it.
GG. Very impressive performance from Nalk there. Kaiser beating Teemo. Not an easy matchup. It's probably like 60-40 for Kaiser, in my opinion. Maybe actually a bit higher. But the way that, like, against... It's a high skill matchup. And this Kaiser player played it exceptionally. That was the best gameplay I've seen on stream so far from this Kaiser player.
And he even said that. He said the metal card was one of the big things that he wanted.
And the deck building.
That could have just as easily been a Kaiser mirror between two great Kaiser players.
Brilliant.
You can see that kind of spot. But for Nalkast, you come in, you say, I want to play the best
deck. Absolutely brilliant.
Little sneaky tech. I got word that the seal was actually a one-of Seal of Rage. So you kind of have
damn.
high roll spots where you find
One of seals. Very interesting, Kaiser. I can see it. You're already playing the red power cards.
Times where your deck just says, yeah, we've got you. I've got your back.
And Riftbound 40 card deck, like a one of in a 40 card deck, is quite impactful.
He did take a pretty unique take on it. Yeah. It's really cool to see it in action.
Compared with like in Locano one off in a 60 card deck, because really it's like a 39 card deck as well, right?
And it's kind of cool because even though that Seal of Rage is a one of,
overrun by Annie, Kaiser, and Victor. Nice one, Jay. What were you playing? How did it go? I sadly missed my. Well, I got on the wrong bus today, so I missed mine. That's okay. I would have to come home and watch this. I probably would have missed the start of this, so I might not have gone live. So I appreciate you guys being here and hanging out. Thanks to the channel sponsor Card Market.
Realistically, that's probably more value out of the Seal Rages than even the Seal Rage is going to give him in most of the spots if people actually start worrying about the legend of that. But we talked about that earlier, the Kaiser builds, the variation that we get to see. And
Bro, these guys have been casting for nearly 2 hours, over 2 hours. What a shift. Fair play to them. I would have needed to have gone to the toilet at least 17 times by now. Teemo 10 out of 32, great effort, mate.
Yeah, no.
Where are you playing?
Like, I respect the Kaiser decks kind of pivoting to more of that low to the ground strategy. Even especially, like, you saw the rear guard. Like, they're clearly maximizing their ability to just score.
Moyen was playing the rear guard months ago. It's interesting.
Doing that, doing it well, you really don't need a card like Time Warp.
Yeah, exactly. Especially the
I don't really like Time Warp. I don't really like it. It's a great card. It's very cool. But my goodness. I'm not really a Time Warp gamer myself. So expensive. I feel like the game is a bit too tempo orientated to be getting to 10. Like, why are you not spending more power? Why are you getting to 10? In some matchups, sure. I think it's like fine as a sideboard card, maybe, or like a one-off that you sideboard out. That's like part of, you know, that's part of the value of Time Warp is that you don't have to play it in all 3 games. It's a lot better with the fact that sideboards exist in this game. And I like it with like Ari, for example. It's very cool in that kind of deck. Play 1 main and 1 side in Lux. Yeah, Lux though I can see getting to 10, to be fair. And you've also got synergy with the champ I assume you're using, which is +2 spell mana, right? That champ's very cool. I like that card a lot. Are you using that as your chosen champ? I would guess so, right? Yeah, the other one's pretty pants anyway, right? I want to try Lux. Can you send me a deck list, please, boss? Lux felt really good in the Proving Grounds as well. It was the best 1v1 Proving Grounds deck.
Because a lot of times they're going to be playing around intervals of 3. You know, you've got Hexec.
1 in slot, none in main. Makes sense.
They can add
Yeah.
3 to whatever
You don't need more in main, right? Because you just have it every game when you need it.
being 4 instead of 3, it really changes the whole scope of the combat.
I liked Lux in Runeterra a lot.
Something that these other cards
Shields won it. Barrier as well, though.
have plenty more rounds to get to after that. That is round 2 in the books, but round 3 coming up soon. We are going to be jumping into those games soon enough, but just right after this.
Chengren, it's 6-4, and I'm holding both battlefields.
So I have to conquer both and hold on to them to win the game.
Yeah,
This is the repeat thing, right?
Your Draven doesn't stand a chance against
I go for a wee.
Zir and his mighty Sand Soldier army. That's 10 total might, buddy.
We'll see about that. I attack with Draven.
Puny.
Pay 1 power and give him +2.
Ooh, scary. Not.
That's not all. I pay 1 and play Blood Rush, then give Draven +2. I pay 1, play Blood Rush, and give Draven +2.
You don't have to repeat yourself. I heard you the first time.
I'm using our new repeat mechanic.
Oh, well, it's still not enough to conquer.
With my remaining runes, I'm going to support Draven with the longsword.
Uh-oh.
Then I'm good. With my 12 might to your 10, I will conquer this battlefield and wipe your Sand Soldiers off the board.
Whoa, not so fast. I wonder what this thing does. I'll grant this quick draw equipment Sterix gauge to the one and only Emperor of the Sands, Azir. That gives me 3 additional might. You need not follow the map, but you must witness, which gives me 13 total might, 1 more than yours. Your attack is defeated.
No! I guess there's only 1 move left. I invoke Rule 650.
Riftbound Rule 650. A player may concede at any time.
GG. Close game. Hi everyone, Changren and Dave from the Riftbound team here. We hope you've been having a blast with the Origin set.
We've been seeing a ton of theory crafting, starting from the initial card reveals, and the team is super energized by the amount of excitement that you, Riftbounders, have shown for our game.
As we continue on our Riftbound journey, we wanted to introduce everyone to our second set, Spirit Forged. In Spirit Forged, Weapons aren't just tools, they're extensions of your might and soul. The forged aspect is the steel you wield, while the spirit represents the Ionia Spirit Blossom, which has lifted the veil between the mortal and spirit realms and made its way home in some of the champions and art for our new set.
Spirit Forge takes Origins and builds upon it in every way, with more ways to play each domain, 12 new legends, equipment that lets you enhance your units in new ways, and a new gear token type, Gold, which provides a new path to power. You won't believe some of the cool stuff we have coming your way.
Not to mention 12 incredible Spirit Blossom overnumber cards, like these.
Dave and Chengren aren't allowed to show you these cards yet.
Huh. All right. Well, here's something we can tell you about equipment.
Take a look at Trinity Force. Equipable for the low cost of a single power, it grants your unit +2 might and also gives you an additional victory point when you hold a battlefield with it equipped. Tons of damage.
Actually, it's just +2 might and a victory point.
All right, moving on. We've also got equipment that's a little tricky to play, like Guardian Angel, a card that prevents its unit from dying one time.
But equipment is only as good as the unit that holds it. Well, that's not exactly true, as it can enhance any unit or champion you play, but it does help to know how you use the equipment. Enter Weapon Master, one of our new keywords that allows units to equip something for free when played. Take a look at Lucian Merciless. He can conquer again if he wins the fight, and with the right equipment in his hands, he definitely will.
Mastery of equipment is definitely strong, but I prefer speed. Quick Draw is our other new keyword. With Quick Draw, you can play equipment from your hand onto a unit as a reaction, like on this card, Longsword. Quick Draw makes equipment an important part of the chain.
The chain? Is that one of our new weapons? Haha, gotcha.
The chain is the sequence where players respond to each other with activated abilities or reaction spells until both are done. It is not a physical thing, Dave.
Who is saying that?
We actually don't know.
There is something I do know all about. Our new champion legends, Sivir and Renata Classic. These two champions are all about gold. They create it, and you get to spend it.
Spending gold gets you a power resource of any domain, letting you play more powerful cards.
One of my favorite new champions is Draven, Vanquisher, who generates gold when he conquers. Time to cash in on all that adoration.
And one of my favorite new champions is Draven, Vanquisher, who generates gold when he conquers. Time to cash in on all that adoration.
Dave, you okay? Why are you repeating me?
Sorry, I was just excited for the final mechanic reveal, Repeat. With Repeat, you can play a spell twice, if you can
Yes,
play it
chat.
twice the second time. Spells like Feral Strength are good, but if you have the runes, we don't have to settle
What's
for
up?
good.
I got
We can
some
have
food.
great.
All this talk
We
about
probably-
repeat is making me think that our last game needs a repeat too.
Wait, what do you mean?
I already seen this video before, by the way. It's old.
Chengren
but
is
still.
6-4, and I'm holding both battlefields.
So I have to conquer both and hold on to them to win the game.
That's right, it's impossible. Wait, why does this feel familiar?
Don't worry about it.
The stream's been great, by the way. I'm very impressed.
Hello, Riftbounders. I'm Bear Bryant, and I have the absolute pleasure of being joined with the Dave Guskin, game director for Riftbound.
I love Dave's little cute wave.
And I've just got a couple of questions for you. So my first question I want to ask you, as we are here in Houston for the first ever English regional qualifier.
Cinnamon, yogurt.
What have you learned from the global release now of Origins and building upon that as a game designer?
Yeah. So obviously we've still got the kind of the results of this tournament to see, but I think it's been really interesting to see kind of how people develop their understanding of a brand new game, right? Like Riftbound is new to everybody, and Origins is kind of both a new game as well as a new environment. So it's been interesting to see kind of like the development of the Kaiser versus E meta game, and now kind of moving into the English release and seeing Sed and Annie and Ari kind of like maybe kind of getting up there. So it's been very interesting, and I think it's cool to see people take the tools, explore in spaces that maybe we didn't even think were interesting, or we didn't expect. And it's kind
I
of
like
seeing
Dave a lot.
Players having their hands
He's
is
very
always the
good
most
at his
exciting
job.
time for designers. So.
With that same idea,
Felt the same with
Spirit
Runeterra.
Forged on the horizon.
That's right.
So, as Origins functions as this like base set beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Spirit Forge, how is that meant to build upon that layer? And then also with future sets, obviously.
Yeah, so interesting note about Spirit Forged. The equipment mechanic was something we played with at the very beginning of development for Riftbound. So we loved how it played, but we were like, this is maybe like a little bit too much to put into Origins. We want to kind of build that foundation, as you said, right? The core rules of the game and attacking and defending and like that. So we took equipment and brought it into Spirit Forged. So we actually kind of think of Origins and Spirit Forged together as like a really strong foundation for the entire game. That said, we put a lot of interesting kind of new twists on color combinations and like the way that you might play that kind of deck in Spirit Force. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes, especially with like, you know, the making things mighty and the like choosing targets kind of stuff is pretty interesting new space for Riftbound.
I personally really even like the repeat mechanic being introduced. So
I like the repeat mechanic too.
Going into Spirit Forge still, on that topic, as a lot of people are excited for those cards, as we had the full set released this week, what do you think players are going to be doing, not just in 1v1 in a competitive setting, but in multiplayer?
Yeah, multiplayer is kind of, you know, I think of it as like the heart of Riftbound. A lot of people are playing 1v1 right now because it's easy to find opponents, people are competitive, they want to show that they're mastering the game. But I think multiplayer is kind of a really fun way to play. I think interestingly, I think there's a lot of cool tools for 2v2 in Spirit Forge. So you kind of check for cards that say friendly, and you can use those on your partner stuff in 2v2. I also think there's just like a lot of cool like big spell moments, I would say, in Spirit Forge, and that's always fun in multiplayer, right? One of the things we did relatively recently based on player feedback, maybe earlier this year, is we used to have a rule where only the 2 players involved in a combat could play spells unless you were invited. But now we've kind of opened it up, so it's just like fun chaos. You know, I love chaos.
As I didn't know that.
So,
That's
yeah,
good, though. I think
that'll be really fun to see in Spirit Forged.
I love side formats.
So you don't have to invite
I love the
people to
multiplayer.
Showdown
I'm
anymore,
here to play
I didn't know that.
multiplayer, Dave, with all my friends. I'm not competing, obviously.
Sure.
But speaking of side formats, thoughts on expanding on draft for Riftbound?
Yeah, so as you may know, we have sealed deck. We kind of released rules for that with Origins, and that's play with 3 colors. A deck is 25 cards, and you build out of 6 packs. So draft, traditionally booster draft is 3 packs, and then you kind of draft a deck like that. We're still working on rules for draft. I don't feel 100% confident that we've nailed it. It's likely that as we get closer to something that I feel good about, that the team feels good about, we'll kind of release those rules, maybe even in like a beta state and have players try it out. But I feel confident that we'll find something, and I think it'll be really fun. We also have found that like as we develop in future sets, we're spending more time thinking about like, hey, how would this work in draft? How would limited work? And kind of making sure that we kind of build our
I love draft.
rares for that purpose. So.
I loved every part of that. That was fantastic, Dave.
I love
and I hope
cheese.
everyone at home also got to experience this insight just
I
as
kinda
I
ate
did.
the
Dave,
yogurt
thank
and
you so
cheese the
much
wrong
for
way
this,
around.
and I can't wait to see what else is coming for Riftbound.
Woo!
Welcome
Flipping
back
out,
to
that
the Houston
stinks.
Regional Qualifier. I'm Casanova, still joined by Frank
Yeah.
Scarin. We are going to be jumping in with round 3 in just a moment here, but so far the games have been very
Bro,
exciting. A
these
lot of fun. We
casters
got
are
to see a
doing
lot
a
of really
graveyard
unique
shift.
deck lists come through.
Crazy.
And we did get to showcase just how scary Kaiser can be.
There's
Yeah,
no
you know, a lot
way
of
they're
really
doing
great
3
matches,
rounds in a
really
row.
close, good back and forth.
Mate,
Got to
that
see
is
a
not
pretty nice
easy.
spread of
Fair
legends,
play
which is
to them.
cool. We also just got to see, you know, my boss there, Dave Guskin, game director for Riftbound, kind of talk all things Riftbound
That's
and just really excited for the
crazy.
future and excited for some more great games today.
All right, well, our next matchup coming through, we're going to have yet another deck that we have not seen yet. It is a Misfortune piloted by Ali Eldrazi, if you are familiar of long-term
heavily
Magic the Gathering
favored here.
grinder, going up against Litten Lover on Annie.
Yeah, you know, Ali, I know him more as an acquaintance, but just a really long-time Magic grinder, big in that scene. I've
Magic
seen he's
said
really
by
been getting into
Riftbound
Riftbound. It's really cool to see some of
Dev.
these players from other card games kind of like, you know, test
Very
the waters
cool.
with
I like it.
Riftbound. I would expect him to be, you know, really
turn down a
great
bit.
here as he is in Magic, and really cool to see
So that's
that
now
this
confirmation from a
organization is
Riftbound
other
developer
side of
on the
Dazzler
Riftbound stream.
Royal
They're
Void
actually
we saw
referring to
earlier,
Magic.
Garen match.
Yeah, and we actually saw him at
Awesome.
Vegas as well. Had a
That's
pretty
so
deep
cool.
Run, didn't quite make the top 8, but still, you know, the fact is he's flying around grinding Riftbound already. I love that
Bro,
players from
is this
all
cheese
across
okay?
the
It's so
TCG
smelly.
sphere are kind of joining together to say, you know what, Riftbound looks great.
Are you
I'm gonna go in
sure?
there and try that out, as we do have
It's so
basically the
smelly.
confirmation that this is an Aurora Misfortune with the Sigil of the Storm being the first battlefield.
Whoa.
So whenever
You know what
Annie
this
tries to
reminds me
conquer,
of?
they're going to be slowing
My
down the
feet.
game with some of those runes. And on the other side, another Warren start. I think
Maybe I
most
shouldn't
of
have
the
said that.
Annies have
This was biting
coalesced
into it. Sorry,
on
chat.
this Warren's Scrap Heap Game 1 gameplay.
Yeah, just like you were talking about earlier, the Warren's just a really powerful way for Annie to leverage the scrap heaps early. And
Can I
use
just
those
say
extra
that
cards
this guy has
as
the
well, so you
biggest
find
muscles of the stream
really
so
every
far.
trick and tool they need to finesse around their opponents.
That's some big
All right, so
tricep action.
This is not the first time we've seen this happen, and I wonder if it's just players not being used to which side the decks are going to be on. Maybe they play on the other side normally, just trying to use the zones as best they can. But that is going to be Traveling Merchant to start things out. And the pass, the anti-trigger comes through, and now on the other side, we'll be going over with Ali Aldrazi.
Good start for Annie.
If he's able to find the early ramp tools, and if the Aurora ends up in hand, if we ever get a glimpse.
Yeah, so we've seen
Sigil of the Storm is when you conquer recycle, yeah.
Lover is going to be looking to
Pass.
kind of do the same thing, get in, score those early points, use movement tricks to keep the battlefields in their favor.
So no ramp for Misfortune.
To close it out. Ali Aldrazi on the other side with
This is why Master Yi is the best Dazzling Aurora deck, because you have a 3-cost ramp card in that deck. Crazy consistency. Well, that's the only reason it's the best.
Now the Warren's Conquer comes through. Trash a card, draw a card, and I just saw.
Maybe not the only reason, but it's the main reason.
Trash card, draw 2 cards.
That's at least my takeaway on it. I don't know that much what I'm talking about. I've just looked at a lot of deck lists. I haven't still played that much Riftbound. I've just mainly like... I haven't watched that much either. I'm really enjoying watching it. Yeah, sneaky deckhand, GG. Oh,
yep, that's a sneaky deckhand.
Fight or flight.
Fight or flight is going to continue to buy some space.
It's a stall.
Right. You know, it's interesting because like
it's not nothing, but it's not a lot.
Cards negatively here, but he is just stopping the point scoring, and you know he may be down a bunch of cards when he gets to the Dazzling Aurora turn, but the
Ride the
Aurora
winner
will
to hand.
make up that disparity so quickly as long as it has the time to do so.
Yep, and that's everything in the match.
Yeah, like Misfortune, I think has the better card qualities in like top end.
Is one of the decks that can't really
like Mind Splitter is very good, like against Volibear when you're playing Dazzling Aurora and they hit you with Mind Splitter and discard your Dazzling Aurora. So Misfortune is like got the better top end, but I think the biggest advantage of the Yi deck is the extra ramp card that you get that costs 3.
Yeah, I mean, you know, really impressive for him to be able to
Really powerful. Because with the Yi deck, you could also, I guess, use like the channel and extra rune one when you go first. Because that gives you even more chance of ramping in turn 1. I don't know if people do that. Just speculating.
That is, of course, the question. But the fact that instead of Lit and Lover being at 2, potentially able to score to 3 on this turn, it is just going to be the first point of the game. And even then, it might not even be an opportunity.
I'm a bit of a scrap heap hater, by the way. I don't think it's.
So going into
I think it's like very. I mean, it's very good here. Don't get me wrong.
Is going to be really, really tough for Annie to actually score enough points in this game before MF just.
I do believe there's better things to be doing. In fairness, in a Vi deck, right, and it's same with Mundo, Zorn Warrens becomes better because you're actually getting like stats from these battlefields, and if you're already playing Zorn Warrens, and the Traveling Merchant, why not play Scrap Heap? So it is good. It is really nice with Zorn Warrens, yeah. And it's particularly nice when you're already playing Zorn, like, it's particularly nice because Zorn Warrens is so good in these decks, because of the points on Mundo and the points on Vi. Like, I think that that's basically the conclusion I'm coming around to, where, like, it probably is worth it because the Zorn Warrens is so good with the Vi and Mundo. And if you're already playing Warrens because it's so good with the Vi and so good with the Mundo, and you're already playing Traveling Merchant, it probably is worth it, right? It probably is worth it. I'm being a bit of a hater, but the more I evaluate it, the more I come around to it. I think the thing that's made me change my mind is recognizing that Zorn Warrens is actually what's so good in these decks, and that's why you're playing Scrap Heaps, because Zorn Warrens is so good.
You know, as we said, Deadbloom no slouch either.
So one ramp from Ali here could have been the difference between playing a Deadbloom or playing a Dazzling Aurora, which could have high rolled into a Deadbloom, right? It's a huge difference, and that's where you're actually seeing a big advantage of the Yi deck, because they have that one extra ramp card that costs 3, compared with Misfortune, which doesn't have an additional ramp card which costs 3.
So you're kind of allowed to use
Misfortune's also, though, for this tournament, better EV than Master Yi is for getting the
tapped, and that is just going to be the power paid. Ride the Wind to save the Kaiser for now.
The metal card.
So that's the first one in the bin, so that Annie Stubborn can grab it later.
Yeah, and you really
he called it the bin! He called it the bin! Guys, Casanova, the American, called the trash the bin. He's my new favorite caster. He called it the bin, guys. I call it the bin.
Now becomes is there a way to kind of get through this dead?
I don't really. I just call it the bin to trigger Americans.
By far the best answer, but this is 5 runes. And, you know, we talked about how usually on 5 runes, you don't have to play around Darius because only a seal is kind of that zero cost
Scrap
to
Peep
push
is
through.
a card which you
So,
if
yeah,
you
not gonna be
discard it,
looking at Darius Cleave to push over this
you can draw a
Deadloom
card,
in
an
this
additional card.
slot.
Yeah,
So you use it with Zorn Orange, and it's basically like a card that you want in your hand, a discard.
These big plays starting to
You
come
call it the
down,
bin
Victor probably
magic,
doesn't get
let's
to run
go.
away with it too much, and the Annie deck definitely has the tools to do it.
Yeah, Vayne, this is another way that this can be answered, right? That's now, Vayne gets the +3 might with the Assault 3 that comes in, and it gets to come in ready when your opponent controls a battlefield. So with the Dead Bloom
I
there,
like
this
Vayne.
is now 9 might at home that can run
Solid card.
into this Dead Bloom and should be able to get over the top.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, you know, you're looking at Ali Eldrazi's side and you're like, oh,
Bro,
he's got one rune.
Ali's
I don't
got
have to play around
massive
much here.
biceps.
Actually,
Have I
Misfortune
mentioned
has
that?
one really powerful tool in the pocket in Bullet Time, which for only 1 rune, you could do a lot of damage. It comes at a
Bro
lot of
is
development.
jacked.
But Ollie does potentially have the runes to do it.
Yeah, there is always the spot where you say, you know what, I don't have the Aurora anyway, so I'll spend 5 of my runes and just go ahead and put them to the bottom.
Is Dead Bloom only 7? I thought it was 8.
Completely blow out this play.
They definitely need to try and get a bit of a better
my,
top-down
Dead
camera.
Bloom
It's a
and say,
bit
you know what, this
fuzzy.
is gonna be enough
Like,
to
I can't even
pull
read the
out,
might on the
but
card,
does
which
not
is a
go
bit
for
of
it
a
if he even has
issue.
bullet time in hand.
Like, I know the game
Instead, just
pretty
goes for
well,
the
obviously
Kaiser,
not as well as I
and
will
now,
soon.
Lover has to
But like for the
consider if
average
they
viewer,
want
not
to
being able to
hold
read the
back
might off the
the,
cards because
Vayne
the camera's a
hand.
bit fuzzy
Looks like
is
decides against it and instead will
extremely
potentially
unfortunate.
look for a hold.
Yeah, it's always an interesting decision with Vayne because
You
like,
can't read
Lover
the Misfortune might. I
pay
know
the
that it's
energy,
5.
put it back in their hand,
Barely.
and then, you know, they have it to keep threatening
But it's a
those
squinting
kind of
situation.
big assault enter ready moves, but it does cost a rune every time you're a player. Also, it's the Sigil of the Storm, so if you keep conquering that repeatedly, you're just going to lose.
Thanks for
more
being here,
and more
guys. I
runes.
appreciate
And
you.
Lit Lover choosing to just keep Vayne in play, maybe seeing if they can get some points from holding.
Yeah, because I mean, this is.
I think the plan is we probably watch for another couple of hours and then I'll go to bed, and then tomorrow I'll like start the stream up quite early and watch some of the later rounds, and then obviously stay up for the whole thing tomorrow. But it looks like it's going to be a very late finish. It's already 9:30 here. Soul Gorger. This is the top end I'm talking about.
Probably never getting to Aurora this game. It's going to come down to can the units from your deck do
This is the top end you get in purple. You don't have that consistency that the Master Yi builds provide. Bear in mind, you could play Lee Sin. Lee Sin, Dazzling Aurora. Ooh, maybe I would play Lee Sin, Dazzling Aurora this weekend. Like, no one's playing Lee Sin, bro. That's like a free flipping Lee Sin, Dazzling Aurora Giga Chad.
Needing to potentially stay on
I do want to put my Lee Sin aggro deck more through the rank, through the
still keeping Dead Blooms in mind going forward, as this is going to be dropping a confront and trying to find an additional card. As I said, I think Aurora is very much off the menu for this game, and he's got to try and win with the other pieces.
I'm so close to the word I'm looking for.
Gauntlet. So far,
there we go.
The first Dead Bloom Predator is often hard to beat. The second one, especially when, you know, take it back from the trash by a card like Soul Gorger, can be even harder to beat. And a hidden card to back it up.
Okay, this is a lot.
Fight or flight, probably.
As the hidden card is going to go down there. I mean, I imagine fight or flight.
Oh, guys, I think Disguised Toast is at this event.
In this deck most of the time. And I'm curious if we've got any like main deck,
which is also extremely hype. Bro is famous.
And usually that'd be a huge
Maybe he's not. Maybe I'm lying.
Is at Battlefield only,
I thought I just saw something, but now I'm checking his Twitter and I'm not seeing much.
Make your opponent recycle 3 runes to target the Dead Bloom with a Rebuke. And
I might have baited you. Scara's there? Let's go.
I agree with you there. I believe Rebuke is Battlefield only.
Yeah, I saw
and
that.
having that fight or flight hidden, there's really not much Annie could do.
I think I'm lying. I saw something pop up on Twitter, but now I'm not seeing anything. So.
Against, you know, big assault units, things like Vi Ride the Wind, and anything of that nature.
Yeah, and it looks like Vi Ride the Wind is currently in hand.
Yeah, sorry, I think that was fake news, guys.
So trying to just
I
get
saw
that
something, but then
point where you
I
can
don't
really
see it.
look to just send it and go for game. And for now, you're very ahead when it comes to points in this game. So you can just look to build up a huge board, get to that 6 points next turn, and then try and win on the following turn. You've got that time.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot from Annie, like just kind of using that early point advantage to kind of leverage almost like a setup turn in the middle of the game.
Apparently the skirmish that I was supposed to go to today only just finished. Probably for the best I didn't go.
On the board to win down the line.
Yep, on the other side, Ali going up to
Was a 12-hour slogger.
The hide actually
11 hours.
Kind of off even cadence. 5 runes does allow you to play maybe a Misfortune at home, but really there's not a ton that this deck does on 5 runes, and I'm wondering if there's maybe ramp cards in hand to potentially be played out, but that's 3 and an invert timelines going to just kind of reset these hands, dumping an Aurora and a Sabotage.
Friend of mine's 3-0.
A lot of cards gone for Litten Lover, including the Vi Ride the Wind, but also that's a scrap heap, so it is going to be 5 cards drawn up for Litten.
Yeah, it is interesting. Like, scrap
I guess he's
is not
probably
just
playing.
make yourself
I don't know what he's
discard
playing.
card. If your opponent makes you
Probably
discard it too,
Kaiser.
you do get that rebate. So, but you know, a pretty good deal for Ali as he was running pretty low on resources there.
So he's going to find a new grip of cards.
I like the Misfortune Chosen Champ in this deck as well. I think that's like a big advantage you get in this compared with Yi. I would much rather the Misfortune Champ. Yi has ganking, sure, but I like actually having a slightly cheaper champ that you can summon down. I think that's a big advantage. Like I was saying earlier, if there's like a Volibear that costed 2, imagine a 2-cost Volibear that had no power cost.
Let's see if Litten Lover found any of them.
It would be so good.
Yeah, a couple of flashes.
Imagine it has like 5 might, but like some sort of downside when you play it, like discard a card from your hand.
As of now, I think in this matchup, a little bit dead at this stage
A
of the
Volibear
game,
that.
where most of your material you don't
Okay,
really
that's
mind
kind
if
of
it gets
that's
taken
literally a
out,
6
you're trying to use the last
before Mike, 4 energy card. But I imagine that was a Volibear. It would be so good.
Certainly help out a little bit more, as she is going to just try and target the
But like a 2 might, 5 power Volibear that does something really bad, detrimental. Like give your opponent a point. When you play this, your opponent gains 1 point. Oh, that'd be sick. I bet it would still be good though. I think it has to be.
Yeah, I like this 5 into 5.
But that's like giga downside, right? But
Very willing to just take the trade. Fight or Flight is going to say Vayne home.
2 energy Volibear. Ever seen the Draven, the new one, like the 4 might guy?
Still make this trade happen.
Yeah, that's a really great play by Litten Lover because it's kind of saying I'm gonna
Or the one that like can gain points. Yeah, it's like when it's the purple one, right? Because it's like when you win a combat, gain a point. When you lose a combat, your opponent gains a point. Yeah, that's a cool one. It's gotta be good, right? It's gotta be good.
Available to just continue to push this over the top.
But you probably pick that other one as your chosen champ still, just because that's such a nice card on curve, right? Which kind of is a downside. Like, would you want that card in your main deck?
Because again,
I mean, it could just be a nice sideboard option, right? You have one in your sideboard, bring in for some matchups.
Yeah, and now Litten Lover has kind of set up the exact situation that their deck excels
Probably
in, which
what you
is,
would use it
hey,
for, right?
I've made
As a
it to
one-off on
6, and
sideboard.
now really at any moment I'm just threatening that sweep end the game combo.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the reasons that a lot of players started to stray away from.
But I also don't have like the card perfectly memorized in my mind in terms of stats. But I think it's like 6 cost 1 power. Yeah, Cleave is popping off. Hard to disagree with that, my friend.
So many resources having to be expended just to slow the deck down, and now even having to dump so many runes. Even once he found the Aurora, there just wasn't even time to play it.
Yeah, and you know,
Bro,
I think
I'm pretty sure Jinx is much better than people realize, though.
Really powerful.
But Annie is better.
Feel the pain of having to recycle 4 runes on the later turns, and you know, Litten Lover really just capitalizing on that momentum.
You don't have to
and
recycle
scoring
them
points
randomly,
and
right?
Just getting to the spot that the Annie deck wants to be.
Right? Or do you have to recycle the stack deck
Being
cards
at
randomly?
6, and even without Vi Ride the Wind, it's actually just kind of possible from this board state that you don't even need the Vi. Like, it can just be Darius Ride the Wind and a Cleave or something of that nature.
Yeah,
Judge,
the cards that
he's
Fury
cheating.
has access to are just so good at just getting over the top of like one big unit out of some of the bigger body units, or like a Mind
Thing is
Splitter.
doomed.
And Litten Lover really in the driver's seat here, but we'll see if Ali
I
can
don't
do
know.
anything to turn it around.
They're kind of still in
As
it,
you
to
said,
be
you have one
honest.
unit, right? Fight or Flight. There's one in the bin, so you just
There's one in the bin. He called it the bin again, guys. I love Casanova. He's calling it the bin.
Deal with this as that is going to be the Dead Bloom moving in, and now there's the consideration of do you want to actually push this Dead Bloom back? It would, in my opinion, be a mistake to push it back now because the runes are up to play Misfortune Accelerated. You can send her in, re-ready the Dead Bloom, and then send it in again.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like sometimes you'll almost forget that the Misfortune Chosen Champion is like a pretty big part of the equation because it's just sort of hanging out there in the zone.
It's such a good card.
On, but that
The Misfortune Legend's also giga good.
Can really come up in big spots, and you know we might be about to see one of them here.
Yeah. So I mean, you can either potentially ready a rune here.
I really don't think it's over.
Help defend with maybe your
I mean,
own
this
fighter
sort
flight,
of.
or you get to
I said this just before, but I think this sort of supports my thesis, right?
A potential way to help hold, and
that plays crackers. The Misfortune Legend is also so strong at this stage in the game. It's so good.
It's the stack deck.
Looking for the Nocturne that she probably doesn't play.
A showdown window here to use it. Make the most out of your energy.
Yeah, imagine this stack deck isn't looking to solve the problem
Ignore
now
me.
as much as looking to make sure you have what you need the next turn.
And she finds a Vi off it.
So Ignore me.
Is
I'm being a donut.
Big find. That's exactly what the deck's been looking for to kind of almost guarantee to seal the deal where you get to develop the Vi. You will have to still
this Misfortune
kind
card
of
is
find
crackers, mate. You see what I'm saying about this legend instead of a Master Yi? So flexible. Ooh. Good play. Playing around like Ride the Wind wombo combo stuff.
Looking at Litton Lover's trash, hard to tell exactly, but I know there hasn't been any.
Yeah, they found Vi off that deck, and we know they have Ride the Wind in hand, so it's probably GG's anyways.
Yeah, I think it's about $1 million.
Yeah, maybe even 2.
Yeah, potentially.
Fi. Ride the Wind. GG easy.
Litton now, 4 points on the side of Ollie. Is this just another setup turn? As there's a Darius in hand as well, I believe. So you could just kind of play a Darius, be like, hey,
13 mites to contend with. Surely the Vi is Vi Ride the Wind. Oh, they don't have Ride the Wind.
You can actually
I'm sure they had Ride the Wind.
In the event that
you could go Vi for 2, Annie for 4,
can be kind of quite valuable.
And you'd be one short.
You don't play around the challenge, and you just play out the Vi, and then you're now playing around.
Also, you're having to.
You've got the initial ready at the start of turn, and then when you move it in, and then
pay an energy cost. So can you not float the rune first?
Definitely. Yeah. No. Ride the Wind's ability to fight back against Fight or Flight is really awesome, and just comes up a ton, honestly. And
so they're looking to draw the. Oh no, this is a 7th point.
Deck that Ollie has is. You would think when you read the Misfortune Legend, like, oh, give something ganking, that kind of sounds like an aggressive tool, and it's like, oh, maybe that's not going to be that good in this build because the deck doesn't play early units. But it's actually pretty pivotal in these later turns, because you could be like, I have this hold stack protecting this one battlefield. That's how I'm going to stop you from double conquering, and then to stop you from holding yourself, I could just gank one over and break up whatever you're doing over here. So it really can create these strong reversal board
yeah,
states.
maybe in the bin. The thing is that the Annie costs 4 to play. And also, I don't think that we saw
pretty good with the units that it had access to, with the Mind Splitter being able to rip cards from hand. You've got the Dead Blooms.
Energy floated, so a wasted energy here.
And also, things like Fight or Flight,
obviously
Stall, Bullet
suboptimal.
Stall, and kind of pushed it to being actually a very good deck.
And I'm not sure that this 7th point did anything when you consider the ganking. So I think that Ali got a little bit fortunate. I think there was some suboptimal decisions here, but from the Annie player. But Riftbound's an extremely complicated game, and you're under pressure with the lights. And Misfortune, not exactly a particularly popular legend. Game's so new.
Yep, looks like Litton Lover is just going to try to deploy that full combo from hand to close out the game, and I'm sure it's on Ollie's radar, but sometimes it's just one of those combos that even when you know it's there, sometimes you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, right? This deck, I think the only answer that it has available is going to be Fight or Flight, or potentially Rebuke, but main deck Rebuke in this deck is not something I see a ton of.
Yeah. Definitely like, bullet time, that's not even going to come close to clearing the Vi threshold. Maybe if you have enough might in a battlefield, but it's definitely hard.
Yeah, it'll be really tough. So we are going to get the gank. There's this natural ganking also on just this Misfortune, as we did see.
You can ready a rune as well. So cool. I love this Misfortune card.
Do it again, and then recycle the rune to the Conquer. So being able to get a couple extra energy for this turn.
Yeah, that's another just really nice nuance of Misfortune. There's not many things that in the
Misfortune
game right now
so
that
cool.
let you ready
I really wanted to build like a cheap
legend,
budget mid-range Misfortune, but there's just nothing there, weirdly.
Another 246, so 8
looks
total
mid.
Energy being exhausted here.
Just looks bad.
Ollie.
But it's definitely one I'll be keeping an eye on for next set. I think it's just like very good champion, very good legend ability. Like, I really like the legend ability for an aggro deck.
Yeah.
So Vi Ride the Wind off the table once again.
No, the Mind Splitter is actually kind of exactly what
Bro.
Ollie needs here, because you know, he sussed it out. He does know about it, and this is something that he can do about it.
And
I
you can
imagine
take
he's
notes
gotta
in this
slam
game.
his vibe
Crazy.
here, and it's kind of going to put Lit and Lover on a top deck, I think.
Yeah, this is the proactive approach, right? So you've got the reactivity of being able to have fight or flight as an answer, or rebuke
What a
if you
comeback
happen to
here.
have it in the main board, but proactively, you can just mind splitter out the combo pieces and get rid of them. And while you can't get rid of Ride the Wind because of Annie Stubborn,
They
you
should be
can
cool
get rid of the
with
Vies.
this,
And we talked about
maybe.
earlier, if you can remove all of the Vies, maybe you can get through it. And we saw one get taken
But
out by the invert timelines. Now one gets taken
you'd have
out
to play
by
what,
the Mind
orange,
Splitter.
red?
There's just one more that can even be in
Definitely
the
sounds
deck,
cool,
so
no doubt.
if you can deal with that last one in some way, you might just have enough might to hold
I don't know if
through
it's
anything
like
else.
this
Yeah,
card's
and
like a
that was,
really
you
good
know,
chosen
that
champion,
kinda
but I don't know if it's
double-edged sword
like
that you were talking about,
giga
where
good if
do I
it's
keep
not your
the vibe
chosen
safe in
champion.
my hand, or do I put it in
With the
play and
power
risk it
cost.
dying to a removal spell?
Five
Another thing that, you know,
power
other than
and
the fight or
power
flight
cost
Ride
is
the Wind
kind of a
situation,
bit
it does open it
awkward.
up to Mind Splitter getting to just yoink it on out.
Yeah, you have to decide, do I play around challenge or do I play around Mind
I
Splitter?
think it's a
And in
power
this
cost,
case,
right? Plus
well,
another to
unfortunately,
accelerate.
Mind Splitter was the one that Ali had and was able to take it away from Lit and Lover. Now,
Like
while
if
this game
Ballista
looks
was in
better than
orange,
hand for Lit
for
and Lover, I
example,
actually think
it'd be insane in this
it's going
deck.
to be a struggle to
Like
push
if you could
over
play
this
Ballista
15.
in this deck, it would
We
be
know there's a Cleave and a
absolutely
Darius, but
absurd.
there's not enough runes to do
But of
all
course
the
you can't
things
because
that Lit and Lover
Misfortune
needs to do.
Legend is
And again, that Misfortune Legend just sitting
orange
there
purple.
threateningly being like, hey, maybe you
But yeah,
can
Ballista would be
kick my
broken
body
in this deck if
Misfortune
you
out of the
could play
sigil,
it
but then
in
there might
these
be
colours.
a Deadbloom Predator who's going to
But I'm not
his
sure
way
that it
on
would
over.
work too well like in an
Yeah,
orange
and the
red
rest of the
deck,
hand
which I
is
guess is
a Kaiser and
Volibear.
a Vayne. I mean, I think at this point we're actually looking like Ali has completely flipped it with this Mind Splitter. One card,
He'll be okay.
completely turning the tides of this entire game as the Darius gets to conquer. A card gets
This is like one of the great
by
things
Lit
about the
Lover,
Misfortune
but
deck. It's
it
like I was
has to
saying,
be
right? You
something
have that less
incredibly
consistent
impactful to
ramp,
make a difference here,
but the top
because
end
Ali's
purple
just gonna be
cards
able
that
to
you
gang
get
over with
in
a 7 or an 8 to
Dazzling Aurora are
transfer at the
so
last point,
good.
win this game,
So
as
good.
two
Mind
of the cards
Split is
in hand are
absurd.
completely worthless.
And then the
Yeah, the
revive
big
card
thing
to
with
revive a
Lit
Dead
here,
Bloom, like
maybe
both
a
of these
fight or
big
flight
top
to
end
try
purple
to,
cards
you know,
pulled
push
their
off an
weight
attacker,
so much
but
in this
we'll see
one.
what they can do.
I really do like the
Hand, it looked like a
Misfortune
unit
deck.
was ripped again. Is that just like double
This-
Vayne and a Kaiser? I think it's not
Like
enough.
I liked
And Ali
Volibear
might
a
have
lot
actually turned
until
the
I
corner on
played
this game that felt
against
pretty
this
doomed for a
Misfortune deck.
while off the back of a Mind
And I got
Splitter, showing
Mind
the power
Splitted.
of that kind
And
of
you can
fun
even
season
play
effect, just looking
Sabotage as
into the
well,
hand,
right?
stealing something.
Yeah, two
Yeah,
ways
he's
of
gonna start off
discarding
with a stacked
opponents.
deck to just be like, hey, I'm going to make sure I give
Still.
myself the best chance that I can. I think I saw a Ride the Wind in there, which I imagine will help even further secure.
Saw another Soul Gorger. We talked about it.
If
maybe one
this
of
is
in a lot of
match
these, but
point
Ali
here
opting to go for two
for
of them in
Ali
the list at least.
Yeah, and you know, it really paid
and
him off this
Litten,
game.
so
That was
it's a fight
it
for the
cost him a lot
Sigil
power,
of
but it was a
Storm.
pivotal turn to make sure
Now,
he
if
didn't
Litten
fall
Lover
too
could
far
play
behind.
2 cards here, the Darius would
You
get
know, I
plus
gotta say, if
2.
he wins this game here, I honestly
7,
think the MVP for him was Sigil
9.
of the Storm. Litten Lover just had to, because you know, some decks can be like, oh, I'll just conquer the other battlefield, but the Annie deck is kind of priced into saying, I'm just going to conquer both as often as I can, because that's how I win. And when you're forced to just conquer Sigil again and again and again, it's just so many runes. And we could see, you know,
Yeah,
there
Sigil was
was
crackers.
that turn where they were one
Do you think
short of
Litten
doing
Lover
the
was
combo.
Litten
and
Lover
thanks
did
to Sigil
some
of the
misplays though,
Yeah,
right?
and even in this most recent turn,
pretty
having
sure.
the extra Veins, you might have been able to
Like they didn't
get
need to
enough
conquer
might
for the
on
7th point
board,
when they did, when they
to
moved
try
the
and
Vayne
push
in. I didn't
through
like that play
a
at all.
second Darius, right? But how many runes have been lost to the Sigil,
Say,
denying
that
that
is
ability, or even the ability
GG.
to play out an Annie Stubborn to grab
That was
another
a fun game,
cleave
though.
or just any other answer, fight or flight, whatever that you need, and it's just not there. So instead, it is going to be that game 1 going over to Ali Eldrazi on the Misfortune. And really, I was starting to even count him out as we were getting towards the end there with the Vi in hand, but it just came down to that Mind Splitter making it all happen.
Yeah, no, that was a really great game. And you know, some people think like, oh, if the Misfortune deck doesn't find the Dazzling Aurora, they can't really play the game. The deck doesn't have much bite. But we saw there in a game with no Aurora at all, he was able to kind of just play his bigger units, get that Soul Gorger for the big tempo play, and get it done.
Yeah, well, let's jump right on into Game 2, see what other adjustments can be made for the Annie player, or even for Ali Eldrazi against this matchup that can be so difficult. Able to get it done in Game 1, but will he be able to get it done for the rest of the series? This time, he does have his Obelisk of Power to answer the Arena's Greatest. So Annie gets to be on the play for Arena's Greatest, which is a struggle for any slow deck, but Obelisk Obelisk might be able to make that still get flipped if it is the immediate Catalyst and an Aurora in hand. You can kind of start to bring things back.
Yeah, it is interesting because it's kind of like the bounce back where it's like Arena's Greatest is a big going first, but then Obelisk is a big going second battlefield, and it's going to give both players power. I do think Lit and Lover might have missed the rune from Obelisk.
Like yeah.
But a Catalyst from Ollie is going to really vault him ahead on development.
Yeah, it does look like it was missed, but it did look like a sneaky deckhand was picked up. So this is going to be a lot of early points going to Litton Lover. Already going to be up to 3 as Ali Eldrazi is completely tapped out. Nothing he's going to be able to do to react to this as the Traveling Merchant gets to move on to the Obelisk as well.
Yep, and you know, the Sigil of Storm no longer a factor this game, so Litton Lover is going to be able to conquer as much as they want to.
We'll see if that rune ends up eventually mattering. Usually with Annie, you can kind of get away with it and it's okay, but we did see, you know, how much damage Sigil of the Storm did last time, so even that one rune might end up making a difference in this game. You really want to make sure that you just slowly, when you start the games, make sure you hit all those triggers.
All right, and this game...
So guys, if I'm playing Annie, listen, I haven't like played enough. Practice enough because I'm not like competing in anything seriously. I'm just enjoying the game. But if I was like Giga practicing, I would 100% be testing the line. Intuitively, Arena's Greatest is your designated go first battlefield. However, I'm pretty sure there's at least an extremely good argument to test, and I haven't tested it. But I'm pretty sure if you were to ask me, like right now, if I'm Litton Lover, I'm saving this Arena's Greatest for game 3. Why is that? It's because it's harder to win going second, and that additional point in most matchups is not something you want to give your opponent when they're going first, because like it's very tempo oriented. Like if you play against Kaiser, you can't use Arena's Greatest when you go second. It's just an advantage for Kaiser, right? But against Dazzling Aurora, this one extra point, when you know in this position she has to win going second to win this series, I'm pretty sure I would just be trying to play the Arena's Greatest when I go second. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, Litton Lover really looking like they're going to lean into the Arena's Greatest here, try to rack those points up fast. And it's actually interesting that probably the most resilient threat against Rebuke...
Like if you win game 1, right? If you win game 1, you just use the Arena's Greatest when you're going first in game 3. Let's say you lose game 2, right? But when you lose game 1, that means that you have to win going second. My gut feeling would be your best chance of winning going second would be with the Arena's Greatest. But I could be wrong.
Sabotage will be able to easily deal with it as he can just get rid of that Rebuke, and that's such a nice answer to have.
Yeah, and honestly,
Yeah, I think you can expect gear removal to be teched in here. But honestly, like I don't know that gear removal is that important for Annie when you've got sneaky deckhands, you've got ride the winds and stuff. Like if there's a deck that can get away without having to take gear removal, Annie is probably it, right? It should be quick enough. But the discard stuff from Ali is like, this is why I love Misfortune. She has both discard cards. Like Dazzling Aurora, if I was playing Dazzling Aurora, I'd play Misfortune.
There is, of course, the fighter flight in the bin that you can go and grab with the Annie
For sure. I like the Master Yi stuff too, like the consistency, but...
But that doesn't get you that 8th point, and the 8th point becomes so difficult due to, as you mentioned, the ganking from Bounty
+2 equipment card removal.
just run amok back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, Purple has acceptable losses, which is a 1-cost gear removal. What do you mean +2 equipment?
There we're going to just have potentially Misfortune Captain come from the champion zone.
But I'm not sure Annie needs to play anything.
Captain comes in, especially accelerated to knock out the sneaky deckhand, is kind of going to be saying no more free.
Mind Splitter, bro, the discard. I love discard. My Lorcana viewers know that I love discard. And bro is discarding.
And this completely locks out the Annie Stubborn Fighter Flight Conquer line, as well as a hidden card coming down. So this stack
Crazy, man.
to deal with unless Litton Lover can find something like the
Misfortune looks like it probably has better matchup into Annie than any other thingy deck, which I think is important.
Attacked and killed the sneaky deckhand, and the Kaiser could have potentially conquered back and
Yeah, I hear you, 13th.
But now this way, it pretty much leaves close to no opportunities for this Kaiser to conquer, since sneaky deckhand
I don't mind that.
controls the battlefield, and that's just one less card.
I think gear removal is quite a healthy dynamic in a meta game, as long as it's done right.
on the top of the deck this time. Sneaky Deckhand has flash. It doesn't do anything in this matchup. There's really not...
Especially when sideboarding exists, right?
Sneaky Deckhand is way past its time.
The thing is like, gear and gear removal is kind of like...
So this is kind of stuck. It's just
a self-fulfilling balance circle, right? Because if gear's too strong, people play gear removal. What you kind of don't want is you don't want it to be like giga polarized. Like for example, Gwent had a big issue of very polarized gear removal essentially, where there was like a lot of cards kind of similar to Dazzling Aurora, which are like expensive gear equivalent, which if you played you would win the game, and then the gear removal was extremely cheap to play in your deck. And in the provision system that Gwent had, where that was quite problematic, because it was like, okay, do you have the card or do you not have the card? If you draw it, you win. If you don't, you lose. That wasn't great, but I think the Riot will be more sensible for that, and I think already like the way they're printing gear cards seems quite reasonable. I actually like gear removal. Like I think gear removal in equivalent in Lorcana is quite nice as well. But there's not that much good gear in gear equivalent rather than Lorcana. Well, gear removal is good though. But you only really start playing gear removal when there's like really good gear to remove, right? Which Dazzling Aurora is like the obvious at the moment. And there's probably not going to be anything that's like as big to remove as Dazzling Aurora next format, but there's going to just be a higher density of gear to remove. So I think it's good. I like gear removal being good, to be honest. It adds to like a dynamic meta where like things are changing and flowing, right? Gear comes good, people play gear removal. People play gear removal, people stop playing gear. People stop playing gear, people stop playing gear removal, people start playing gear. You know? It's quite dynamic. I like it. As long as it's done right. If it's done well, I think it's a good thing. But you are right that it's certainly something which, if done poorly, will be detrimental to the game. But I think the Riot have got it covered. In the bin! He keeps calling it the bin. I love it. If I would call it the bin, I wouldn't be able to take myself seriously. I think it's just funny, but...
I would definitely great play to trade a trash from that from Lit and Lover. A flash for that.
In the bin. Love it. I think it sounds better than the trash, mate. But that's because I'm British.
8 runes once again available for Ali.
I have to say I like discard. Discard's my favourite word for this kind of pile.
About Dazzling Aurora at all. And it doesn't really, the lack of
Yep.
it has not actually looked that painful.
Well, and that goes to show some good deck building, right? You need to be able to have a game when you don't find.
But I think it's also it highlights that this Misfortune deck. Yeah, okay, as Dazzling Aurora, but it's just got a lot of juice, which is like it's got the good top end. So yeah, you don't need the Dazzling Aurora to go crazy to go good. The Legend is exceptional at this stage in the game. The discard cards are stifling.
Yeah, and you see some of these Misfortune builds really lean into, I'm going to play Scrap Heaps, I'm going to play Treasure Troves, I'm going to play Pack of Wonders, and they are really setting up their whole game plan to be dig to Aurora, nothing else matters. And I don't know if Ali has those cards in his deck, but we haven't seen them yet. He seems just way more comfortable with just playing ramp into big units, and that's good enough. And if you have Aurora, even better.
So we are finally going to see Any Stubborn hit the board. I feel like the Fight or Flight is the only thing that is really helpful in the bin. In fact, actually, the only 2 options are Flash and Fight or Flight because Sabotage recycles the card. So Rebuke does end up at the bottom of the deck, can't be grabbed by Any Stubborn, which is a very big note for Sabotage in this matchup. As it is now going to just be, I believe, just that Fight or Flight deployed. Deal with the Dead Bloom to send it home.
Yeah, this might be where Lit and Lover can try to go on a miracle run. Get that out of here with Fight or Flight, conquer with Kaiser, maybe draw another Fight or Flight or something else. Oh, but here's that sneaky deckhand.
Okay, so
Oh! Double Kaiser into Mind Splitter. Fight or Flight though. Huge.
To deal with the Mind Splitter and push
So is there any out here?
It is going to be enough, at least for
One
now.
rune only available. I don't think there's anything else.
Deal with the sneaky deckhand. And now sending in the double Kaisers, a Rebuke, so he does actually have
Yeah, that's GG. Ali played very well. I liked Ali's deck a lot. I like the Misfortune deck a lot in general. I think it's good. Mind Splitter plus Sabotage. That's the thing I liked most about his build. He's playing both. That's what I would do too. Flipping discard, bro. I love discard.
Yeah, Ali kind of just played it really well.
Ali definitely played very well. Sabotage, Mind Splitter, bro.
Deck's ability to
That's next level. Mind Splitter, Sabotage. What war would you want in a Dazzling Aurora deck against a flipping Ride the Wind Vibe player? The Mind Splitter and Sabotage. So good. Bro, these casters are on a graveyard shift. They're popping off. Does Misfortune truly need Aurora? Why not play Aurora? Which card? This card, bro. Why not play it, right? That's the thing. It's good. It's very good. The thing is with Dazzling Aurora that's important to recognize is the turn you play Dazzling Aurora, you also get a unit, right? You just don't get to choose exactly what it is. But yeah, like why not basically? Because it's like incoming. Yeah, no, that's a good question. Hopefully not. Like I tried to build some like non-expensive Dazzling Aurora Misfortune decks, and it doesn't really make any sense. It's a deck I'm super duper interested in. It's one I've really wanted to play, but whenever I'm building it without Aurora, it just looks meh. It just doesn't have like the early curve stuff that you would particularly want. Doesn't really do anything, right? It just kind of exists. But I think that it's got to be good. It's got a lot of good stuff going. I think the Legend's exceptional in particular. But yeah, it's a bit like, what's your win con, right? Kind of a Snapvine. Maybe you could do it, but maybe. Thoughts on the Raw Garen deck? Giga Chad. Get that Garen, bro. I respect it immensely.
Which we've seen some players talking about thinking that set might even have a little favor, which is why it was picking up in popularity coming into this event. We'll see if Tog can prove us right in that matchup.
Yeah, no, it was really interesting.
The stream has been brilliant so far. Exceptionally well done. Very good casting. It's very interesting. There's literally been 2 casters for 4 hours though. That is 3.5 hours, but still, that is.
Yeah, I think that's been the big thing with Kingpin and
A slogger.
arena bars coming in more in force in the main deck. We've seen historically we saw either 0 bar or maybe 1 of bar as maybe a high roll option, but now a lot of set players opting for 3 bar in the main.
Got me seeing a bunch of misplays. Yeah, I mean, so I'd still plan on probably covering the Savage stuff. Maybe, we'll see. But like, one of my big points that I wanted to talk about is I actually think that it's good that there was no table judge at an event like that, where Savage was doing his stuff. Like, sure, it's frustrating to watch, but it actually highlights, like, that is actually just showing you, like, what the reality is of, like, an average table at the event, right? Whereas as soon as you have a event which is being run officially by the company, you're always going to have a table judge and proper play. Because otherwise it can start to pull the game into disrepute, right? When it's like your event, like your official event, Riot can't be affording to have like big egregious things happening on stream which aren't caught. Whereas I actually think it's a good thing not to have table judges at like events. I'm not familiar with Tog. Tog versus Emo Tempest. What's the background here? So we've got Set going first. With the Dreaming Tree going first, interesting. And Voidgate going second for Kaiser with those Misfortune sleeves. No turn 1 for Set. Only usually playing like 7 1-drops. Which is maybe like, I don't know, 75% Flesh and Blood player. Nice one.
From the spells that he's going to target his units with. The Call of the Glories coming through as one of the main ones that we're going to be looking at.
A friend of mine went 7 and 2 with the Volcana deck I built this set.
Getting that +1 damage from the Kaiser spells.
Yep, and a slightly slow start from Tog. No 2 energy play, but here comes a Fiora victorious to get on the board and start to contest and fight back against this Raven Disputed.
And it looks like the quick response from Tempest is just to Falling Star this, but considering if he wants to move in with the Raven Bloom first, is going to send that to Tree.
This Volcana deck I built, this format is so good, man.
think it makes sense. Tog had a slow start, and you can just keep him off.
Yeah, it's also for like challenge, for example, from Austria. Let's go. Was Orlando an event that was on like last week or something? Or is it something next week? What am I eating? Cheese and yogurt. I'm doing keto. I'm on day 4 of my diet. I moved to the land of the doner kebab recently. Yeah, Misfortune got 2-0. It went 2-0. Very, very impressive use of Mind Splitter and Sabotage to disrupt the Annie winning combo. So yeah, I had some cheese and some yogurt. Something like high fat, low sugar, high protein yogurt, the best kind, with cinnamon. Yogurt plus cinnamon. That's so good. And I've got Diet Cherry Coke. Pepsi, actually. Right, set Brawler's down in the mix. The buff's on top of him, which is controversial. So one thing, if I was to cast this game that I really need to get in my head, is I'm so... Oh, Showstopper. Wait, guys, he paid for it. Guys. What? He paid for the Showstopper. Is that a visual glitch? Sorry, Savage. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm just memeing, okay, guys? Yeah, but the Dreaming Tree with like challenge is good. The thing is like I actually think Dreaming Tree is extremely overrated in a lot of decks, but Set is definitely not one of those. The reason I say that Dreaming Tree is like extremely overrated in some decks, yeah, that's cool, is because like Set has a significant lack of card draw. Whereas I see like some people playing like this in like Teemo, like, do you really need it? I mean, maybe. It's fine. What deck's taken out of the Annie main deck? No, it was to put Mind Splitter in from sideboard. No, don't bother. It's too expensive for Annie, bro. You don't want Mind Splitter in Annie. It's way too expensive. What do you need the Mind Splitter for, right? Mind Splitter's a cool card, but it's like not an Annie card. It's too expensive, man. You just want to go wide. The thing is, right, by putting a Mind Splitter into your deck, rather than putting a Mind Splitter into your deck, my advice would just be play more 2-drops. I don't think people play enough 2-drops in aggro. You don't want to play Vi on turn 1, you don't want to play Titan on turn 1. It's like, Poros, 3 copies. Traveling Merchant, 3 copies. Titan a 3, Vi 3, 12 1-drops. Wouldn't play less, probably. Going wide is so good in this game, people underestimate it. Like, just a body for 2 is actually extremely good. I think people really underestimate the value that you have in that. I think there's a new legend for the next set which can spawn 2 Might tokens, which I'm definitely interested in. I feel like Victor's also got to be quite good, but it's maybe like... I don't know. I feel like Victor's got to be quite good. I just think like these Might guys are so good. The 1 Might guy is so busted, to be honest. Like, tokens are so insane, honestly. I kind of want to try a blue Victor deck. I don't know. The yellow Victor champ is good too, but I don't know. I haven't really played any Victor. Well, my point is like, people underestimate how good just like 2 energy for 2 Might is in this game. Especially later in the game. So Packer Cub is good because it's like an anti-Watcher card. If you hide it and Watcher comes in, it doesn't get the minus.
Yeah, that is actually going to be 4 for 1 resource that wouldn't happen anywhere except for the Void Gate.
Yeah, now this is where you can really see Void Gate shine coming out of Kaiser. Just the ability to tick your damage numbers up by 1. You know, Riftbound is a game where just getting to those damage thresholds is so critical. It might be the difference.
That's why I was playing Trifarian War Camp for quite a while in Teemo, because it would protect the +1 Might against Kaiser. Felt really nice. I still think it's reasonable. I think it's better than Bandletree. I think Bandletree, man. I don't rate that card.
Yeah, because challenge could definitely be a little scary to use in this matchup. matchup because, I'm sure Emo Tempest has, we've already seen Stupefy. There might be some smoke screens running around, and those are
All right, guys. Hot take. Hot take alert. You ready for the hot take? We are watching a slightly sped up video where it's sped up so slightly that it's not noticeable that it's sped up until you notice that it's sped up. Also, my opinion on that is that it's extremely good idea, because this is a recorded game. This is the second match in the round. However, I have one concern with it. If the gameplay is sped up, the clock should also be sped up to reflect it. Oh, let's go, Jossie. Good luck. I did another video on it as well. It kind of whiffed. I guess I won't delete it. I was to delete it. Yeah, Annie's really good. You could also get Scrap Peeps in the mix. Scrap Peeps really good in Annie. But yeah, you can't go wrong, Jesse. Good luck with it, mate. I'm sure it will serve you well. I am still a believer in Nocturne. I mean, a lot of those times we've been seeing Annie losing. Imagine if they had the Nocturne that they could just add into the mix to try and high roll. It just makes such a difference. Imagine against this, in this Dazzling Aurora matchup, they farted out a Nocturne to GG, it's over. You're not losing that.
Plus Showstopper is a lot of value that can still come out with this amount of runes. And, well, there's a Kingpin. I wonder if the Showstopper is there to back it up to deal with this Darius.
I have those Dragon Shield sleeves that Tog has as well on his rune deck.
And that is immediately what it is.
Whoa, what did they pay for their Showstopper, bro?
To deal with the Darius onto the Dreaming Tree. And you called out at the start of this matchup. Kingpin with that buff, gonna be able to dodge out on.
I know, guys, I'm hilarious. I got all kinds of jokes.
Yeah, Tog doing exactly what he needed to do to not fall too far behind in this game to have a chance.
I never used that joke before.
Darius. And now what I really like about this play is now Tog has a pretty strong foothold, and he does have a great option for the boss legend. Because even if Emo Tempest can find a way to threaten this set, he could just, spend the buff, spend a power, put him back into base for next turn.
Alright, so we'll see. One of the big notable things too is there are the Cleaves, but Cleave Hopeful doesn't get over the 7. Cleave Darius does.
So Showstopper.
But of course, having the buff.
Look how Darius.
Even if that is the case, worst case, yes.
65. That's a huge play. The Showstopper's so good. Bit confused how much the Showstopper costs. So it's actually free. It costs you nothing. No, I'm kidding. It costs 1 and a power. So you pay 1 energy, and the power cost is where you have to recycle a rune. But it's a meme because, just in case you actually are wanting to know, Savage, who's a well-known player and friend of the channel, unfortunately messed up several times with the Showstopper card at a tournament on stream a couple weeks ago and was heavily accused of cheating, which I definitely don't believe that he cheated, by the way. Never did. He just messed up several times through sloppy play. I hope he does really well this weekend. I wish him all the best. I like Savage a lot. I think he's a good dude. Who is considered favourite? In terms of player, I don't really know. I guess like the guy that's like the Chinese regional champion. There's like, I think he's American. There's a guy that's like from the West who went over to China to play Riftbound in China and was their regional champion. Or one of the regional champions, I'm not sure exactly. George he's called. I guess he's probably like the favourite in terms of player because he's already got a big result in the game. And then the favourite deck is Kaiser because it's the most represented. Master Yi will be the second favourite because it's been the most represented second for a very long time. Particularly in China, Kaiser was like 40% of the meta and Yi was, I don't know, maybe like 30%. But there's a lot more variety so far in the West. So there's a lot of contenders. You've got Sets in the mix, Victor barely holding on, Ari and Darius barely holding on. But then you've also got Teemo and Annie, which I think are my sort of 2 dark horse picks, although Annie doesn't seem to be too much of a dark horse pick anymore. And there's another good deck I forgot. Not Yasuo, that's for sure. There's some other decks. I think there's one other deck I'm forgetting. Oh, Misfortune. Like these Dazzling Aurora decks are just solid. But yeah, Kaiser and Master Yi are the top 2 favorites, and then you've kind of got a few underdogs in the form of like Set, Teemo, Annie potentially. Yasuo beat Garen. I do like Yasuo, it's a very fun deck. Just lacking a bit of juice in it. Probably Teemo is the sleeper deck. Teemo is probably the sleeper deck. Teemo is very, very good, but has not really had any big results.
On the subsequent turn, Evo Tempest is threatening the win.
Always an interesting decision in these spots.
But yeah, I think the meta, I've always felt the meta in this game is more diverse than people realize. Like, Kaiser's not quite as good as people thought. You just have to be very meticulous and know how to beat it. You just have to know the matchup inside out. One little inconsistent play against Kaiser, you're cooked. This card is absurd. Basically, Kaiser has like exceptional legend, especially. Very, very good champion. Exceptional champion. Very good card quality that can be played for a lot of tempo, like Noxus Hopeful, Hextech Ray, especially with the Kaiser synergy. And then you've got this guy.
Is there are 5 runes on the side of Tog, which means he's going to 7, and we've seen Divine Judgment Set make this kind of big
there is Major Armor once linked me like a custom playmat Google Drive thing where someone made some Riftbound stuff on a Google Drive and you could get it printed somewhere. That's really cool. I think that you can find the link in the Riftbound community Discord probably. Those looked really nice.
Hope that that's enough to get a hold and win this game.
Yeah, and because the boss has to save Kingpin in that way, Divine Judgment couldn't even be deployed anyway.
The watches look so good with this foil effect.
Being kind of that thing that's been deployed at this point, and Emo Tempest gets to keep another rune available to send this ray at the pit rookie when it tries to come in. And Tog's just going to scoop it up.
I'm surprised that they felt the Watcher was balanced, to be honest. That one is a little bit questionable. I mean, why is it -3? I mean, -2, it would still be exceptional. -3, though. Yeah, Watcher's just... it's just a little bit too much in it. I don't really understand it, but there we are. Lux is 8 cost, 8 deal damage, yeah. Right, guys, I interrupt. This camera view for giving the people what they want. Wrong way.
Yeah, Voidgate definitely interesting. You know, a lot of times, sometimes it feels like flavor text and not actual text, but when it comes up, it's usually very impactful, and we did see it there that game.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing with the Voidgate, and I think a lot of these Kaisers have brought it back in when it fell out of favor quite a bit, is actually fun.
Hey, mate.
The Annie matchup is the one that really lent to it because she's loving to accelerate Kaisa into Conquer, and guess what? Ray going up to 4 is pretty good against Kaisa Survivor. So you get some room in the mirror, you get some room in the Annie matchup, and it kind of actually found some room where it hits into set in some nice ways.
Yeah, and I really love kind of like the iterations that the Kaisa battlefields have gone through. There was a point where they were kind of leaning into some of the whole battlefields, and then they were like Arena's Greatest with more tempo ones. Now some are back to Voidgate. So Kaiser really just has a lot of different options on like how you want to pilot the deck exactly for each player, and we see Voidgate come up really big for Emo Tempest that game.
All right, well, let's go ahead and jump over to that second game. Let's see what
I go for a wee one set chat.
Around in the second one, or if Emo Tempest even has some ways to help deal with set. But game 2 for set, you will at least have the option to maybe bring in those Unyielding Spirits that maybe weren't in the main board, which can help quite a bit for this matchup. And when it comes to the battlefields, we are going to get the Grove of the God Willow for set, and now Kaisa's Dreaming Tree. And I wonder if it was a read from Emo Tempest, like, hey, I know a lot of these set builds are liking Dreaming Tree game 1. Maybe I can get value of holding back my Dreaming Tree and having 2 Dreaming Tree games to play.
Yeah, 2 really powerful battlefields on the board for this game. Lots of extra cards that could potentially be drawn here. We might be in for a slugfest between these 2 players, and a much better start for Tog this time. He's able to get on the board and, you know, get some stuff buffed up early, which I think is going to help him out a ton.
Yeah, a lot of tech pieces for Tog in hand already. We talked about the Unyielding Spirit,
and we mentioned the Divine Judgment, and both of which are actually in Tog's hand to start this game. And so because he has the Divine Judgment in hand, whoa, that is a crazy card for a Kaiser deck to be playing as well, and Ari Inquisitive. But I want to mention the Divine Judgment changes Tog's game plan a little bit because he will want to develop a good Divine Judgment board and not spend too many runes on power early so he can actually cast it.
Yeah, you know, I actually love this Ari Inquisitive from Emo Tempest because I think
Okay. Ari and Kaiser, wow.
that your set opponent is going to bring in cards like Unyielding.
Damn.
And if you have like a Cathian Rain, like theoretically,
And they have the
it's a
God
card,
Willow.
but when it gets countered
Wait,
for
what
one
happened
energy, one
here?
power, if that exchange happens, you're probably losing. So I can see a world where Emo Tempest said, I'm not going to risk it. I'm not going to try to get this Cathian Rain through. I'm going to
Turn 1 Sith through a turn 2 Packer card, whereas Emo Tempest went turn 1 Ari, pay power cost, turn 2 Sentry.
Maybe you just sideboarded in some cards that aren't actually going to end up.
No, it's turn 2 Sentry.
Option into the unit-based decks where
And then Ari,
you'll be able to
I guess.
get on board and you can just drop it and
Got second place with Leona. Let's go.
especially if we end up seeing Emo Tempest
GG,
being
mate.
the third battlefield, even being a hold battlefield. This could make even more sense. But right now, we saw the Dreaming Tree be used against Tog in the last
The
game.
limitation
Now,
that repeats stun spell is it only works on attacking units.
with this Ari.
Interesting.
Emo Tempest doing his best, you know, Ari impression and just being like, hey, I'm going to hold the Grove of the God Willow. Tog coming in saying, no, you aren't, and at least getting a trade out for the Ari Inquisitive.
Yeah, now considering if he wants to pay the buff to save the Cythria, so he's just going to hold on that, says, hey, let me think on this trigger. And it looks like just going to get one energy ready to go and send one to the bottom.
Yeah, and you know, as it stands, the Watchful Sentry is still at the Grove of the God Willow. We might see the extra draw start rolling in, and it's definitely the kind of thing that once you hold it once, you hold it twice, things could really snowball out of control.
Yeah, and it looks like Emo Tempest is going to get it for this
This
turn.
battlefield I thought was actually going to get banned, but it's proven to be not quite as good as I thought. Set definitely likes this battlefield because it struggles for draw.
Comes from the champ zone. It is going to be a showstopper.
And that's also quite a nice synergy with the battlefield.
To be a hold for Emo Tempest, need to deny the card.
But that's a very expensive power turn. That was a 2 power turn. 3 power turn? It was a 3 power turn. Set for 1. Set effect for 1. And then the showstopper for 1.
Early, but Tog recognizing that to create a board state that actually
Feeny poo. You alright, buddy?
play, I actually have to invest a lot of runes on this turn, and that is 1 for the showstopper, 1 for the boss, and 1 for the brawler. So this is 3 full runes being utilized by Tog on this turn.
Definitely, but it has at least set him
Kaiser
up
with
with a pretty
cleave would be
stable
so
board
good.
that I think Emo Tempest is going to have a hard time dealing with easily.
Hey,
As you
buddy.
can see, instead of trying to fight what's already there, he's just going to go over to the Dreaming Tree himself, get a draw from that Kaiser Conquer trigger, and see what he could do against the units on a later turn.
Yeah, I'm going to get a draw from that God Willow. It's also put Tog at a cadence where he is going up to 5 runes now, 7 on the next turn, so that Divine Judgment might still be able to find that that next out. As we do actually have even more tech out of Emo Tempest's hand. I'm seeing a Draven. So, you know, not something that we've never seen in Kaiser. Like, the Ari Inquisitive is really out of left field for me. That's not one I've really seen in the Kaiser list. But Draven is one that's not often played in Kaiser, but it is one of those big guys that you can throw into the deck.
Yeah, it seems like Emo Tempest is just trying to say, like, hey, especially in these post-board games, I'm going to try to fight you in stats. I'm going to try to fight you in might, and, you know, Kaiser's able to do it. Maybe not as well as Set when it's firing on all cylinders, and we see a retreat here.
Yeah, continue to ramp up, draw more cards, but this is just playing into that Divine Judgment that Tog has ready to go
Good
for the
boy.
next turn, and this is exactly what he wants to see.
Good
this
boy.
time, Void Gate there not able to stop the Brawler, as we saw the same exact
The
situation.
Brawler.
Kaiser Survivor on the battlefield, 1 rune available for Emo Tempest. This time, as is normal in the matchup, you can bring the Brawler back and then get it forward with the first mate to get that conquer.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool. I think I happened to see 2 Call to Glories in Tog's hand, so he's kind of got a lot of tools to make sure he keeps his units in play, wins these critical combats. And I will say, you know, Emo Tempest might be, hey, I'm going to play around the first Call to Glory, but playing around 2 is usually really, really hard.
Yeah, and this turn, you know, Emo Tempest plays out a lot of little things, which is going to be rough when Tog reveals the Divine Judgment. I think it's going to come out in this turn. I think there's a lot of cards in Emo Tempest's hand, a lot of runes that came from the retreat ramp up. It feels like the conditions are met for the Divine Judgment to be a very strong play.
Yeah, no, it seems like Tog really did everything he could to navigate to basically the perfect Divine Judgment board, and I would be really surprised if he didn't use it here.
Yeah, the question now remains for Tog is he has a lot of cards in his own hand. So
Do you have maybe a spot where you actually don't want to Divine
First
Judgment
mate
because
into
you
the
feel like
Willow.
your hand is actually strong enough to win? But I think generally you're looking at the Kaiser's runes, the Kaiser's grip of cards, and you feel like you can make this trade, especially maybe keeping the calls with Cytheria back where you can play them for free.
Definitely. But it'll be interesting to see what Tog chooses to do here. I think that Divine Judgment might end up just being way too tempting, even though it's going to hurt him. I think it's going to hurt Emo Tempest and Kaiser a lot more, and there it is.
Yeah, I think he was kind of thinking for a little while because he had no hidden cards in hand. One of the big things you love with the Divine Judgment is you kind of get to see, you know, a pocket cup, and you get to put that down, and you're ready to have that ready to go, or a hidden blade, and you've got more room to play around with where you're basically making this not a symmetrical effect at all. But even in this spot, it's not quite a symmetrical effect because you have these extra runes to save your set brawler and keep this massive unit around where on the other side, I mean, Emo Tempest is keeping like a Lecturing Yordle and a Poro and then ditching a bunch of runes to try and play whatever cards he had in hand. That Draven starts to look very sad in this kind of situation.
Yeah, and you know, this is kind of the cost that Kaiser has for playing some of these lower might cantrippy units, is that in a spot like this, the might on the table is just going to be so much more important than, you know, drawing some extra cards. And you know, I think it's as you said, I can even see a world where Tog is like,
What a
I'm not
cute
gonna play
cat.
cards from my hand anymore. I'm just going to spend all my resources to just keep these two units
Alright,
I have
boy.
in play, keep buffing them and making sure they live to get
You
these
okay,
last
buddy?
couple points.
Yeah, and we see the hand of Emo
I think he wants some strokes, guys.
Draven, Darius. These are just too big. Like,
He's
once
looking
this
at me.
Divine Judgment comes down,
How
you're
can I
really
refuse?
low on these runes, this rune count, when you go down to 2, you'll go up to 4
boy.
on, you know, your first turn back, but that's still not enough to play any of these cards. You have to send it to the bottom, and it's a recycle, so you don't even get the draw from the Watchful Sentry. So you have to figure out what you can do with 2 cards and 2 runes to try and come back on board against a Brawler, which is very tough. And again, I gotta go back to the Call to Glories. Those definitely are gonna be keeps for Tog because he has this Cytheria in play, and as you said, he won't play cards from hand, he'll just save his units, but he can play cards
Good boy.
from hand. Because he's
He's a bit of a biter. He's a bit of a weirdo.
our best girl, Cytheria of Cloudfield, making it so with all
We
of
leave
her
him to it,
basically
bless him.
infinite buffs that she gets to keep having.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Cass, and I think that's really why Cytheria has such a strong home in this deck, because, you know, as I was saying earlier, Set can sometimes lack access.
I think, guys, the plan
Cytheria's just saying, like, I'm just going to keep giving
is
you buffs to spend again and again and again, and I do think that's going to
it is 10:30 local time here,
close out this game.
and the stream is not even. I mean, it's basically a third of the way through. So my thought process is that after this round, I'm actually going to call it. But tomorrow, I'm going to do a Giga stream because I want to watch all of it anyway. So we start up, like, I don't know, 5-6 hours before the stream starts tomorrow to catch up with all the stuff we missed. And we do like a pre-party of like watching the end of yesterday, because a lot of people will also, like European people, will be in bed, because I think that will be good for me and my sleep schedule somewhat. And also, if I'm honest and speak with truth, it will also be good for the viewership. I think that's probably a better use of time for me. I'm also like sleepy, but like this time tomorrow, it's going to be giga high stakes, right? There's no way I'm going to be sleeping. But at the moment, I'm kind of like, I think I've hit a bit of a wall with this game. I've been really into it, but I'm sleepy. So I think plan is, after this one, we call it. I'll obviously link you guys the main stream. And then tomorrow we do like a long watch party before the main event. A long pre-show. I really appreciate you guys hanging out. What a beautiful creature on camera. He's so cute, isn't it? Big old Finny Poo. He's so lovely.
Try and go up to the 6th point here.
He's so funny. He's so friendly.
The Grove, because it's both saying, hey, I'm going to kick you out of the whole battlefield so you don't get extra cards. And as we see, I think Emo Tempest has a retreat here, and if he has to use it, if Tog had gone to the Dreaming Tree instead, that would have come along with an extra draw.
I think he's trying to make, the retreat really unattractive, because if you send Cytheria into the Lecturing Yordle, you can offer the trade, and Emo Tempest has to decide, do I retreat, get draw the card, get the rune, or do I just kind of let that go? And we immediately see Tempest just values getting kind of the rune, and is willing to sacrifice the fact that, hey, if you want to try and trade the Cytheria, that's going to be just fine. I'll just go ahead and hold on to some runes, maybe even the smoke screen.
to completely deny this, as Cythria is going to run
comes
in.
in.
And we'll see if Tog offers the trade or if he decides to
Yeah,
leave
you can see
with
Set has like a
something
real problem with
he's just going to pay.
energy
Yeah, pick up an extra
with
draw
the power
for
costs
free
that you have to
himself.
pay.
I think this
It's very
sets up
interesting.
really nicely.
That's why I
And
love the
so
design of
Spring might actually
Riftbound. Like
line
the
up
whole power cost
pretty
stuff is
well
crazy. I mean,
here.
Divine
It'll be
Judgment, okay.
interesting to see if
Sure.
Tog
You can
goes
tell I'm a bit out of it now. Tomorrow will be a slog as well, but it's going to be giga high stakes.
Does have the second, because by paying for the first,
So I'm going to
you might
be
beat
way
in the
more up
smoke
for
screen,
it.
and then you just do the second one, and that's so good to be able to push over the top. And yeah, just perfect. Holding on to double Call to Glory off of the Divine Judgment because you've got that Cythria in play that you know you'll be able to leverage.
Yep, and now Tog's got himself up to 7. Great spot to be in 7. Unit in each battlefield. I think it's going to be pretty hard for Emo Tempest to overcome this, and I'm thinking Tog might get this win on a hold.
Yeah, I like from Tempest, though, making sure you cast the retreat on that
GG.
turn. It gives you the out of drawing
Go to game 3.
to a Cathian Raid. You'd still lose to an Unyielding Spirit from that point, but a Cathian Raid would actually be able to kind of clean up that board and make it so you don't immediately lose from that spot because you go up to 7 runes.
Yeah, and I will say, I got to say, great showing from both players there. They clearly both had plans. They clearly both executed on their plans, and Togs was a little better. This game came out ahead, but I just loved the Ari Inquisitive from Emo Tempest. I think breaking the mold and kind of just like, you know these decks like Set and Annie are on the rise, and I see exactly where he's coming from with trying to kind of use that card to push things back into Kaiser's favor.
Yeah, it's one of those funny things where it's like, it felt like the tech didn't do that much this game, but it did put an awkward spot for Tog, where he had to kind of just offer this trade that wasn't the most exciting trade for him, and it forces a lot of resources to be used to break not a very big hold overall when it comes to just might numbers, because you are just such a unit-based deck, and Inquisitive does counter that. We saw send in, trade a unit, and then play Brawler Showstopper just to prevent Emo Tempest from holding on Godwillows. So
What is these sleeves, bro?
Yeah, and I think that's a really strong decision by Tog as well. You know, you might be in a spot, you might be thinking, hey, I don't want to use this many resources just to kill a Watchful Sentry at this point. But, you know, he just knew, I want to score those points. I want to make sure Emo Tempest isn't getting the draws from Grove of the Godwillow, and that exchange ultimately, I think, ended up a big factor in him able to turn that one into a win.
We got a little quick look at the sideboard from Emo Tempest. I saw a couple unchecked power. I don't think those are coming in, but just kind of cool to see the different flavors of tech that people are bringing in for some of the bigger matchups. Unchecked power has been one we've seen come in and out for the Aurora matchups, but there is just the consideration that if your opponent brings in something like Unyielding Spirit, that you lose a lot of value on that unchecked.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Emo Tempest here, and he's like staring at this Acathian Rain, and it's so tough. Because if they don't have the Unyielding Spirit, the card's great. And I think it's just so tempting to be like, I'm just going to put it in, hope I draw it. There's almost like a gambit between both players. Because theoretically on Tog's side, if you thought they were going to board out Acathian Raid, you might not bring in Unyielding Spirit at all. So it really is this cat and mouse of like, who's going to blink, who's going to have the card or not. And I think I saw Emo Tempest put one back in.
It's in, yeah.
So we'll see. He might be able to catch Tog off guard with it in the 3rd game.
Yeah, so we'll see what Tog did with the sideboard, if he made any adjustments for this final game, but, you know, Divine Judgment did pop off in that game. It was massive. It just completely sealed the deal. And we did see that the Unyieldings were in previously. I saw him kind of thumbing around with a Primal Fury as also a consideration. I think that can find some good purchase for just being able to kind of counteract a Watcher when that tries to come in, because usually that's tapping out all the resources, and then if you're able to just kind of give this +7, you can
What a good lad.
flip the script on that.
What a Chad of a cat. Alright guys, this is going to be the last one we watch today. I'll obviously link you guys to the main stream after this. But then tomorrow we'll watch rounds 4 tonight, and it's going to be a slogger. We probably watch on times 2 speed.
This is Target Speed, which actually opens up more ranges that Tog will actually be able to cast this Primal Fury.
Sleepy.
Hold on to 4 runes, maybe just pulling 2.
But it seems like tomorrow is going to be... I mean, I know that round 4... I think at the actual event, round 4 is about finishing now. Like, day 1 is going to be a lot more games than day 2 because they're showing 2 rounds per match. Like, I know that... I mean, a friend of mine was 3-0, like, well over an hour ago, so... I guess we're not actually at the point where it's true live at all. Probably it never was. Which is fine by me. I think it's worth it if you get more action, and it's also not obvious that it's not true live.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the real strengths strengths of Set as a deck is you just have 3 battlefields between Dreaming Tree, Grove, and Monastery that all say draw a card on them. So you kind of get to cheat and not have to worry about putting card advantage in your actual deck because you're just going to get it from your battlefields and from your legend rebuying your units.
Yeah, and that's always like kind of historically the weakness of Set is actually card draw. So by these Set decks kind of coalescing and realizing, hey, that's really the weak point of my list is that I can't find enough cards. When I run out of steam, I'm just out. And actually finding ways to not have that happen by having 3 battlefields that let you draw cards is just so massive. And we'll see if Todd can immediately start kind of making that work with Monastery of Harana, as it can be just so incredibly valuable time and time again, as he will get that buff. Usually this first one, though, if you don't really rebuff against the Kaiser, we may just see Tog holding back and not actually spending the buff this
Double
first
buff.
time when he sends the Cithria in.
Yeah, both players off to pretty strong starts here, curving out, getting some units into play. Tog is going to make that decision to hold back the Cithria for a later turn, especially because Emo Tempest had some extra runes available from the Targon's Peak. But this will give Emo Tempest a pretty good first crack in with Kaiser here to just score some points, pull ahead to a pretty nice 3-0 early lead.
I'm going to run in, get that Conquer. Should be at just a single rune and recycle.
Good lad. Bye, mate.
Oh no, he's on the last.
He's looking for food. There is none.
Kaiser said, I don't have a buff, I don't care, I'm going to draw a card anyway. From
Yeah, true.
on it.
No condition on that one, just the Conquer.
And you know, it's interesting because I imagine after
There
the
is
last game,
none, bruv.
Divine Judgment is at the forefront of Emo Tempest's mind. It seemed like it caught him off guard at the last game, so I imagine this game he's going to look
Looking for the food behind me.
not get
Bad
as
news,
blown
mate. There
out.
ain't any.
Todd happens to have it again.
Yeah, well, looking at the hand though, I don't know if he's gonna even have a choice, as this just looks like a 2-drop spam kind of turn. Gonna keep a couple of runes up for the retreat, potentially to save the Kaiser instead of fully playing out every single unit that he could. And this makes a lot of sense, right? You want to keep that Kaiser around.
Yeah, the retreat's a nice way to get out under from a giant Set brawler coming to punch you in the face and to make sure, you know, the unit will go back to hand, you'll lose some tempo, but Kaiser's pretty good to just play again.
Looks good, done it for Kaiser. You gotta say.
You have to play around that smoke screen. 2 runes up, you know, when there's 1 rune up, there's
It
no way
looks
to
very
get
good,
it
actually.
Got the Void Gate, but 2 runes up, that's the smoke screen. So if Tog decides to spend this buff the brawler up to 8 and send it into Kaiser, he has to be wary of that. I saw Pit Rookie in hand, and usually you'd want to maybe set up for a big Conquer with the double spend of the buffs with the brawler to do so, or you'd want to wait until you've conquered and spent the buff from Cithria to draw a card to then play a unit. So we'll see what kind of order of operations Tog can set up here.
Yeah, and one of the things that I really love from this Set deck that I'm sure is on Tog's radar is if you conquer the Monastery with a buff Set brawler, you can spend the buff.
I was retweet by Disguised, not Disguised Toast. That's why I got baited and confused.
And that's just such a powerful combination.
So Scara and Froden.
Nice. Okay, so we see a little shortcut here. Pit Rookie give the buff to Set. Gonna buff the Set all the way up to 12. That gets around any smoke screen shenanigans, and it will just be a retreat onto the Kaiser to send it home. This is where you get to conquer, get the buff there, spend the buff from the Cithria to draw a card if he wants, and then I think if he's gonna send another unit out onto the board, it just makes sense to spend it because you will just get another buff onto Cithria anyways.
Yep, Tog thinking about how he wants to do this, looking at his hand, got a little glimpse of a Pocket Cub peeking out.
Yeah, no Divine Judgment notably. I'm not seeing an Unyielding either, so the tech for the Kaiser matchup specifically not being found just yet.
Oh, it looked like that hand wave might have been, no, I'm not going to spend a buff.
So maybe wanting to hold up runes for some spells, some action on Emo Tempest's turn.
Yeah, and you know, you got to respect just being like, hey, I'm just playing to the board. You know, I don't want to lose the game with like 7 cards in my hand. I'd rather my units just stay buffed so I can keep using the boss legend, and I think that's just a really good thing for Tog to key into.
Yeah,
Watcher soon. The buff recall is like the big thing here though, which allows Set to recover from the Watcher. Like in most matchups, Watcher's just, okay, that's gross.
He's going to go for the challenge, and then 4 runes up, I think there's a Primal Strength in hand. So exactly what we're talking
Crazy.
about. How maybe this Targon's Peak can
Retreat
kind of run into some issues
and
where
ramp.
have more range to play.
Very, very good response.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Cass, and we do see a second
But still, the challenge is still gaining so much tempo.
He just got a ton of runes in play. It'll be interesting to see if he has any kind of haymakers
But that's why the retreat's so big, right? Like, here, the challenge was always removing the card from the board, but instead of removing it from the board, Emo's able to ramp and return it to hand and replay it for 2 later. So, like, this retreat value is absurd. And yeah, 4 up for the primal strength is crazy.
Is going to be a big difference maker as he's just counting out exactly what he needs to do.
Does Tog have the counterplay?
Something, so you are going to be able to clean up the Sith 3, you are going to be able to clean up the Pit Rookie, and you're going to take the buff away from Brawler when you are able to do this. Pocket Cup is going to be able to respond to those reflexive triggers when it takes down the Sithria to kind of establish control of the Targon's peak and not make it so easy for everything to come through for Tempest, but he ramped so many runes with these retreats that maybe this Raven Bloom is going to be able to pump above the Pocket Cup anyway. Yeah, and
Interesting, he doesn't recall the set.
If Tog had the unyielding, this might have gone way different for Emo Tempest, but he didn't. And
wow.
Be able to clean up a lot of what Tog had in play.
That's very surprising. Does it have to be killed in a...
Use the boss, you're not actually able to save it, right? Because the buff puts it at 5, but if you put 3 stacks on there, that's 6 damage. When boss saves it, it loses the buff, so you actually only need 5 of the 6 from a Captain Rain to deal with the set brawler.
Yeah, right.
Kill it twice,
that's why they didn't target the Sithria.
Void Seeker coming down on Sithria will prompt a Pocket Cup to flip up, but I think this Raven Bloom student has gotten enough pumps that it might be able to contest the Cub.
Yeah, and the cool thing
Casanova's doing an exceptional job casting, just very high game knowledge. And of course the game dev does too. It's a very, very, very good cast for a card game. It's exactly how it should be. You should have 2 casters with exceptional game knowledge in an ideal world.
Hidden Blade, I get why Tog's doing it. Definitely a tough one though, because at this stage of
it's
the
a
game,
very high quality cast. I'm very, 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 very impressed.
Make sure he scores some points and just try to tempo Kaiser out, and we'll see if he's able to do that. Oh no, he just drew Unyielding Spirit.
Oh, 1 turn too late. Had all those runes available to deal with the potential, and that's the card draw from the Sithria.
I need to brush up on my knowledge if I'm to cast this game. I wouldn't be good enough right now. But that's fine. I'm not doing any casting yet, so I'm working on it. Even by watching this is all, I'm getting there, right?
Yeah, Tog does at least have the board advantage right now. Emo Tempest did just pick up a bunch of cards, so he's probably going to be able to start fighting back soon. But as long as Tog can at least keep chipping in and scoring those points, he's very much in this game.
I am seeing, though, that the Kingpin comes down, and in the hand, there's the Falling Star. No buff on the Kingpin to save it just yet. And being at 5, that Falling Star can just deal with it before it becomes a problem.
Yeah, very, very tough turn, because without the extra 2 runes from Targon's Peak, Tog is going to be unable to hold up the Unyielding Spirit this turn. So
is Riftbound as easy as Lorcana? No. 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 Riftbound is quite unintuitive. There's a lot of rules which are unintuitive. A lot of rules which are like quite unique and you kind of have to know, and there's lots of things which like kind of don't make sense initially to you. Like I still get things wrong about Riftbound, and I've been playing for quite a while. And I think also the fact that by nature the fact that Riftbound you can play cards during your opponent's turn also makes like the new player experience more difficult because you don't know what you need to play around, right? I think Lorcana is like very good for like entry level card game, and Riftbound is like a step up in terms of complexity. Quite a significant step up. I think Lorcana does a great job of being a simple game at its core with a very high skill ceiling, whereas Riftbound is like at its core an extremely complex game, which therefore naturally translates to an extremely high skill ceiling. Also, a big part of the Riftbound skill ceiling is the deck building is extremely good. I really like it. It's extremely, extremely high skill ceiling in deck building. Like I think in Lorcana, I look at a lot of decks that win events and they're not very well built necessarily. I don't think you can get away with that in Riftbound because like the decks are smaller and the sideboard side of it is a big factor. That's a big play. Bro's reading it. Didn't know about, like, Dog's gotta be so triggered. He's like, bro, I needed this card last turn. He didn't even know it existed. Maybe he's just double checking with it. Darius comes in ready. Dog's got 2 runes. Oh. What could be the hidden card? Hidden Blade. Another Packer card.
Good heads up play from Emo Tempest. He's being like, you know, I'll let you keep the hidden card. I don't need to contest this right now. I just don't want to, you know.
Darius is so good, man. What a card.
And at this point, the 2 extra cards, as you said, really just wouldn't matter.
Look at the cards in hand for Kaiser. Set needs to win it very quickly, and can't win until next turn. It looks like it's going to be game to Kaiser. Do you believe that Riftbound will become bigger than Lorcana? Maybe it is. Prize-wise, no, it's not yet. Like, I mean, Riftbound is extremely early on in its life cycle. But I mean, if we just compare Lorcana set 1 to Riftbound set 1, we already have like proper event for Riftbound, which is set 1 of Riftbound, right? We didn't have, our first official Lorcana event was right at the end of the 3rd set, right at the start of the 4th. So it was like 9 months into the game, whereas Riftbound, we've got a major event 1 month into the game, just over. Basically, all the signs are that Riot are extremely competent at everything. Like, there's been a lot of hiccups with Riftbound, but they're extremely receptive to player feedback. They've obviously done a card game before, albeit it was a digital one, but they obviously have learned a lot from that, and they're taking a lot of the learnings from that and applying it to this game in how they communicate. Yeah, the game's not been perfect, like with erratas and stuff like this, but most of the problems that I've had with the game are actually, you know, on the side of the physical card game stuff, which you could have gotten away with in a digital card game, right? Like the amount of product being printed, cards being errated, right? In a digital card game, that's a very easy fix, all right? Cutting issues, rules misunderstandings. So I think I have a lot of faith in Riot, I gotta say. Lorcana is undoubtedly taking a bit of a momentum halt with Season 2 there not being many events. And that's just, you could just see that, but I mean, I could just tell you that based off my YouTube viewership, right? The views are significantly down compared to a year ago, probably more than half. But of course, Riftbound is a brand new game. It's going to be hype. It's going to be most popular, and it's like right now. And I think that Lorcana probably is working on a digital client because we know they made like a job post for that like a year and a half ago now. And also Lorcana's probably just trying to get itself into a position to really pop off with Season 3 once Pixar's in full flow. So yeah, I mean, my plan is long-term Lorcana and Riftbound. They're like the 2 games that I have the most excitement for and enjoyment for. Never really got into One Piece. I never played much of it, but I never really cared for it too much either.
Yeah, I have to imagine Tog knows it's not looking great for him here, but he's going to, you know, do the best he can, find the best board state, at least give himself a fighting chance.
And we'll see if that is both of them going into Monastery and then potentially using a buff to draw an additional card. If you can find a face breaker,
Scalper effect, I think it's fine for first set. Honestly, and I'm far from an expert when it comes to digital card games, but for me, I think there's actually some merit in having a shortage in your first set, where like the game becomes more sought after. They're going to print it into the ground. I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, and you know, you see right there that set deck clearly came to this point.
I also think what's interesting about Lorcana, and a problem Lorcana's running into currently, now it's been out for a few years, is that the decks feel quite similar even post-rotation, right? Set to set, and also like now with rotation. Like Purple Steel feels quite similar to how it did 2 years ago, right? Whereas in Riftbound, I think a big advantage Riftbound has in things staying fresh is the legend system, where you can have like very distinct archetypes within color combos. Like in Lorcana, you kind of just have like a mid-range, like this color combo, the best version of it is this. What a great shift. Huge shift. I'm going to send Casanova a tweet. Maybe I'll send him a DM.
Here at the regional qualifier in Houston is our wonderful prize wall section. I'm joined right now with Tara Bell. And tell me a little bit about some of the stuff that you really enjoy that you can redeem here at the prize wall.
Sure, yeah. We have our wonderful figurines. These are not too exclusive to us. You can get them on right, but I think I should definitely hook those up for 15 tickets. It's not a bad price for that. Also, we have our wonderful plushies. My favorite, of course, is Vigor. I love him so much. Or Vigor, however you want to pronounce it. We have our little figurines. Our little
Prize wall.
He's super cute, too. I love him. And we have our playmats.
Yeah, I mean the pricing in US is particularly egregious. It's not quite as bad in Europe.
That you can redeem your prize wall tickets for these alternate metallic cards. So like the coveted best of prize, but they're a little bit different. What can you show me about those?
Sure, I'll show you my favorite champion, which is Set. He is amazing. The texture on these are really great. I don't know if you can tell on the camera or not, but the texture on it is amazing. Like I don't know, they did very well on these.
There's also one more thing personally. You know, I watch a lot of League of Legends, and I'm a big fan of Teemo. I heard you guys have some Teemo hats. You think there's a world where I can maybe snag one and take it to the broadcast desk?
I'm pretty sure you could if you tried.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Tara. That's one of the many things you can check out here in Houston at the regional qualifier. You don't want to miss out the next one.
First, be right back of the stream, guys. First, be right back of the stream. And the stream has been running for 5 hours. It's extremely, extremely high quality TCG coverage. I'm giving a tweet, bro, to Casanova. I'm dead serious. My goodness, you guys smashed that cast. What shift put in? Absolutely love listening to two people with exceptional game knowledge and passion for the game and passion. Seriously, one of the best casts I've seen in card games. GG. I mean it as well. All right, guys, we're going to call it there. I'm kind of keen to see what happens after the Be Right Back, and then we'll go. But we're going to do a Giga stream tomorrow to catch up on the parts I missed while I'm sleeping. Let's go.
Joined by the wonderful Aaron Barrich. My apologies. And sadly, I didn't get to take one of those Teemo hats like they promised me yesterday. So maybe in the future, after the event is over, I'll get myself a Teemo hat. But what do you think about Teemo? Because we have yet really to see a Teemo really explode into the tournament, except for Prismat, right?
Yeah, we got to watch Prismat earlier, but Prismat did end up falling to Knock Pass in some games that maybe weren't the closest. But I do think Teemo is one of those decks that has a really high chance of doing well this weekend, and a lot of really great players are playing it, including Prismat, but you can't win them all. So I'm really excited to see more Teemo coming throughout the weekend. I have high hopes.
I do have high hopes as well, but Teemo is a legend that we've seen, and we hopefully will see.
All right, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you all for watching and hanging out. I really, really do. So hopefully see some of you tomorrow. Obviously, go check out the main stream.
It is always time for a Jinx matchup. Jinx is probably my favorite legend in set 1. I'm really thrilled to see someone playing Jinx, and it's someone that I know and I'm a friend with, so I'm really excited to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, we have that one coming up, but we don't want to spoil too much yet. You know, we want them to get to know us just a little bit. Of course, Aaron, you work with the game, of course, so it's very exciting to have here and have your insight for me on the desk, you know, going through all these rounds, seeing all this Riftbound play, and you've even had the privilege to do some card slinging here at the event as an employee. Tell me about the experiences you've seen from finding and playing against all of these players here.
Yeah, I mean, the emotion in the room is incredible. People are so excited. Everyone just wants to get more Riftbound under their belt. Games and games and games being played all over. And it's so awesome to see as someone who works on it. And it really is super gratifying. And I'm really happy to get to be here and watch and talk about more games.
And what were you piloting in that card slinging?
Oh, all sorts of things. I will say my favorite was a Jinx deck.
Nice.
A little sprinkling of some Spirit Forge cards maybe in there. It's a really great time.
Love that, absolutely. I mean, I love card slinging. I just think it's one of those fun opportunities where you get to have these people interactions. Because at the end of the day, we're all human beings, and we just love Riftbound. We love card games. And we're so excited to be here in Houston, Texas, for the regional qualifier. But we've got another round. We are moving into round 4 here in Houston, Texas, and we've got a very nice surprise here on some of our players that we're going to be representing.
Ooh,
Jim Davis.
that's really cool. Jim's got a YouTube channel.
And also, you know, content creator as well.
Yeah, I mean, Jim has made a good name for himself on the Magic scene. Is starting to get into Riftbound content creation. Really awesome stuff. As I said, I am a friend of Jim, so I really want to see him do well. And, I mean, I love Jinx, so.
Absolutely. Of course, on the other side, we do have JDog992 sporting the
1-1.
prolific Kaiser
1-1, round 4.
as well. So Jinx versus Kaiser.
Maths.
Jinx plays a lot of her spells of her own. Of course, you know, different legends.
All right, guys, I am going to watch this tomorrow. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. I really appreciate you all. Good luck to Jim. I'm rooting for him. Bye. See you tomorrow. We'll be on like 3-4 hours, probably 3 hours before the start of tomorrow's stream.